Little Brown Audio presents Cut Short, written by M.W. Craven and read by John Banks. The Killing Field. Animals don't die of old age. Well, some do, of course. The occasional Galapagos tortoise might make it all the way to the end, or one of those ageless jellyfish. Maybe a beloved pet. But that's not many. Not when you consider how many animals aren't tortoises or jellyfish or beloved pets. For most animals, old age is a terrifying, hungry existence. Predators starve to death, prey animals get eaten, beef cows get slaughtered, dairy cattle stop producing milk and become a financial burden, elderly, incontinent pets become an inconvenience. But sometimes, just sometimes, something far worse comes along, more brutal than old age, indiscriminate, unforgiving, devastating. And in a roundabout way, it occasionally kills humans. Detective Sergeant Washington Poe wasn't thinking about a terrifying and hungry existence that morning. He was thinking what a nice day it was. He and his friend and colleague, Tilly Bradshaw, were breakfasting outside, and he was thinking he might have another piece of toast before they drove to the Sellafield Visitors Centre. He hadn't wanted to go to the Sellafield Visitors Centre. He told Bradshaw that he'd rather set his teeth on fire than go to the Sellafield Visitors Centre. But she'd insisted. Said he should see it before it was demolished. She'd been 3 times, and she lived in Hampshire, she'd told him. He hadn't been once, and he only lived half an hour away. Poe had told her that was everything she needed to know about his interest in nuclear fuel. In the end, he'd compromised. That is to say, he gave in. As he always did. In truth, he didn't mind. They had a whole week off, and he enjoyed her company. And there was a lovely pub nearby. It did steak and kidney pudding with buttered mash, real gravy. If they didn't hang around in the science place, which was what he called it, they could get to the pub before it stopped serving lunch. "It'll be great, Poe," she'd said. "They have these interactive games where you can dress up as an isotope." He'd looked at her. "Don't make me change my mind," he'd said. Before they could leave, Poe had to navigate his way through their ongoing discussion about his diet. This one was about wholemeal bread, specifically Poe's refusal to eat it. "Life's too short to not eat white bread, Tilly," he said, as he reached for the last piece of toast. He slathered it with salted butter and took a bite. "You keep saying that, Poe," she said, "but all you're doing is stacking up problems for tomorrow." He held it up. "It's one bit of toast." "That is one bit of toast, Poe, but so were the other 7 bits you've eaten." "I thought you'd be pleased," he said. "You're always saying I eat too much meat." "You do eat too much meat, but 8 pieces of toast is too much toast." He sighed, tried to throw it back on his plate, but only succeeded in dropping it on the ground. Luckily, Edgar, his English Springer spaniel, was off chasing curlews somewhere, so Poe was able to safely retrieve it. Grabbing food off the floor was the quickest way to get bitten on the hand. "Typical," he grunted. It had landed butter side down and was now covered in dry grass and dust. Probably sheep shit. Poe was a keen proponent of the 5-second rule, but he had limits. He put it on his plate in disappointment. Now all he'd be able to think about was toast. He picked it back up, considered scraping off the worst of the muck. "What is typical, Poe?" "Huh?" "You said something was typical." "My toast. It always lands on the buttered side when I drop it. It's typical of my bad luck, I suppose." She gave him a look, one he recognized well. "It's maths, Poe, not luck," she said, without a trace of irony. "Toast usually falls from the table and is almost always butter side up when it does. Unless there are outside factors involved, the spin rate is rarely fast enough for it to go through a full revolution before it reaches the ground. If tables were 10 feet high, we would say that toast always seems to land butter side up." Poe said nothing. "Actually, I wouldn't say toast always seems to land butter side up, but people who don't understand fundamental physical constants would. I can show you the maths if you want." "I'd rather dress up as an isotope." She didn't respond. "What is it?" he said. "Someone's coming." Poe didn't get casual visitors. His isolated former shepherd's croft was on the wind-ravaged, sheep-heavy Shap Fell. It was 2 miles from the nearest road and could only be accessed on foot or by all-terrain quad bike. Even with directions, most people couldn't find it. But Bradshaw was right. There was someone coming. A man. They watched him approach. He was obviously a cop. The short hair and no-nonsense machine-washable suit were dead giveaways. Poe hoped his week off was about to get a day shorter. "Hello," Bradshaw said. "Hi," the man said. "I'm sorry, have I interrupted your breakfast?" "No, I just like holding toast," Poe said. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I'm Detective Constable Mike Penhaligon. I've been asked to come and get you." "Why?" "We have a situation." "What situation?" "I've been told your first impressions are particularly intuitive, so I've been instructed to say nothing more than we've found 2 bodies." "I don't work for Cumbria Police anymore. Tilly and I work for the National Crime Agency's Serious Crime Analysis Section." "We know, Sergeant Poe, but Detective Superintendent Nightingale's the senior investigating officer, and she asked for you personally," which was odd. Nightingale was a great cop, a great SIO, and had a solid team around her. "Why?" Poe said. "Joe knows what she's doing. The circumstances are unusual. She thought you might be able to add value." "Let's go," Poe said. Penhaligon drove. Up to Carlisle, then left. It was a warm day. Poe and Bradshaw both had their windows down. The air began to smell unpleasantly sweet. Penhaligon turned towards Great Orton Airfield, and Poe put 2 and 2 together. He put his window up, told Bradshaw she might want to do the same. "We heading to where I think we are," he said to Penhaligon. "We are. What's happened?" "It might be best if you saw it for yourself." The 2001 foot-and-mouth outbreak ripped the heart out of Cumbria. It was the most serious animal epidemic in modern times, and it turned the usually peaceful county into a place of turmoil, carnage, and despair. More than a quarter of Cumbria's livestock, the majority disease-free, were culled. Accumulated breeding programs of earlier generations wiped out by the slaughterman's bolt gun. Legacies snuffed out. Poe remembered the thousands of chemical footbaths, the "keep out, animals under observation" signs, the "do not leave the road" signs, the "closed" signs on parks, woods, even children's playgrounds. He remembered how eerie the sheep-free fells had been, the empty pubs and towns. Foot and mouth had decimated the tourist industry. When the lakes and fells were out of bounds, Cumbria had little else to offer. With over 2 miles of mass graves, the long-abandoned RAF airfield at Great Orton was Cumbria's foot-and-mouth graveyard. Known locally as the Killing Field, it is the largest mass burial site in the world. 500,000 carcasses are buried there in 26 pits. Diseased animals killed on their farms had been transported there in leak-proof containers on articulated lorries. Healthy animals had been taken there alive, lined up and killed by Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food slaughtermen. Tipped into pits, 20 at a time. The animals are still there now. Rotting. Decomposing. Leaking. Penhaligon parked at the rear of a long row of vehicles, mostly police, but there were Environment Agency vans there as well. Poe could see shapeless people in baggy white biohazard suits working inside a cordon hastily constructed around a recently opened pit. Some of them were inside, others milled around the edges. He couldn't tell if they were Environment Agency or CSI. Probably both, he thought. A bunch of cops were hanging around the outer cordon, all of them wearing face masks. "The boss is waiting down there for you, Sergeant Poe," Penhaligon said. He handed them a face mask each. "You'll want to wear these. They won't entirely stop the smell, but at least nothing floaty will get into your mouth." "I'd like 6, please," Bradshaw said. Poe approached the group of cops outside the cordon, the rank, gamey stench getting stronger with each step. By the time he reached the cordon, the heavy, cloying smell of decaying tissue, the liquid slime of bodies breaking down, was leaching through the face mask's permeable barrier. He remembered a previous case, one that had involved men being burnt alive in Cumbria's myriad stone circles. One of the detectives involved in the case had described the smell as miasmatic. Poe had needed to look it up. It meant noxious vapors from decomposing organic matter. A word of the day, if ever there was one. The smell got into his throat, and he gagged.
"Did you know that the nose is the only organ that can see into the past, Poe?" Bradshaw said. "Smell is retrospective. It's already happened."
Poe appreciated her attempt at distraction. He thought it was probably as much for her as it was for him. And it might have worked if he hadn't started to hear buzzing. He stared into the pit. The carcasses appeared to be moving. He knew it was an illusion. It was flies, millions of fat bluebottles feasting on their rancid bounty. Laying their eggs. In a few days, the pit would be crawling with maggots. "You can stay in the car if you want, Tilly." She shook her head and set her face. Looked determined. She was in this for the long haul. A tall woman broke away from the group. She had short dark hair and the greenest eyes Poe had ever seen. She was called Jo Nightingale, and they'd worked cases together before. She was one of the few police officers he respected.
"It's been a while, Poe," she said. "Hi, Tilly." "Hello, Detective Superintendent Nightingale."
Still trying to get Poe to stop eating like a teenager? "What's happened, ma'am?" Poe said, eager to avoid another discussion about white bread. She pointed at the pit.
"This is Pit 14. The soil in its interceptor ditch, a sort of moat around the grave, was being routinely monitored for biosecurity and water quality when a rupture was detected."
"Meaning?"
"The pit's developed a leak."
"Aren't they sealed?"
"They are."
"But it's leaking. I thought these things were impregnable." She shrugged.
"They're supposed to be. DEFRA used geosynthetic clay liners here, 1/2 metre thick. The pit has sumps and cut-off ditches, boreholes to test the water table."
"But it failed."
"The prevailing theory is that one of the carcasses had rotted down to its skeleton. The weight of the animals above it had gradually forced one of the bigger bones through the clay, a bit like an invasive tree root."
She pointed at a fresh slash in the ground. It was a new burial pit, adjacent to the festering one being exhumed.
"DEFRA constructed this yesterday. The plan was to exhume the carcasses from the leaking pit and transfer them into this new one. It has a more modern liner. The whole thing was scheduled to take 1 day."
Poe could see a mound of bones and rotting fleeces at one end. He reckoned they'd transferred about 1/5 of the leaking pit's sorry occupants. "And they found something they weren't expecting?" She nodded.
"The remains of 2 adult men," she said, "hogtied with barbed wire, gagged with shorn sheep wool." "Oh, my goodness," Bradshaw said. "That's not the worst of it. They'd been sewn inside the carcasses of cows."
"Blimey," Poe said. "That's new."
"Indeed. Someone had slashed the bellies of 2 cows, removed the lungs, stomach, intestines, and heart to make room. The men were then put inside, alive, we think, as their lungs seemed full of animal juices, and the cows were stitched closed with baler twine." "Poe," Bradshaw said, "I think I will go back to the car now, if you don't mind."
"I think that's a good idea, Tilly. You don't need to see this."
"I can go and get you something to eat if you want."
"It's okay. I won't be long." Nightingale looked at him strangely, but said nothing. "I assume they've been in there since 2001, Poe said.
"Yes. They're just as badly decomposed as the animals. Infected animals were destroyed at their farms of origin. It was sometimes a week before they were collected for burial. We assume whoever's behind this snuck onto an infected farm at night and stitched them inside 2 of the carcasses. Left them there to be collected by the army. It would explain why they were gagged."
"What a horrific way to die," Poe said.
"Your tone doesn't match your words, Sergeant Poe," Nightingale said. "What do you know that I don't? And why did you tell Tilly you'd be with her soon? I could do with your help on this."
Poe didn't respond.
"Do you want to see them?" she said. "The Home Office pathologist is still in the pit, as we don't know how to recover the bodies intact. I suggested a sieve, and I was only half joking."
"I'm good."
"I think we're going to need a forensic anthropologist to help identify them," she said. "I've not dealt with corpses in this condition before. Not really sure where to start, to be honest."
"Their names are Mark Strawbridge and Vince O'Connell, and they're from Newcastle," Poe said. "If you contact Northumbria Constabulary, they'll give you everything you need. There's an open file on them."
Nightingale's mouth opened in astonishment. "How the hell
Do you know what hefting is, ma'am? Poe said.
I've heard the phrase, but I've never bothered to find out what it means.
It's an ancient shepherding technique. If somewhere, the Cumbrian fells are a great example, has low-quality grass, you need sheep that can roam and forage over large areas to survive. They need far more space than lowland species, which means fencing them in is impractical, isn't cost-effective, so generations ago, shepherds would persuade their flock to stay on their part of the fell without the need for dry stone walls or fences. They do this by feeding them at dusk in the same place every day. During the day, the sheep wouldn't stray too far. Eventually, the shepherd had no need for food. When the flock's knowledge became intergenerational, they could be considered hefted. They had a loyalty to a particular fell and would always have a loyalty to it.
Okay.
There are farmers out there who are hefted to the land just as much as their livestock is. They do anything to protect it. Nightingale looked thoughtful. Were you aware that during the foot-and-mouth crisis, farmers were compensated, but only if their livestock was slaughtered? Poe continued. Those who suffered as a result of government-ordered restrictions of movement got nothing.
I didn't know that.
Financially speaking, farmers with restriction of movement orders were in a far worse position than those whose animals were being culled. They had no compensation and no way of moving or selling their livestock.
You think this is linked to insurance fraud? Poe shook his head.
I was a beat cop in 2001, he said, and I heard a rumour, less than a rumour really, but it had a strange ring of truth to it. 2 men, Geordies, were approaching the farmers of uninfected animals with a way out. They'd got hold of some diseased carcasses, and for a fee, they'd leave one on your land, infect your livestock, make sure you got your compensation, that you wouldn't lose your farm.
You think anyone took them up on their offer?
Do I think there are farmers out there who would have been willing to purposefully infect their animals just to save their livelihood?
She nodded.
Yes, he said. I do think there would have been farmers who'd have at least thought about taking the easy option.
He paused, took in the terrible scene that was unfolding 200 meters away.
And here's what I think happened. I think there's a farmer out there who was approached by these men, listened to them offer to destroy his family's legacy, all for an insurance payout. I think he considered everything and recognized that these men presented a risk. That even if he sent them packing with a load of shotgun pellets up their arse, what's to say his neighbour would do the same? And if a farmer's infected, every farm within a 3-mile radius is considered infected.
You think he killed them?
I think he did what no-nonsense farmers do best.
What's that?
Identified the problem and eliminated the problem.
A permanent solution,
Nightingale said. And a deterrent. Nightingale nodded.
How did you find out about this?
My mate's dad was a vet, he said. He told me about a farmer who claimed he'd been offered an infected sheep for £500.
You did some digging?
More to satisfy my own curiosity.
And?
And the rumours had stopped, which meant it had either been a rural myth or
that,
Nightingale cut in, pointing at the burial pit. Or that, Poe agreed. So I contacted Northumbria and asked them to talk me through their missing persons. Strawbridge and O'Connell fitted the bill perfectly. Both men disappeared around the time the rumours stopped. Both had records for rural offences. Theft of livestock and farm equipment, poaching. Nightingale thought for a few moments.
You were expecting this, weren't you?
Nothing this extreme, he said. But it wouldn't have surprised me if they'd turned up one day in an old septic tank or slurry pit. Farms are second only to abattoirs when it comes to disposing of bodies.
Strawbridge and O'Connell will be on the DNA database, she said. If it's them, we'll have a match in a couple of days. Do you want to be kept informed?
He shook his head. I don't, he said. And I'll tell you 2 things, ma'am. 1, this crime will never be solved. Strawbridge and O'Connell offered this service to the wrong farmer, and they paid the price. He won't have told anyone what he did, and your forensic evidence recovery techniques won't be able to cope with animals that have been decomposing for the last 20 years.
The pathologist has already said as much. No trace evidence whatsoever.
Poe grunted.
You said there were 2 things, Nightingale said.
I don't give a shit about this, he said quietly. Strawbridge and O'Connell offered an honourable man something dishonourable, and they paid the ultimate price. I'm not saying they got what they deserved, but they did deserve something. I won't be shedding a tear tonight." And with that, he turned and walked away. Bradshaw met him at Penhaligon's car.
"Are you okay, Poe?"
"I am, Tilly," he said. He told her what had happened.
"That's horrible," she said.
"It is. But come on, it's our week off. Let's get Penhaligon to give us a lift back to mine so we can go to your science place."
"Okay, Poe. But we should get your steak and kidney pudding first. They close for lunch soon, and the Sellafield Visitors Centre stays open until 6 o'clock.
Poe turned and looked at the pile of rotting carcasses in the new pit. It was steaming. He tilted his head and squinted. It might have been his imagination, but the pile had a certain pudding shape to it. "I've gone off the idea, Tilly," he said. "I think I'll have a bacon sandwich instead."
"On wholemeal bread?"
"I've told you, life's too short to not eat white bread." Bradshaw paused, but not for long.
"You eat too much meat, Poe."
Why don't sheep shrink? I'm not sure we should trust a thermometer calibrated for a dog's rectum. That's what started it. 13 words. There was a pheasant too, of course. Or maybe it was a peacock. And there was a smell that might have been something in the fridge, but could have been coming from behind the fridge. That was never resolved. But mainly it was the words. 13 words. 13 unlucky words. Unlucky for Detective Sergeant Washington Poe. Much unluckier for someone else. Day 1. Tilly Bradshaw said Poe's cough was continuous. Poe said it wasn't. Said he'd just eaten a crisp the wrong way. "And there are hardly any cases in Cumbria," he added. Bradshaw shook her head.
"That doesn't matter, Poe," she said. "This doesn't spread like the flu. Flu's R0 is about 1.3. That's the mathematical term that indicates how contagious an infectious disease is. But this virus's R0 is 3, and no one has been vaccinated. That means if one person infects 3 people, and those people infect 3 people, and so on, by the end of the 10th day, that first person has indirectly infected 59,000 people. 3 days after that, the number is over 1 million.
"You're joking," he said. She wasn't, of course. She rarely made jokes, and when she did, they were never about maths. There was more chance of the Pope saying Jesus' last words on the cross were, "I'll be back in 3 days, don't eat my Easter eggs," than Bradshaw making a joke about maths. It would be sacrilegious to her. "But I've not left the house in ages."
"You were at the pub last night."
"Apart from the pub, I've not left the house in ages."
"You were at the butcher's on Tuesday."
"OK, yes, and the butcher's."
"You were there on Wednesday as well."
"I'd forgotten my sausages. But apart from that, I've hardly seen anyone."
"I'm here, Poe."
She was. The Serious Crime Analysis Section, SCAS, the National Crime Agency unit that investigated serial killers and apparently motiveless murders, was in the rare position of having no active cases. Poe had accrued a lot of leave. He had said he'd rather be paid for it, but his boss, Detective Inspector Stephanie Flynn, had told him to piss off.
"I'm not having you go a whole year without taking leave again, Poe," she had said. "That was ridiculous. Tilly needs a break too, and you know she won't take time off unless you do. Take it before the country is locked down."
So here they were. Cumbria in springtime. Glorious weather. Newborn lambs frolicking. Birds nesting. Daffodils everywhere. Bradshaw had taken a room at the nearby Shap Wells Hotel. She had drawn up an itinerary, and then the virus had begun spreading across the country. The places she'd wanted to visit were closing because of the virus, so they needed a rethink, which was what today was about. Or would have been about if Poe hadn't started to cough.
"Do you have a temperature, Poe?"
He felt his forehead. "No."
"I think we should check anyway."
"Fine," he said. "I'll go out and get a thermometer tomorrow." Some battles weren't worth fighting, and it was the responsible thing to do. Bradshaw's R0 numbers were astonishing.
"It's okay, Poe. I have one here," she said.
She picked a thermometer off the side of his sofa and leaned over.
Open up. He did. Bradshaw popped the thermometer in his mouth, and he manoeuvred it under his tongue. He thought that was how he was supposed to do it.
Where'd you get that from? He said.
Excuse me? Poe briefly removed the thermometer.
I said, where did you get that from? I know you come prepared when you visit, but even you wouldn't have brought a thermometer.
It's yours, Poe. I came across it yesterday when I was looking for an apple.
You found it? Here?
Well, I certainly didn't find an apple.
Poe popped it back in his mouth and frowned. He had never owned a thermometer in his life. Only where you got it from.
What did you say, Poe?
He pulled the thermometer out again. Show me where you got it from, Tilly. Bradshaw walked over to a cupboard and retrieved a wooden box. She held it up so he could see. Oh, you've got to be kidding, he said. He looked at the thermometer, then flung it away as if it were red hot. It landed on his rug. He ran to the sink and swilled out his mouth, gargled for a full minute.
Whatever's the matter, Poe?
It's Edgar's thermometer, Tilly. At the mention of his name, the Springer Spaniel opened his eyes and thumped his tail on the floor.
Edgar's?
Bradshaw said. Yes, Edgar's. The vet wanted me to monitor his temperature after he ate that dead seagull and couldn't stop spewing. Bradshaw frowned.
But how does Edgar know to keep it in his mouth?
It's a rectal thermometer, Tilly. It goes up his bum. He looked at the thin glass tube on his rug. It was glistening with his saliva. And I've just had it in my bloody mouth. Bradshaw looked at it.
Oh,
she said. She picked it up, scanned the reading, then glanced at him. What? He said.
You have a temperature, Poe.
Anyway, so that's how I ended up with a mouthful of dog shit, Poe said to the laptop. Flynn's face filled the screen. Poe's was in a small box in the top corner. He hated video conference calls. He didn't see why it was necessary to see the person with whom you were on the phone. He certainly didn't know why he had to be on the screen as well. He suspected it was the latest desire of the egomaniac to look at yourself while you were speaking.
Tilly says you need to self-isolate,
Flynn said. Poe could tell she was trying hard not to laugh. Tilly's not a doctor, he said.
Yes, I am,
Bradshaw chipped in. Not a real doctor. She was polishing Edgar's thermometer. She held it up so Poe could see how clean it was. He glared at her.
Okay, what did the medical doctor say?
Flynn said. That I was fine.
Tilly, what did the doctor say? That Poe has to self-isolate for 7 days.
Anything else?
Yes. When she asked Poe if anything else was bothering him, he said, "Why don't sheep shrink when it rains?"
Flynn didn't immediately respond.
I find it oddly comforting that you're a dickhead to everyone, Poe, she said eventually.
All I'm saying is, I'm not sure we should trust a thermometer calibrated for a dog's rectum, he said.
Tilly tells me you also have a cough?
Poe said nothing. He didn't feel ill, but Bradshaw's number of 59,000 was rattling around his head.
Poe?
Fine, he sighed. I'll stay here for 7 days. Not a moment longer, though.
I really don't know what you're complaining about, Poe, Flynn said. You and Edgar, all on your own on that fell of yours. A government instruction not to interact with anyone. Isn't that your idea of nirvana?
Bradshaw cleared her throat. She looked uneasy. What is it? Poe said.
D.I. Flynn has missed an important point.
Which is?
I have to self-isolate as well.
Why? You're not coughing. And don't think I didn't see you stick Edgar's arse thermometer in your mouth earlier. If you have a temperature, you'd have said.
No, she's right, Poe, Flynn said. The guidance is explicit. Anyone in the same house as someone displaying symptoms is required to self-isolate too. 14 days.
That's no big deal, he said. Tilly's almost as bad as me for wanting to be left alone. Flynn smirked.
I don't think you realize what I'm saying, she said. Tilly can't go back to her hotel, and she can't go home.
I don't understand. Where's she supposed to stay? But all of a sudden, he did understand. You don't mean here?
It'll be fun, Poe, Bradshaw said. We can learn a foreign language.
Poe put his head in his hands and groaned. "This is going to be epic," Flynn said. Day 2. "You're not listening, are you, Poe?" "That's a funny way to start a conversation, Tilly." "Oh, ha ha. I asked what you were doing. You've been on my laptop for an hour now." "I'm emailing people I don't like to tell them that due to having the plague, I'm unavailable for meetings." She looked at him blankly. "Why? You always say you're unavailable for meetings anyway." "To annoy them." "You're wearing your t-shirt inside out," she said eventually. "What time is Victoria Hume coming?" Bradshaw asked. "Soon. She'll leave everything outside so we don't have any contact with her. It's lambing season, so she can't afford to get ill." Despite living 2 miles away, Victoria was Poe's nearest neighbour. She was a sheep farmer, and they were good friends. She looked after Edgar when Poe was away, and he let her use his land for free. He'd called her and asked if she could drop off some stuff to see them through the next 7 days. "What is she bringing?" "Fuel for the generator," Poe said. "Meat, potatoes, a thermometer that hasn't been up a dog's arse. The usual." "Is she getting anything for me?" Poe nodded. "I sent her a text with what you wanted. She had to go all the way to Ulverston, though. Eventually got it all in a weird little shop run by a woman called Moonchild." "I'll make us a nice lentil loaf tonight, Poe." "You're spoiling me," he said. "And tomorrow we have to find something to do." Day 3. "Shall we go for a stroll, Poe?" "Yes, Grandma." "Pardon?" "Old people take strolls, Tilly. A walk might be nice, though. Edgar wants to go out anyway." "What are you doing?" Poe said. "I'm looking to see if there are reports of an escaped peacock." "I told you," he snapped. "It was a pheasant." "It was a peacock," she said stubbornly. "We need something to do," he said. Day 4. There was a weird smell in the fridge. Poe had been taking things out one by one and sniffing them. So far, he hadn't been able to locate the source. He had thrown out a bunch of food, though. A bag of lettuce he'd bought in a moment of ill-advised optimism. A bit of cheese so mouldy it was a short evolutionary jump away from developing lungs. He'd thrown out the milk, too. Not because it was sour, it wasn't. It was to stop Bradshaw ruining his cup of tea. She had a once-in-a-generation mind, but clearly didn't understand what just a splash meant. Poe gave up. The smell was still there, but it wasn't the food. He wondered if it was coming from behind the fridge. There wasn't much of a gap between the top of the fridge and the bottom of his kitchen bench, so he had to wiggle it out. And as he manoeuvred the fridge towards him, something fell down the back. He reached behind and pulled it out. It was a file, an old case file. He smiled. Finally, he had something for them to do. They could start tomorrow. Day 5. "This was one of the most infuriating cases I ever worked, Tilly," Poe said. "In fact, apart from me, no one even believed there was a case." The file that had fallen behind the fridge was an old investigation. An unofficial investigation, to be accurate. A sort of hobby case. One he couldn't let go of. Kept going back to it whenever he had some spare time. Poe remembered hiding the file under the kitchen bench before Escas had met at Herdwick Croft during the Immolation Man case. He'd forgotten it was there. "When was this, Poe?" Bradshaw said. "A couple of years before you started, Tilly. I was still the DI, and DI Flynn was my sergeant." "What was the victim's name?" "A man called Michael John Sims." "I don't remember that one on the case referral database, Poe." "It was never official. It was Mary Picken, Michael's sister, who tried to make the referral." "Tried?" "The coroner returned a verdict of death by misadventure. No crime, no case." "So why did Mary Picken contact Escas?" "I'd better tell you what happened, Tilly." Michael John Sims drowned in the bath after having an epileptic seizure, Poe said. "This is a fact, and it's undisputed. Not even Mary Picken thinks otherwise." "I see," Bradshaw said. "The bathroom door was unlocked, but otherwise the house was secure." "He lived on his own?" "With his partner." Poe picked up the file, found a photograph, and passed it across. Heather Fitt. Worked in adult education. She has a degree in English literature. Bradshaw snorted.
That's not a real degree, she said. How can reading stories for 3 years be a degree?
My point, Tilly, is that for some reason she wanted me to know about her English literature degree. I never found out why.
What did the post-mortem reveal?
Sims had what is called a tonic-clonic seizure. It made him lose consciousness, and he drowned.
The coroner's verdict appears correct then, Bradshaw said. He had an epileptic fit in the bath and drowned. Why did you think otherwise?
His sister seemed so sure, Poe said. She said her brother was wealthy and that Heather Fitt had only ever been in it for his money. She'd been trying to get pregnant for ages, but had just found out she couldn't conceive.
I don't understand.
Mary Picken thought the only reason Heather wanted children was to secure her future.
And when she found out she couldn't conceive, she had him killed.
Poe nodded.
But how? Bradshaw said. He was an epileptic who died during a seizure, inside a locked house. It is very sad, obviously, but this does happen.
Mary didn't know how, just that her brother was murdered.
Did Heather Fitt inherit everything?
The house, shares and savings, Poe said, added up to almost 3 million quid. So initially, to satisfy my curiosity, I did some digging. I reviewed the coroner's files, the PM report and the police investigation. Access to phone records, the usual.
What did you find, Poe?
Dick all. Nothing remotely suspicious.
Why do you have a secret file, then?
Because when I told Mary Picken her brother hadn't been murdered, she asked me to speak to Heather Fitt before I closed my investigation.
And you did?
Poe nodded.
And she let something slip that convinced you there was more to Michael John Sims's death?
She did more than let something slip, Tilly, Poe said. She said she'd murdered him.
What? Bradshaw said. Why isn't she in prison, then?
Because when she was formally interviewed, she denied that was what she'd said.
You arrested her?
She'd just confessed to murdering her partner. You're bloody right I did.
What happened next?
She denied it.
She said you were telling fibs?
Implied it. Told the interviewing detectives that she felt responsible. Michael wasn't supposed to have baths when he was on his own, and as she didn't try to stop him when she found out he was still having them when she wasn't at home, his death was partly her fault. Her solicitor said I had deliberately misinterpreted her words.
Why do you think she confessed at all, though? Do you think she panicked before she took legal advice?
I don't think that at all, Tilly. I think she wanted someone to know how clever she'd been, that she'd committed a perfect murder, enjoyed knowing there was nothing I could do about it. I pushed it for a while, of course, even went to see her, all mic'd up. Nothing. Never uttered another self-incriminating word. Eventually, her solicitor made a complaint against me, and I was ordered to stay away from her. The case was officially designated as no criminal activity having taken place.
What a scoundrel, Bradshaw said. How did she know Michael John Sims was having a bath and not a shower if she wasn't at home?
She said she had been missing him, called to tell him as much. He told her he was about to get in the bath and could they speak later. She said she'd go one better.
What does that mean?
She asked him to tell her when he was in the bath. She said she then sent him a video of herself naked. She said it was to stop him thinking about other women.
Oh, Bradshaw said. And did she send it?
We think so. There was a message on his phone, but we couldn't see it. It was on an app called Flit Talk. I don't understand the technical side of it, but I'm told that as soon as the message has been viewed, it sort of self-destructs. Apparently, it's to stop people becoming victims of revenge porn, months, even years later. Bradshaw nodded.
Flit Talk use public key asymmetric encryption, so it's secure to most forms of cyber attack. A bit like Snapchat. Deleted messages are kept on their servers for 24 months, but users can't access them after they've been viewed.
She may as well have been talking duck. He said as much.
Flit Talk use the recipient's public key along with a private key that matches the public key. The user sends a message encrypted with the public key, which is then decrypted by the recipient's matching private key.
Edgar whined. So did Poe. I bet remembering that makes me forget something important, he said.
Sometimes speaking to you is like speaking to a Martian, Poe, Bradshaw sighed. It basically means that the moment Michael John Sims opened that message, it couldn't be retrieved by anyone who didn't have access to the FlitTalk servers.
Poe rolled his eyes. Isn't that what I said 2 minutes ago? Bradshaw nodded.
The other day, you said you wanted me to explain the science behind absolutely everything, she said. So I am.
Yes, he said. I did say that, Tilly. On an unrelated note, how are you getting on with those irony recognition exercises I set you?
I think I'm getting good at them, Poe.
He smiled at his friend. Anyway, here's the file. It's everything I've managed to put together. I've been through it hundreds of times, and I've never passed go once. It was about an inch thick and contained interview transcripts, mobile phone records, post-mortem and toxicology reports. A few other things he'd cobbled together. Seeing the case through Bradshaw's eyes would be useful. She had no preconceptions, no inventory of similar cases percolating in the back of her mind. She'd look at the evidence in a way he couldn't, as a singular problem with data to analyse. Do you need anything explained? He said.
Why don't you go for a stroll with Edgar?
Because I'm not 90 years old. But Bradshaw was no longer listening. She had her laptop open and her nose in the data. She would be like that for a while. Come on, Edgar, let's go for a walk, he said.
I heard what you said, Poe, Bradshaw remarked when he returned. There's nothing wrong with the word stroll.
You find anything? He said. It's okay if you didn't. I've had the file for years and got absolutely nowhere. I might have to learn to live with the fact that Heather Fitt got away with murder. And I do have other cold cases we can review, more promising ones. Her laptop beeped. She swiveled and read what was on the screen.
Aha!
What is it?
I've solved it, she said.
You've solved it, Poe said. You've had the file less than an hour and you've solved it. How's that even possible?
I just need to check this database first.
He looked at her laptop. They'll never give you permission to access that, Tilly.
Why would I ask for permission?
He winced. Bradshaw had a peculiar blind spot to the law when it came to accessing databases. She ignored it. Okay, then what? He said.
Then you're going to do one of those interviews when you get someone to tell the truth by telling them a fib.
I told you, he said, I'm not allowed to speak to Heather Fitt. I'm not even allowed to be in the same room as her. I assume that includes video conferencing.
I don't want you to speak to Heather Fitt, Poe.
You don't?
No, I want you to speak to a man called Andrew Hill, she said. And here's what you're going to say to him.
Day 6. Andrew, call me Andy, Hill was a well-built man with silver hair and a ready smile. He had a permanent squint, like he was trying to read the specials board in a restaurant. He was in an interview room at Oxford Police Station. Flynn was sitting opposite him. Mr. Hill, Poe said into the laptop's camera, you understand that this is an informal interview, that you can leave at any time. I do. And that D.I. Flynn is present because I'm currently self-isolating. Otherwise, I do you the courtesy of being there in person. What's this about, Sergeant Poe? I can't imagine I've done anything that would bring me to the attention of the National Crime Agency. No? No. How long were you having an affair with Heather Fitt? Who? He said, fooling no one. Flynn opened a file on the desk and passed him a document. These are guest records for a hotel in the village of Harwell, Oxfordshire, Poe said. D.I. Flynn has highlighted several dates where your credit card was used to book a room or to buy drinks in the bar. Can you confirm that you were there? Hill wasn't stupid. He knew they had him, and there was no point lying. I was. You live and work nearby, Poe said. Why would you spend so much time in a hotel? We sometimes go for a drink after work. Occasionally I have too many, and rather than disturb my wife, I take a room. What is it you do, Mr. Hill? He didn't answer. Why don't we come back to that? Poe said. Can you show him the next 2 documents, boss? Flynn slid them across the desk.
The first is the mobile phone record for Heather Fitt during that same period, Poe said. The second is a report showing triangulation data from the mobile base stations that pinged Heather's phone. I know you understand this stuff, so I won't insult you by explaining what it means. As you can see, on the dates you stayed at this hotel, Heather Fitt did too. And the funny thing is, each time she was there, she texted her husband that she was somewhere else entirely. Okay, he snapped. Yes, we were having an affair. It's not illegal and we're not seeing each other anymore. Jolly good, Poe said. Have you seen her, Sergeant Poe? Hill said, smiling lewdly. I have, as it happens. She approached me in the bar one night, bought me a drink. I was hardly going to kick her out of bed for eating biscuits, if you know what I mean. No, Bradshaw said. I don't. Who is this, please? Hill said. A colleague, Poe said. Bradshaw was watching the interview, but wasn't facing the screen. She could see Hill, but he couldn't see her. A colleague who recognized the name Harwell, as it happens, Poe continued. Do you want to know why? I doubt I could stop you telling me. She says there's a place nearby called the Harwell Science and Innovation Campus. She's right. And one of the agencies on this campus is the Defence Science and Technology Laboratory. They're sort of the Ministry of Defence's Research and Development Wing. A bit like Q Branch in the James Bond films, only far more insidious, I imagine. Hill said nothing. You work for DSTL, don't you, Mr. Hill? Poe said. Specifically in the Emerging Technology for Defence program. How can you possibly... My colleague knows about the Emerging Technology for Defence program, as she had discussions about joining them, Poe cut in, dodging any questions about whether Bradshaw had or hadn't illegally accessed their database. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Hill smirked. We have extremely high entrance standards, he said. Very few people have the intellect, I'm afraid. She shouldn't get disheartened. You misunderstand me, Mr. Hill. She wasn't applying for a job. DSTL was trying to recruit her. They didn't turn her down. She turned them down. Bullshit. No one turns down DSTL. I now want to talk about secrets, Poe said. Did you know they fall broadly into two categories, the secrets you own and the secrets that own you? Hill squirmed in his seat. Even via the stop-start juddering image of the video conference, Poe could see his forehead was beaded with sweat. You have a secret, don't you, Mr. Hill? Poe said. A secret that owns you. I think I'd like to leave now, he said. I wouldn't if I were you, Flynn said. You're only going to get one shot at this. I questioned Heather Fitt when her partner died, you know, Poe continued. Two things stood out. One was extraordinary, the other was odd. The first thing is that she told me she'd murdered Michael John Sims. Hill's jaw dropped. No, I didn't think she'd have told you that, Poe said. And the other thing, the odd thing, is that she kept banging on about her degree in English literature. Made no sense at the time. Now I understand she was simply making sure I understood that she had no technical expertise whatsoever. Hill's brow furrowed. But you have technical expertise, don't you, Mr. Hill? Poe said. And one of the things my colleague told me is that the Defence Science and Technology Laboratory had completed research on whether or not it would be possible to inflict physical harm on someone over the internet. I wouldn't know about that, Hill said, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to tell you. It's okay, Mr. Hill. I'm told it was unsuccessful, and the research was shelved. There you go, then. A report was written summarising what had been done. I'm sure it was. We're accountable to the taxpayer. And in the addendum of this report was a paper on one possible use. Do you want to know what this was, Mr. Hill? Not really. No, Poe said. I think I'll tell you anyway. He picked up a document and read from it. However, if a 10-second strobe GIF with a flicker rate of between 16 and 25 times per second was sent to a person with photosensitive epilepsy, it will be possible to trigger an attack remotely. Poe put the document down. That wouldn't be a problem usually, but if someone were in the bath... Silence filled the room. Poe continued.
I imagine Heather told Michael she'd send him a naughty video as soon as he was in the bath. I bet he even dimmed the lights. Probably amplified the effects. Never once suspected he was opening a bespoke death message. "That's a nice story, Sergeant Poe," Hill said. "But it sounds like science fiction to me. Unprovable science fiction. And I think you know that. Hence this informal interview." "My colleague doesn't think it's science fiction. She says it's entirely plausible. She also says that even if it hadn't worked, Michael Sims wouldn't have remembered anyway. And she understands science far better than me. Far better than you as well. I can guarantee that. She also thinks it's provable. That the evidence will be out there, and now we know it exists, it's just a matter of searching the right database. Applying for the right warrant. She thinks we'll be in a position to charge in a fortnight." Hill frowned. "You keep mentioning this mystery colleague, Sergeant Poe," he said. "Does she have a name?" "Of course," Poe said. He swiveled the screen so the laptop's camera was facing Bradshaw. "Hello, Andrew Hill," she said. "My name is Matilda Bradshaw, but you can call me Tilly." Hill's lips moved without making a sound. "Tilly Bradshaw? Tilly Bradshaw," he finally mumbled. "Where have I heard that name before?" Uncertainty rippled across his face. The swagger disappeared. "Not the Tilly Bradshaw. The Tilly Bradshaw who solved the Birch and Swinnerton Dyer conjecture when she was just 16. "The what?" Poe and Flynn said together. "It's an open problem in the field of number theory," Hill said. "It's widely recognized as one of the most challenging mathematical problems of all time." Despite his precarious situation, he seemed to be fanboying Bradshaw. "Was that you, Tilly?" Poe said. "It was easy, Poe," Bradshaw said. "Tilly now works for the National Crime Agency, Mr. Hill. She put all this together in under an hour. Do you believe me when I tell you there's no such thing as anonymity on the internet where Tilly's concerned? There are no firewalls she can't breach, no database you can hide in." Hill nodded. "I doubt even the CIA are safe," he said. "And do you believe me that if you don't admit to writing a strobe GIF program for Heather Fitt for the express purpose of murdering Michael John Sims, we will go and interview Heather next, get her side of things? She's waiting in a cell not far from you. I am told she's desperate to make a statement." As far as Poe knew, Heather Fitt was still at home. That was the fib Bradshaw had said he'd have to tell. He needed Hill to panic, to think he was about to be left chairless when the music stopped. "She will then be offered the same chance to explain herself," Poe continued. "The first person to talk might convince the CPS they were just an unwitting accomplice. That person might not be charged with murder. The other person, though, they're going down for at least 25 years. Poe let that sink in. "In exactly 1 minute, D.I. Flynn will put you in a cell, and we'll take this offer to Heather Fitt. See if she has any interest in self-preservation." Hill's face turned ashen. Poe looked at his watch and said, "Tick-tock." Hill couldn't roll over on Heather Fitt quickly enough. He admitted to writing a program for the express purpose of triggering an epileptic attack, although he said he didn't know it would be used to commit murder. He was lying, but it was about damage limitation now. A jury would sort that out later. In addition to his statement, he provided all the evidence they would need to convict Heather Fitt of the murder of Michael John Sims. Bradshaw made sure it was robust and couldn't be challenged. After they had finished, Bradshaw stretched in her seat and yawned. She removed her glasses and polished them with a little rag she always carried with her. "That was fun," she said. "What shall we do tomorrow? If it's a nice day, would you like to go for a walk?" "No, Tilly," Poe smiled. "But I would like to go for a stroll." Dead Man's Fingers. If Edgar hadn't chased the rabbit, it wouldn't have happened. If Poe hadn't chased after Edgar, it wouldn't have happened. And if Bradshaw hadn't chased after them both, it wouldn't have happened. But Edgar did, and Poe did, and Bradshaw did. So it did happen. Like all previous disagreements, Tilly Bradshaw won because she was stubborn, selectively deaf, and had a full understanding of the facts. To the best of his recollection, Washington Poe hadn't won a single one, which was remarkable, considering he was technically her superior. This was their perennial disagreement about the word stroll. Bradshaw liked it, Poe didn't. He said old people took strolls. People their age went on a hike or a walk. He said he'd rather accept the American schlepp before he accepted stroll. She said he was being pig-headed, obstinate, and mulish. He said that when you use three words that essentially mean the same thing, you've lost the argument. He was then subjected to a 20-minute lecture on the etymology, linguistic, and philosophical meaning of the words she'd just used and why they didn't mean the same thing. When she'd finished, Poe said, "That's just semantics," which made her giggle.
"You're a doofus, Poe."
"I am."
"And you said you owed me a favour."
"That's true." A few days earlier, she'd solved one of his hobby cases, a locked-room murder that had been burning an acidic hole in his stomach for years. Hadn't even left Herdwick Croft to do it, just looked at some data, hacked into some secure databases, uncovered what was supposed to stay covered. Arrests had followed. A woman and her lover had been charged with the murder of her partner. Whole thing had taken about 2 hours. So Poe had agreed they could take a stroll. He just hoped it didn't lead to her describing him as spry in the future. That really was only used to describe the elderly, usually in an obituary. He'd suggested another few miles around Shap Fell, but Bradshaw had refused.
"It's boring, Poe," she'd said. "There's nothing to see."
How could he respond to that? In his eyes, Shap Fell was the most striking place in the country, endlessly desolate, as barren as the moon, and almost as uninhabited. The only people who lived there were him, his Springer spaniel Edgar, and thousands of Herdwick sheep. The grass was like fuse wire, and the few trees were stunted, wind-bent, and clung to the earth like skin clinging to flesh. How could Bradshaw not love it like he did? But to be fair, they had been walking around the fell for a week now, ever since lockdown started. Perhaps it would be okay to mix it up a bit. "I know a nature reserve we can visit," he'd said. "It's called Clearview Fold, and it has woods and meadows. It's very pretty this time of year. Edgar will have to stay on the lead, but that's okay. He went for a long walk this morning."
"Stroll," she said. "And I'll pack a picnic, Poe."
Which consisted of things that could be eaten by the animals that lived on the nature reserve, but not by him. "What's this again?" he said, suspiciously eyeing a tub of beige paste. Bradshaw had just scooped some out with a carrot baton.
"It's called hummus, Poe."
"And what's that?"
"It's a chickpea dip. I soaked some last night and mashed them up this morning while you were shouting at that man on the radio."
"Looks more like grout," he said. He copied Bradshaw and dipped a carrot baton into the tub. "It tastes like bloody grout," he grumbled after he'd bitten off the end. He offered the rest to Edgar, but the spaniel turned his head away and growled. "Blimey," he said, "and Edgar eats sheep shit." Bradshaw giggled and reached into her rucksack.
"Here you are, Poe,"
she said, passing him something wrapped in greaseproof paper. He sniffed it, touched the shiny patches where fat had soaked through, licked his finger. "Is that what I think it is?"
"It is, Poe."
"But how?"
"How did I get it?"
Poe nodded. "They're shut," he said.
"The shop is, Poe, but they're still doing deliveries to the hotels that have remained open for essential workers. I had it delivered to Shap Wells, and I collected it this morning when you were out with Edgar."
Poe carefully unwrapped the parcel. It was a pork pie. And not just any pork pie. This one was from his butcher. Rock-hard, hand-raised watercrust pastry. Roughly chopped local pork, back-filled with jellied stock. Just the right amount of pepper. The king of pies, in his opinion. So bad for you that he tried to limit himself to just one a week. "But how did you know what to get?" he said.
"I emailed your butcher and asked him what you would be missing."
"You did?"
"He said Cumberland sausage, but I told him you had a freezer full. He suggested one of these instead."
"Only one?"
"Yes, Poe. Of all the things you eat, these things have to be the unhealthiest. I estimated how much fat they contain, and by my calculations, you can't have anything else to eat this week.
That's how you can tell it's nice, Tilly.
You're an idiot, Poe, Bradshaw said. But you're also my friend, and you've been good during this lockdown. I thought a treat might cheer you up.
Poe took a bite. Edgar whined. You can piss off, Poe said.
Why did we come here, Poe? Bradshaw asked. Were there no nearer places?
Clearview Fold was 10 miles from Poe's Croft, and they'd had to drive. Bradshaw had worried they would get stopped, but Poe reminded her he used to be a cop in Cumbria, so they wouldn't bother him. She'd reminded him that, with very few exceptions, Cumbrian police officers hated him, which was a fair point. It seemed that every time he was involved in a case up here, he ended up annoying someone on their senior team. We're here because, although it's a nature reserve, it's still private land, Poe said. That means we're unlikely to be disturbed by anyone, so this social distancing thing you keep going on about won't be an issue.
But if it's private, why are we allowed on it?
A long time ago, I did the landowner a favour.
What did you do?
I got him off a murder charge. Do you remember that murder we solved last year, Tilly?
Which one?
Poe smiled. It was true. Bradshaw had only been with the unit a few years, but they'd already solved some of the highest-profile murders in the country. She kept inventing new and exciting ways to get too close to the bad guys. The double murder, he said. The one at the airfield.
Yuck, Bradshaw said. That was gross.
It was. But you remember what it was about?
The 2001 foot-and-mouth crisis.
Exactly, Poe said. But what you don't know, what you can't know, is what it was like to live in Cumbria then. Poe broke the last piece of pork pie in two and gave half to the drooling Edgar. He popped the final bit into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. The foot-and-mouth outbreak had happened almost 20 years ago, but it still felt raw. He didn't actually like talking about it, but knew that for Bradshaw to understand what he was about to tell her, she'd need the context. Cumbria took a punch in 2001, Tilly, he said. One it took years to recover from.
I saw it on the news, Poe. All those dead animals. It must have been horrid.
Poe nodded. He'd expected Bradshaw to say something along those lines. It's what everyone said. Unless you had lived through foot and mouth, the animals were what people tended to focus on. And while the slaughter of an almost incomprehensible 6 million sheep, cattle and pigs was horrific, it was only part of the story. He tried to explain. Cumbria is a county that relies on agriculture and tourism, Tilly, Poe said. You take that away from us, and we have nothing left but Sellafield in the west and BAE systems in the south.
Yes, Poe, she said. In 2018, day trippers and overnight visitors combined produced 68 million tourist days, bringing in £3 billion. The tourism industry accounts for 20% of Cumbria's employment.
That much?
It's a lot of money, Poe.
It is, and our agriculture is inextricably linked to tourism. It's the farmers who keep the fells open, who keep everywhere looking like it did in Beatrix Potter's time. The tourism board might think they're the custodians of the Lake District, but without the hill farmers, Cumbria wouldn't exist as it does now. They may as well pave the county. Poe opened the flask and poured tea into 2 small plastic mugs. He only had 1 flask, so they'd compromised on nettle tea. Bradshaw liked it, and he didn't hate it, which was as close as they ever came to communal dining. And the thing about hill farming in Cumbria is that there's no money in it, he continued. Not really. The fells around here produce tough, wiry grass that only the hardiest breeds will put up with.
Like Herdwick sheep?
Exactly. They were brought over by the Vikings 1,000 or so years ago, and compared to the less hardy breeds, they have a low yield.
Yield?
They don't produce as many lambs, Tilly, and they produce them later in the year than other sheep.
Why is that, Poe?
Because the grass-growing season is shorter up here. The farmers have to time it so their lambs are born when there's something for them to eat. Now, because of the tough climate they live in, they're necessarily selfish sheep. If the conditions aren't right, they won't breed at all.
So why do the farmers even bother, Poe?
Because their dads did it, Tilly, Poe said, and their dads' dads, and so on. Hill farming is a way of life up here. Breeding programs aren't planned over weeks or months, they're planned over generations. Foot and Mouth wiped out a third of those legacies. All that accumulated breeding acumen, culled. In total, over a third of the county's livestock was slaughtered, most of it healthy.
Healthy animals were culled, Bradshaw said. Why on earth would they do that?
We're getting to the rub of it now, Tilly. You see, foot and mouth is one of the most contagious animal diseases there is, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, as they were known then, decided that the best chance of containing it was not only to cull the animals on infected farms, but to cull the animals on surrounding farms too. Can you imagine that? You've done your best to obey the rules, you've made sacrifices to keep your flock healthy, and then a neighbouring farm gets it. Not only do their animals get killed, yours do too.
But that's awful, Poe.
It was. And farmers went to extraordinary lengths to keep their livestock safe. They confined themselves to their farms. They stopped their children going to school. They refused visitors, including vets and feed suppliers. They hunkered down and tried to wait it out. A bit like we are now, except there were no toilet roll wars in 2001. Poe finished his drink and threw the dregs onto the grass. Watched Edgar run off to see if it was something he could eat or annoy. And although a lot was made of the fact that Cumbria was closed to visitors, in a much more insidious way, it was worse for the people who lived here, particularly the children and the women. Wives had to tend to husbands who could talk of nothing else, to children who couldn't see their friends, and this was pre-Facebook, don't forget. Edgar ran back, his tail wagging faster than the eye could see. Poe knew that look. He had been up to something. There was this farmer, Poe continued.
The one who was accused of murder?
The very same. His name was John Cowan, and he was an 8th-generation hill farmer. He and his family had bred and sold Herdwick sheep on the fells around here for hundreds of years. Incredibly well respected. On the rare occasion they sold tups, they went for 10 times the average price. In theory, he was in a good position. He and his daughter, Sheena, didn't leave their farm once, and they owned so much land that, if a neighbouring farm did get infected, they would be outside the 3-mile exclusion zone.
He got it anyway, didn't he, Poe?
He did. And in the blink of an eye and the crack of the slaughterman's bolt gun, a 200-year-old breeding program was reduced to nothing.
Oh, gosh, Bradshaw said. That's awful. But how did the sheep get it if they didn't leave their farm? Did someone visit them who had it?
That was certainly the line of inquiry MAF took when they did their contact tracing, Poe said. But it turned out it was Sheena who had unwittingly brought it onto the farm.
But you said she never left the farm, Poe.
Because that's what she had told the MAF inspectors.
She wasn't being truthful.
No, she wasn't. She was actually head over heels in love with a boy from a neighbouring farm, Philip Selkeld. And as the Selkelds and the Cowans had been locked in a boundary dispute for a generation, both fathers had forbidden them to see each other. You know what young love is like, though.
No, Bradshaw said. I don't.
It's powerful, Tilly. You get 2 kids in love like that, and short of chaining them to separate tractors, there's nothing you can say, no threats you can make that will keep them apart. Just can't be done.
And because they weren't allowed to see each other, Sheena Cowan had to keep it secret.
Exactly, Poe said. Her father had been drinking heavily during the crisis. A lot of farmers developed alcohol problems in 2001, and she would wait until he had fallen asleep before she climbed out of her window. I understand Philip Selkeld did the same. They met up, did their thing, and went home again.
What thing, Poe?
I'm not spelling it out for you, Tilly. Use your imagination. Bradshaw's brow furrowed, and Poe was reminded that she hadn't had a normal childhood. Far from it. She'd been whipped out of school at a young age and thrust into academia. She'd missed out on the experiences other children took for granted. There was more chance of a hen hatching a codfish from a fried egg than there was of Bradshaw understanding why 2 smitten youngsters might risk their families' livelihoods, or what they might get up to when they were risking their families' livelihoods. They were having sex, Tilly.
Oh,
she said, predictably going red. Anyway, Poe continued. Long story short, the animals on the boys' farm were infected, but because foot and mouth has a 3 to 6 day incubation period, by the time anyone had realised, it was too late. Sheena had infected her own farm.
What happened when John Cowan found out?
That his bloodline had been destroyed because his daughter couldn't control herself?
Yes.
This is where it got strange, Poe said. As soon as Sheena realized it was she who brought the disease onto the farm, she admitted everything. Told her father she had, despite strict instructions not to, continued to see Philip Selkeld.
John Cowan must have been very angry, Poe.
He admitted he was. Can't blame him, really.
I bet Sheena Cowan was distraught.
Poe shrugged. That's just the thing, he said. No one got to ask her. By the time John Cowan had told Maff it was Sheena who'd condemned his animals, she and Philip had disappeared.
Was foul play suspected, Poe?
Yes, Miss Marple.
I beg your pardon?
Doesn't matter, Poe said. And yes, the inspector in charge certainly thought so. The early line of inquiry was that John Cowan, in a fit of anger, had murdered them both. Farmers have access to guns, poisons and heavy machinery, and they're, comparatively speaking, desensitized to death. And apart from an abattoir, I can't think of a more effective body disposal business than a farm.
You didn't think so, though.
It didn't make sense to me, Tilly. When I spoke to him, it became clear he was more worried about his daughter going missing than he was about his livelihood. My great-grandfather started this bloodline, Constable Poe, he said to me. And I can start a new one. It's a setback is all, and there are folks out there who've had it a lot worse than me. I believed he was an honourable man. If he'd lost his temper and killed them, he'd have admitted it.
So, what did you think had happened?
I thought the pair of them, realising how much trouble they had caused, skipped town, fled and never came back.
I've known you long enough to know you'd have had more to go on than that. You have strong instincts, Poe, but you always back them up with evidence, even if you have to do extremely stupid things to get it.
Thanks, he said. But you're right. There was a car, a 1968 British Racing Green MGB Roadster. Beautiful thing, judging by the pictures I saw. It had been John Cowan's when he was a younger man, but he'd given it to Sheena on her 18th birthday. Probably found he wasn't using it as much when he took over the farm from his dad. From the discussions we had with Sheena's friends, she absolutely loved that car. Washed it every day, spent the weekends buffing the chrome until it gleamed, even painted the tyres black.
Something had happened to it.
It was missing. Disappeared the same time they did.
Which made you think maybe they hadn't been murdered?
In my eyes, nothing pointed to John Cowan killing his daughter anyway. After his wife died, he doted on Sheena. And, yes, he'd have been devastated about his family's legacy being destroyed, but, as he said, he could have rebuilt it. And foot and mouth was finding its way onto farms regardless of the precautions being taken. It was airborne in the right conditions, and wild animals like deer were known to spread it. It didn't matter what preemptive actions were taken. No farm was safe. He emptied the dregs of the flask into his mug and swigged down the last of the lukewarm nettle tea. And the missing car bugged me, he continued. It had been his pride and joy, and it was now Sheena's pride and joy.
So, why was it missing?
Bradshaw said. Exactly. The conclusion I came up with, and the missing persons investigation eventually concurred, was that they had left the country.
Did they have passports, Poe?
Sheena did, he said. Used to carry it around with her, so she had ID when she was doing farm business at the bank or the auction.
But Philip Selkeld didn't.
Poe shook his head. I didn't think that mattered, though. In those days, border security, particularly at the ferry ports, wasn't thorough. I suspect when they got to Dover or Hull or whichever port they chose, he simply got in the boot. When Sheena parked on the car deck, he either stayed where he was or climbed out and mixed with the rest of the foot passengers.
What about border security in France or Holland?
Rudimentary. Sheena would have shown her passport and been waved through. And on the mainland, the EU's internal borders are unmanned most of the time. It would have been easy enough for them to choose somewhere they liked, find a flat and get jobs. Somewhere exotic, like Amsterdam or Prague. No reason they would ever need to come home. Bradshaw reached down and stroked Edgar, played with his ears. The spaniel licked her hands. He loved everyone he met, but he had a particular attachment to Bradshaw. I think they were more in love than anyone had realised, Poe continued. And when Sheena found out she'd brought foot and mouth to her dad's farm, she either persuaded Philip to run away or he persuaded her. Probably the latter.
He was feeling hemmed in at home, and it might have been just the excuse he was looking for. Sheena had always made it clear she wanted a career outside of farming, but Philip had been expected to take on his family's tenancy.
It's like Romeo and Juliet, then, except this one had a happy ending.
I like to think that's what happened anyway, he said, and after a while, my superintendent agreed. There was no evidence that John Cowan had committed murder, and the case was marked as no crime committed. And as both Sheena and Philip were 18, they couldn't be classed as missing. Not when the prevailing theory was they'd simply run off. Which was when Edgar decided to do the same. Poe had been watching the spaniel for a while, ever since his ears had pricked up and he'd started whining. He had assumed it was low-level begging, an effective trick that Bradshaw was a willing sucker for. But when she offered him a carrot baton, the weirdo loved carrots for some reason. He'd barely glanced at it. He was staring past them, mesmerized by something Poe couldn't see. That wasn't surprising. Although dogs are a predator species, because of their increased peripheral vision, they don't have great binocular vision. They can't actually see that far. But what they do have is excellent motion sensitivity. And that meant Edgar could see something Poe couldn't because it was moving. And he was whining because it was something he liked to chase. Birds or rabbits, Poe reckoned. Edgar barked, and down in the valley, Poe saw the telltale flash of white tails. Rabbits, lots of them. A few years ago, a German evolutionary biologist had explained the mystery of why a prey animal with beige camouflaged fur would have a contradictory prominent white tail. It wasn't, as Poe had previously thought, to warn other rabbits there was danger nearby, although it was undoubtedly a positive side effect. It was so that when they were being chased, the predator would fixate on the easier-to-see white tail, ignoring the larger body of the animal. When the rabbit executed a sharp turn, the white spot would disappear, and the predator would have to refocus, gaining the rabbit valuable seconds. Just as Poe was thinking this, Edgar made his move. He wriggled out of Bradshaw's hug and went for it. "Edgar, no!" Poe yelled. But the spaniel was off, sprinting down into the valley, yelping with excitement. "Oh, you little prick," Poe said, getting to his feet and stuffing everything into his pockets. "You stay here, Tilly. I'll go and get him."
"Don't worry, Poe," Bradshaw said. "Edgar wouldn't hurt a rabbit."
"He most definitely would," he said, starting to run after his dog. Poe was getting to the age when a prolonged sit really had to be followed by a series of stretches and groans and comments about being too old. This time, he got up and ran. He wasn't bothered by Edgar chasing the rabbits. Because he barked first, they had a massive head start. They'd be safely in their burrows before he got anywhere near them. But Poe was worried about what would happen if Edgar ran into the meadow area of the nature reserve. The fell they'd been sitting on was as rough and as ragged as any in the Lake District. The only difference was that it didn't have sheep on it, and that meant certain things had been given a shot at establishing themselves. A few small trees and plants that sheep would have either eaten or trampled flat. But there was essentially nothing on the fell that Edgar hadn't seen 1,000 times before. The meadow was different, though. Legally designated as a priority habitat, it was a delicate ecosystem that supported a plethora of flowers, insects, animals, and birds. An excitable English Springer Spaniel could do untold damage in a place like that. So Poe ran. "Get here, you little dimwit," Poe said. "As if they're going to come out now." Edgar had run himself into the ground, sprinting from one rabbit hole to the next, barking like a lunatic. Poe watched on, bemused. The spaniel certainly wouldn't need a walk later. He put him on the slip leash, and Edgar immediately calmed down. A few moments later, a breathless Bradshaw joined them.
"Did he catch one, Poe?"
"Nah," he said. "Nowhere near." He stuck a thumb over his shoulder. "And he didn't get into the meadow over there, which was my main concern." Bradshaw looked where he was pointing and said,
"Oh, wow, that's beautiful."
It was. The foot-high grass supported a cornucopia of all that was good about British wildlife. Exotic dragonflies hovered, their wings more beautiful than any cathedral window. Rare Scotch Argus butterflies swam through the air, guided by the silent scent of nature's graffiti. The perfumed flowers, multicoloured freckles that decorated the green canvas. Ponds and bogs teemed with pool frogs, great crested newts and grass snakes. Woodland reverberated with the drumbeat of green woodpeckers. "It used to be John Cowan's intake land," Poe said. "Lowland pasture he'd bring his pregnant ewes to when they were due to give birth." "I thought you said Herdwick sheep survived all year on the fells, Poe." "They can. Most of them do, but if they have land like this, farmers will use it. Better grass for the ewes means better milk for the lambs. And it's easier to keep an eye on them. Help out inexperienced ewes with difficult births. Make sure foxes aren't in the area." "He donated this land as well?" "He did. And as you can see, it's the jewel in the nature reserve. I have a wander through every now and then, and I always see something I haven't seen anywhere else." "Can we have a look now?" "What about your hay fever?" "I have very powerful medication, Poe." "You do?" "Yes, Poe. I take tablets to block the action of my leukotrienes. They're the immune system chemicals that cause allergy symptoms." "Sorry, Tilly. You can take as many latrine tablets—" "Leukotriene tablets, Poe." "That's what I said. Anyway, we can't go down there, I'm afraid. It's nesting season, and it's strictly off-limits to everyone. We'd cause all sorts of problems." "Darn." "But if we act like conspiracy theorists and head over to that grassy knoll over there, we'll be able to watch what's going on for a bit. I have my binoculars with me. We can sit and finish our picnic." "That will be nice, Poe." "You sure you didn't bring another of those pork pies?" "Quite sure, Poe," she said. "But I have something you'll like even better." "Yeah?" he said, hopefully. "Cheeseless cheesecake. It's soy-based and dairy-free. Doesn't even have sugar in it." Poe scowled. They finished their lunch in peaceful silence. Just the sound of chirping birds and a panting spaniel. The type of lunch you don't mind spending hours over. Poe had tried the cheeseless cheesecake, but surreptitiously spat it out. It was even worse than he'd feared, and he'd feared it would be bad. When Bradshaw wasn't looking, he offered the rest to Edgar. The spaniel gave him a dirty look and ignored it. "Arsehole," he muttered, wrapping the squelchy remains in his handkerchief and stuffing it into his pocket. "That was delicious," he said, when Bradshaw looked at his empty plate. Afterwards, Poe lay on his back and stared into the azure blue sky. It was the perfect spring day. Not too hot, not too cold, no breeze to speak of, and the air was heady with the scent of 1,000 flowers. The grass on the knoll was soft and springy, and before long Poe felt his eyes closing. 2 minutes after that, he began to snore gently. "Typical," Bradshaw muttered, putting the binoculars to her eyes and scanning the meadow below them. "Poe! Poe, wake up!" Poe opened his eyes and squinted into the sun. "Tilly, I was just having a little kip," he said. "What are those flowers called?" she said, pointing down to the meadow. "Eh?" She repeated her question. He sighed and sat up, rubbed some sleep from his eyes. "Which flowers?" "The purple ones. They're everywhere." Bradshaw handed him the binoculars, and he trained them on the patch of meadow she was pointing towards. The purple flowers were indeed everywhere. Apart from a tennis court-sized patch in the middle, they had pretty much colonized the entire meadow floor. Poe twisted the zoom and brought them into focus. They were about 2 feet tall, with sturdy stems. The leaves were green and shiny, and the flowers were dark purple spikes. "That's the early purple orchid, Tilly," Poe said. "Quite common here now, although it didn't used to be. Sometimes gets called dead man's fingers." He tried to pass back the binoculars, but instead of taking them, she took her phone from her pocket. Poe stroked Edgar while he waited for her. After a minute, she looked up. "I think I know what happened to Sheena Cowan and Philip Selkeld, Poe," she said. The last time Poe had been to John Cowan's farm, there had been a cacophony: barking sheepdogs, growling tractors, and squawking geese. Poe knew that farmers often kept geese, not for their meat, delicious as it was, but for their guarding skills. They were notoriously skittish, and far more effective than dogs, burglar alarms, and security lights. This time there were no dogs, no geese, no heavy machinery, and the smell was different. It was fragrant,
as if the bouquet of spring had finally beaten back the pervasive stench of a working farm. Silage, diesel fumes, animal smells, all gone. The farm was no longer a farm, it was simply a home. Poe parked beside a clean Audi. He noticed the plates were old. Not a valuable car, but well looked after. Very much in keeping with what he knew of Cowan. After rapping his knuckles on the front door, he and Bradshaw stepped back and waited. Cowan didn't take long to answer. The door opened cautiously, just wide enough for him to peer out, not so wide he had to remove the security chain. Poe's first thought was that the previous 20 years had not been kind to Cowan. He hadn't expected him to look the same. No one went through 2 decades unscathed, but the change in his appearance was stark. The last time Poe had seen him, he'd been a strapping farmer, as tough as teak and as strong as a bull. Not an ounce of fat, and with a full head of hair. The man standing in front of him was an old man, frail with rheumy eyes, stooped shoulders and thin hair. Poe held up his ID card. Cowan squinted while reading it. "I know you," he said. "My grandfather cheated his grandfather, Sergeant Poe," Cowan said. "It was us who were at fault for the feud our 2 families have been engaged in all those years." They were in Cowan's living room. It was clean, but functional. A sofa and an armchair. A coffee table, but little else. No television. No photographs. He probably only used it when he had guests. Poe suspected he spent most of his time in the kitchen they'd passed through. That had a smouldering log fire and a comfy seat by the radio. Poe had been asking him why Philip and Sheena felt they could only see each other in secret. "Cheated how?" Poe said. "I don't know all the details, and for years I'd been told it was the Selkelds who tried to cheat us. But from what I understand, my grandfather put up a dry stone wall on Selkeld land, then lied on a surveyor's report. I'd a better solicitor and won in court." "And this would have been before electronic records," Poe said. "In those days, it was who had the most convincing argument." Cowan nodded. "Anyway, that's why Philip's father told him he wasn't to see Sheena." "But as we know, they did." Cowan nodded again. "Why are you here, Sergeant Poe?" he said. "You already know this. You're with the National Crime Agency now, you say?" "I am." "Doesn't surprise me. Even to my untrained eye, you were the most competent policeman I met when Sheena went missing. Weren't prepared to accept the first explanation that fell in your lap." "Perhaps I should have," Poe said quietly. Cowan stared, his rheumy eyes that little bit brighter. They began to moisten. Not enough for a tear to form, but enough for Poe to know he was on the right track. "You've found her, then?" Cowan said. "How?" "My dog chased a rabbit," Poe said. "I think I know what happened to Sheena Cowan and Philip Selkeld, Poe," Bradshaw had said. Which, even for her, was an extraordinary statement. She'd been sitting beside him the whole day, and the only information she'd had to go on was what he had told her. But he'd known her long enough to be aware that she wouldn't have made such an outrageous claim if she couldn't back it up. So instead of saying something like, "Don't be ridiculous," he'd said, "Tell me." And she had. It was all to do with a field full of early purple orchids. Dead man's fingers, all pointing towards a grave. When he told her what the flower carpeting the meadow was called, she'd quickly researched their pH preference, whether they thrived best in acidic or alkaline soil. If it had been the former, she'd have let him go back to sleep. But it wasn't the former. Dead man's fingers grew best in alkaline soil. They struggled in acidic soil. Didn't exactly die, but didn't do well either. Over time, in acidic soil, they just wouldn't grow. She told him this, and he'd said, "Okay." She'd then told him the type of things that could turn the pH level of soil acidic. Sulfur, certain fertilizers, nitrogen, iron. Poe had seen the tennis court-sized patch of meadow that was free of dead man's fingers when Bradshaw had asked if he knew what the purple flowers were. He'd not given it any thought at all. But then again, he wasn't a scientist. Bradshaw was. She had a curious mind, so she had given it some thought. She knew most of the soil in the meadow had to be alkaline. She also knew that the patch without the early purple orchid had to be acidic. Something had changed that patch's pH level. And there was a 1968 British Racing Green MGB Roadster that had disappeared off the face of the earth. An old car with lots of iron parts. Bradshaw didn't think the Roadster was in Amsterdam or Prague at all. She thought it was buried in the nature reserve they'd been having lunch next to, leaching iron into the soil for the past 20 years. Poe thought her theory was absurd, fantastical, obscene even, and yet he knew this was exactly what had happened.
"This can all be checked, of course," Poe said. "The car will still be there in the morning. Whether or not it's uncovered by a specialist forensic team is now entirely down to you, Mr. Cowan." "What do you want from me?"
"Talk," Poe said. So Cowan talked about his beloved Herdwick sheep, about his farm, about his great-grandfather's legacy. And then he talked about how none of that mattered when it came to his daughter. That the sun rose and set with her. He'd only ever wanted her to be happy. That she not wanting to continue the family's legacy was fine. Another family could have picked up the mantle. When he found out it had been Sheena who'd brought the virus onto the farm, he'd been angry, but not as angry as she'd been distraught. She told him she loved Philip Selkeld with a burning ferocity, but her love for her father was stronger, much stronger. That letting him down so badly felt worse than losing her mother.
"I didn't notice she'd been gone for a few hours, Sergeant Poe," Cowan said. "I had MAF officials to deal with. My sheep had to be called, and they needed my cooperation with logistics and access, that type of thing. So I didn't notice Sheena hadn't come down in the morning. And when I did, I assumed it was because she was scared, ashamed." "When did you realize she'd gone?" "It were later that day. I called her down for soup and a sandwich, our usual lunch. When she didn't appear, I took up her tray, was going to leave it outside her door, but something made me knock and go in. She weren't there. Bed hadn't been slept in."
"That was when you called the police?"
"No," Cowan said. "I called Gail, Philip's mum, first. I always got on with Gail. She's a no-nonsense Cumbrian lass. Comes from good farming stock. Didn't have the baggage of the disputed land like her husband did."
"You thought Sheena might have been there," Poe said.
"Aye, I did. But Gail said she were about to ring me, said that Philip were missing too, was worried sick about him. I tell't her they were kids and they were in love, but in trouble. If they'd run away together, they'd be back when they were skint. She weren't convinced, though. Said Philip only really knew the farm and the village. He wasn't sophisticated like Sheena."
"It was she who called the police?"
"Aye."
"What happened next?"
"Some uniformed chaps turned up, looked around her room and the farm. Got the feeling they weren't really interested. Ticking boxes."
"When did you notice her car wasn't there?"
"Same time. The policemen were searching the outbuildings, and she'd always parked it in the new shed. Less pigeons in the rafters. It were gone. I tell't the policeman that if her car were gone, then she was gone. Must have run off with that boy."
"They didn't believe you?"
"They did. It were William Selkeld who tell't them otherwise. He wouldn't accept his son would sneak off to see my Sheena. Said that Philip hated us Cowans. Even when Gail told him it weren't true, he wouldn't have it. Tell't the police I'd killed his boy so he'd have no one to take over the farm, just like me. He were irrational like."
"But someone in Cumbria police listened," Poe said. "Otherwise I wouldn't have been involved."
"Think William were a Freemason," Cowan said. "Anyway, you know the next bit. I were questioned about a double murder. You were one of the few who didn't see it that way, and eventually the police accepted what I'd been telling them all that time. Sheena and Philip had driven off. She'd always wanted to go to the big cities in Europe, and I reckon that's exactly where they were."
"You're sticking with that, are you?"
"I'm not. I'm just telling you what happened. What I thought then. I never lied to you or the police, Sergeant Poe." When you were on my farm, what I told you was what I believed. It were later, after you'd all gone, that I found out I was wrong. I'm listening. You know I used to bring my ewes down from the fells and onto Clearview Fold every year, help them out a bit. I do, yes. Aye, well, even though Maff were coming to cull my animals, until they did, I was still responsible for their welfare, still needed to do my rounds, check up on them. Cowan faded into silence. His eyes glistened, then went wet. A solitary tear ran down his craggy, weather-beaten face. He made no attempt to wipe it, and Poe didn't embarrass him by looking away. I found them, Cowan said. They were in her car, driven right into the middle of Clearview Fold they had. Thought they'd got drunk and fallen asleep at first. Even called out to them, asked them what they thought they were playing at, frightening the ewes like that. They were dead. Cowan nodded, but said nothing. He walked over to a traditional-looking roll-top bureau near the window. It was made of a dark wood, walnut, Poe thought. He opened a drawer and pulled out a well-thumbed piece of paper. He passed it to Poe. Seems my Sheena couldn't live with what she'd done, Sergeant Poe, Cowan said. And it seemed Philip wasn't prepared to live without her. They took a load of pills and drank a load of vodka, fell asleep and died. That's her note in your hands. May I read it? Poe said. Please. Poe did. It was gut-wrenching. Past echoes of two kids who couldn't see a way out. Just like every suicide note he'd ever read. It was a permanent solution to a temporary problem. When he finished, he passed it to Bradshaw. She was crying before she reached the end. Can you take a copy, please, Tilly? Poe said, gently. She sniffed and nodded. This isn't a joint note, John, Poe said. It's from Sheena to you. Where's Phillips? Where do you think? Poe didn't answer immediately. He ran through everything he knew about the man standing in front of him. A beaten man, a proud man, probably a stubborn man, but an honourable man nonetheless. The answer was obvious. You gave it to Gail Selkelt, he said. Cowan nodded. When I saw them, I didn't know what to do. Thought about calling you, as it happens. But then I fast-forwarded a bit. Their bodies would be recovered. They'd be buried apart. William would insist on it. But they died together, and I thought they should remain together. So I waited for William to leave his farm and went to see Gail. Showed her Philip's note, told her what I was thinking. Said that the decision was hers, though, and I'd abide by whatever she chose. If she wanted a Christian burial for Philip, then we'd call the police right then. She didn't. She wanted to see them, and she wanted to see Sheena's note. Afterwards, she said she agreed with me, that if we could manage it, they should be left in peace. You buried them in Clearview Fold. Right where young Miss Bradshaw said they are, Cowan said. Took my JCB down there and dug a trench, cut it deep. Then, after saying a few words, Gail and I rolled the car, my daughter and her son, into it. I backfilled it, and we spent the rest of the night making it look as natural as we could. Didn't need to be for long, as it was spring, and the grass were growing quick. The following year, after everything had grown over, I contacted the Wildlife Trust and told them I had some land they could have on permanent loan. I go down there occasionally, have a quiet word with Sheena, ask her what she's up to, tell her what type of day I've had. Sometimes I see Gail, but most of the time I'm on my own. It's beautiful there, Poe said, and it's a fine final resting place. Cowan looked at him quizzically. You're not going to arrest me? Not today, Mr. Cowan, Poe said. I'll check with Gail, obviously, but assuming she confirms your story, and I've got no doubt she will, I wouldn't want to disturb the pair of them either. Thank you, Cowan said. Goodbye, John, Poe said. And I'm so dreadfully sorry for your loss. Can we come back from time to time, Poe? Bradshaw said, as soon as they were back in the car.
I think it would be a nice thing to do, Tilly.
And can we plant some purple wildflower seeds when we do? She continued. Acid-loving plants, so Sheena Cowan and Philip Selkeld's grave looks nice.
As long as they're native to here, I think that's a great idea.
It also means someone who thinks like me won't see a bare patch of grass and wonder why.
Poe nodded then and glanced at her. No one thinks like you, Tilly, he said. You're a true one-off, a genius, but also a nice person.
Thank you, Poe, Bradshaw said.
Generous, too, especially to your friends.
You're not getting another pork pie, Poe.
Saw through that, huh? He grinned.
You're not very subtle, Poe, she said. But don't worry, I have something I think you'll like even more.
You do? What?
I bought 2 of those cheeseless cheesecakes you like so much. We can have the other one tonight.
And in the back of the car, Edgar growled. Strange Ink. The interview room was cramped and hot, with as much charm as a Dutch euthanasia clinic. Detective Sergeant Washington Poe hadn't been in a good mood before he'd entered the room, and the 2 jokers, he'd forgotten their names, but was internally referring to them as Homer and Marge, weren't helping. They were either there to do a hit job on him or to collect evidence for the National Crime Agency's end-of-year blooper reel. He suspected the latter, but was playing it as if it were the former. Throughout the last few months, he'd been over the events of that night again and again, and had nothing new to add, and Marge and Homer were more interested in how he said things rather than what he said. They hid it, but he'd sat on the other side of the table for more years than he could remember, and he knew subtext when he heard it. There was something he wasn't being told. Poe realized Marge had just said something. "Sorry, I missed that," he admitted. Marge sighed. People did that a lot around him.
I asked if at any point during the evening you identified yourself as a police officer.
Of course.
Before or after you entered the house?
After.
Surely this whole thing could have been nipped in the bud if you'd identified yourself earlier.
I doubt it, Poe said.
Why not?
Because at the time I was inside a pantomime horse. Marge and Homer shared a glance.
Excuse me, Marge said.
The front half, to be precise. The bit with the head.
You were inside a pantomime horse?
Sleipnir, actually.
I don't know what that is.
I'm reliably informed that Sleipnir was the horse of Odin, king of the Norse gods. He had 8 legs. Poe grimaced as he remembered the costume. My friend had sewn on the extra 4 legs. He looked at Marge defiantly, daring her to laugh. So, no, I took the pragmatic decision not to identify myself as a police officer while I was dressed as an 8-legged horse. I think you'd better start from the beginning, Homer said, looking up from his file for only the 2nd time. He was holding it to his chest, like it was a baby. Oh, goody, Poe said. Of the many reasons Poe wouldn't forget that evening, being one half of an 8-legged horse from Norse mythology was the least of them. Well, maybe not the least, but it certainly wasn't the most unusual thing. On reflection, that would have been the zombies, and the ghosts, and the vampires, and the monsters, and for reasons unknown to him, the superheroes. It was strange, seeing oversized toddlers stuffed into Batman and Spider-Man costumes, waddling from door to door, fat and shiny and full of sugar, but nowhere near as strange as seeing fully grown adults, possibly on day release from the local asylum, dressed as Iron Man and Captain Marvel, and a whole other bunch of superheroes that his friend Tilly Bradshaw had excitedly pointed out. That was when she wasn't busy being the rear end of Sleipnir, the 8-legged nag that Poe would happily condemn to the glue factory if he ever happened upon it in real life. So there was that. And there was another thing, of course. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Because for Poe, the evening had turned sour the moment D.I. Stephanie Flynn, his boss in the serious crime analysis section, had rumbled his cunning plan. It had involved the Blues Brothers. Again.
You're not going as Jake Blues, Poe, Flynn snapped. It's not happening. Not again. OK, I'll go as... And you're not going as Elwood Blues either. Poe scowled. Oh, pack it in. We only do this once a year, and everyone has to wear a costume. And yes, everyone feels silly, and yes, everyone tries to get out of it. Not everyone, Poe cut in. Well, no, Flynn admitted. Obviously, there is one person who enjoys the evening, but my point is this. You're the unit's detective sergeant, and like it or not, the staff take their cues from you. If you don't dress up, no one will dress up. One person will. Yes, Tilly Bradshaw will, Flynn sighed. But she's the exception that proves the rule. No one else will. Going as one of the Blues Brothers is dressing up. That's your minging work suit, Poe. All you've done is put on your funeral tie. I'll also be wearing sunglasses and a trilby. That white hat you found behind the back of the butcher's. Don't think I haven't seen you colouring it black with a felt-tip pen all afternoon. Fine, he fake sighed. I'll go as Walter White instead. Happy? The guy from Breaking Bad? Poe nodded. The guy who wears a black hat and sunglasses, she said. That's just Elwood Blues by the back door. Forget it. I've nothing to wear then, he said. Oh well, never mind. I guess I'll see you in the pub afterwards. Flynn grinned evilly. As if we're falling for the old I've forgotten my PE kit, miss, trick again. That isn't going to work this year, Poe. This year, I'm the teacher who makes you do PE in your underpants. What the hell are you talking about? We planned for this, Flynn said. Poe felt a chill run up his spine. What do you mean, we? Who else have you roped into this? Who do you think? Oh, God, Poe said. You didn't. Flynn smirked. You let Tilly sort out my costume. How is your Norse mythology? Flynn asked. His eyes narrowed. Why? Humour me. Poe shrugged. His job, the unit's job really, was to identify and hunt serial killers. He kept himself up to date with all the fads and religions and crazes, as he never knew where the next mutation would come from. As familiar as I need to be, he said. Do you know who Sleipnir is? Not a clue, she told him. And? Did you go to the pantomime when you were a kid? We used to go to the Theatre Royal in Newcastle, Poe said, smiling at the memory. Me and my dad would get the train from Carlisle. We'd check out Fenwick's Christmas window, and I was allowed to take my ice cream into the stalls. Haven't been for years, obviously. But you know what a pantomime horse is? Of course I... He trailed off. Tilly's putting me in a pantomime horse. Of course not. That would be ridiculous. Poe breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank... No, she's putting you in a Sleipnir costume, Flynn said, which she's made from a pantomime horse. You have to be joking. She's been sewing on the extra legs all week. She's incredibly excited, and you aren't going to spoil it for her. I'm not walking to the orphanage in a bloody horse outfit. Oh, he's just being a Mr. Cranky-Pants, D.I. Flynn, Bradshaw said, entering the room. Two of the mole people, the affectionate name Poe had coined for her team of fellow analysts, followed her. They were dragging a suspiciously sparkly lump of cloth behind them. Never mind Mr. Cranky-Pants, Tilly, Flynn sniggered. He'll be Mr. Horsey-Pants soon. You'll wear it, won't you, Poe? Bradshaw asked. Poe sighed. Objecting to wearing a stupid costume was fine when the person who'd spent hours making it wasn't in the room to hear said objections. Now she was, he had nothing defensible to say. Bradshaw was his friend, and he would never intentionally upset her. A few years ago, she wouldn't have had the social skills to cope and would have withdrawn into herself. Now, she would do something like change his ringtone to Girls Aloud, or alter his sat-nav so it kept directing him to one of those alcohol-free bars that were cropping up everywhere. And Poe didn't have the technical skills to undo anything Bradshaw did. No one did. It was why she was the unit's most valuable asset. But mainly, Bradshaw's enthusiasm for all things geek, for life, really, was infectious. So he'd wear her silly costume, and he'd join in, and he'd try not to moan. but next year he'd make sure he got his leave request in early. "I'll wear your horsey outfit, Tilly," he confirmed, "but as you had lentil casserole for lunch, I'm going to be the front end. I'm not walking behind you." "OK, Poe." "And, Poe," Flynn said, "please don't call it an orphanage when we get there." "What is it?" "You know full well it's a residential home for children with challenging behaviour." "You can say that again," Poe grumbled. "Little bastards egged me last year, and those weren't fresh eggs. It was a premeditated egging." "Which you brought entirely upon yourself with your stupid 'how are my favourite twockers doing' question." "That was a joke." "And I can't believe you're wearing the same suit. The egg stain on your shoulder is still shiny." And so it went on. "OK, so you were wearing a horse costume," Marge said. "I was." "And how long was the walk to the—" she referred to her file— "the residential home for children with challenging behaviour?" "About half a mile. We deliver sweets every year at Halloween." "And when did you notice something was wrong?" "When I saw the dog." "Can you hear me, Tilly?" Poe said. His voice echoed around the inside of the hollow head of the horse. He wanted Bradshaw talking, because when she wasn't talking, she was doing clippity-clop noises, and Poe was embarrassed enough already. Flynn had scarpered as soon as Bradshaw had started doing them. She said she would meet them at the children's home. Poe had heard her laughing all the way down the street. "I can, Poe," Bradshaw replied directly into his backside, her voice muffled. They had found an easy rhythm, a coordinated left foot, right foot thing, a bit like being back on the drill square from Poe's days in the Black Watch. Bradshaw had said it wasn't the correct gait, to which he'd replied they were inside an 8-legged mythological horse, so no one really knew how it walked, did they? She said she would write a paper on it, and in a moment of weakness he blamed on the fumes coming from the glue the mole people had used to secure the horse's mane, he'd agreed to read it. "When did Halloween get so—" He trailed off as he searched for the right word. "Get so what, Poe?" "So American." "I don't understand." "When I was a kid, Halloween meant walking round to your neighbours with a sheet over your head, holding a rock-hard turnip it had taken your dad all day to carve. It had a glob of candle inside that was always going out or falling over, and if you didn't go home with third-degree wax burns, you'd been having fun wrong. But now look at them." "I can only see your bottom, Poe." "It's all pumpkins and expensive fancy dress. And as for the bloody lawn decorations, God only knows—" "I can still only see your bottom, Poe." "How much electricity is being used tonight? I've never seen so much tat in my life. I'm telling you, Tilly, there are loads of good things to come out of America." "Like what, Poe? You always say America is the world's cultural drip tray." "Like the Ramones, and Blondie, and the Dead Kennedys, and 72-ounce steaks, and Pop-Tarts, and hot dogs with chili on them. But I'll never get on board with this obsession with adopting their holidays, Tilly. Did you know there are dribbling simpletons in this country who now celebrate Thanksgiving? Bloody Thanksgiving! What the hell have we got to be thankful for? And don't get me started on—" He didn't finish. "What is it, Poe?" "There's a dog, Tilly." "Oh, a dog? What kind of dog?" A boxer, I think. It's hard to tell while I'm wearing this horse's head." "Are we stopping to play with it, Poe?" "No. It's been a bit odd." "Odd how?" Poe didn't immediately respond. When he did, he said, "I think something's wrong, Tilly." "I've read your statement, Sergeant Poe," Marge said. "You've written, 'The dog was acting suspiciously.'" "It was nearly 5 in the morning when I wrote that," Poe said. "You try formulating lucid thoughts after all that drama. But, fair point. It's probably more accurate to say the dog was behaving weirdly." "Weirdly how?" "I need to give you the context first," Poe said. "We were on a residential street at 7 p.m. on Halloween. It was packed with kids, all high on sugar, and parents trying to make sure the local pedo didn't snatch one of the slower ones. It was so loud I couldn't even hear Tilly's clippity-clops. Which was why you didn't hear the screaming.
Oh, I heard the screaming. Everyone was screaming. But until I saw the dog, I wasn't trying to differentiate between screams of excitement and screams of terror.
Tell me about the dog.
Friendly thing, Poe said. Probably why it wasn't on a lead. I never spoke to the owners, but I suspect it came from a house on the street we were on. Anyway, this dog was walking ahead of us, but it was stopping to lick the pavement every few feet.
I'm surprised you noticed, with your head in that horse.
Ah, that's the thing, you see. They're designed so you can look down as well as straight ahead. Although Tilly had sewn on 4 extra legs, it was, to all intents and purposes, a mangy old pantomime horse. And that means the people inside had to be able to walk across a stage without falling through a trapdoor or trotting straight into the orchestra pit. Tilly couldn't see a thing. I could see just about everything.
So, you noticed the dog licking the pavement?
I did. So I stopped to see what it was finding so tasty.
Which was when you saw the blood.
Oh, there was lots of blood, Poe said. But most of it wasn't real. You can buy that fake shit for next to nothing these days, especially at Halloween, and the kids were covered in it.
But the dog was ignoring this and lapping up the good stuff.
It was.
How could you be sure it was real?
I've been a police officer for a long time now. I know what spilled blood looks like. It doesn't stay red for long, not even the highly oxygenated arterial stuff. It goes dark, almost black. And the blood the dog was licking had clotted. Fake blood doesn't do that.
Okay, what did you do then?
I stopped to study one of the drops the dog had missed.
Why?
Because, although I'm not a crime scene investigator, I understand rudimentary blood pattern analysis. And the drops weren't round, they were oval, with tails.
Forgive me, Sergeant Poe, Marge said. I've never attended a live crime scene. I don't understand the significance of that.
You've never been to a crime scene, Poe said, surprised. But you're a cop.
Nevertheless.
Oval drops mean that the blood wasn't falling from 90 degrees when it hit the pavement. If it had fallen from 90 degrees, the drops would have been round.
The person was moving.
And probably at speed. The blood hits the pavement, then carries on moving in the direction of travel, you see? The tail indicates which way the person was heading.
So you followed the drops to see who'd been hurt?
Poe shook his head. I'm not wired that way, he said. And neither is Tilly. We headed towards the source of the wound.
Oh?
The blood drops were well spaced out and small, so I figured there was no immediate danger to whoever was injured, and I needed to know there wasn't a knife-wielding maniac a bit further up the street. It was a judgment call, and if you guys are here to review a decision I made in a split second, so be it. But that's where I ended up. Instead of searching for the person who was wounded, Tilly and I went looking for whoever had done the wounding.
Are you sure it's real blood, Poe? Bradshaw said. They were running now, or, to be more accurate, cantering, and Bradshaw was out of breath. She wasn't used to physical activity, and even if she had been, she was bent at the waist. Wait, Marge said incredulously. You were still wearing the horse outfit?
Poe reddened. We were.
And you didn't think to take it off?
You see, when you say it like that, it seems silly, Poe admitted. All I can say is, at the time, it didn't occur to either of us.
And you weren't...
What? Marge sighed.
You have a track record for being awkward, Sergeant Poe. Are you sure you weren't getting in a dig at D.I. Flynn for forcing you to wear something ridiculous?
One, Poe said, holding up a finger. I don't like looking silly. If I'd thought to take the costume off, I would have.
He held up a second finger, making sure to aim the V in Marge's direction.
And two, forgetting to take off the costume turned out to be a blessing in a silly disguise. Marge looked unconvinced, but it seemed this wasn't the hill she wanted to die on.
She continued. What happened next? She asked.
The urgency of the situation hadn't filtered through to the mums and dads and the kids dressed as Spider-Man yet. As Poe and Bradshaw, now getting up a decent lick of speed, cantered along the trail of clotting blood, they were cheered on. Someone even offered them a sugar lump. Someone else shouted, "Giddy up!" They had overtaken the dog by then. It had stopped to terrorize a toddler with some low-hanging candy floss.
"Can you still tell which blood is real and which is fake, Poe?" Bradshaw said, breathlessly.
"I can, Tilly." He didn't add that the blood drops were getting bigger, closer together, and had clotted so much they were almost solid. They were close to the source of what Poe hoped was a superficial injury. He resisted saying, "Whoa," and instead opted for, "We'll walk from here, Tilly. I don't think we're too far away."
"Should we climb out of Sleipnir now, Poe?"
Which was when Poe realized that he'd been running to a crime scene in a horse costume, when he could have been running to a crime scene in jeans and an old Dropkick Murphys tour t-shirt. He was about to say, "Yes, of course we should," when something stayed his hand. The street they were on was like all the others they had passed through, full of families and children and gangs of teens, all having fun, all dressed up in their Halloween finest. But while the other streets had been filled with screams of laughter and excitement, the tone of this one had just begun to change. There was an edge to it now. Something was happening, something up ahead, and whatever it was, like walking the wrong way down a one-way aisle in a COVID-compliant supermarket, Poe now found himself fighting against a crowd. People weren't exactly panicking, but there was a definite sense of unease, a desire to be somewhere else. Parents were dragging unwieldy children. Teens were trying to act cool as they sidled away as fast as they could, while still pretending to be bored. And instinctively, Poe knew that being inside a pantomime horse was now a big advantage. What better way to hide in plain sight on Halloween? Someone screamed. Fear, not excitement this time. It had burst, staccato-like from a semi-detached 2 doors away. A single drawn-out scream, cut off, then another, muffled this time. Then nothing. "We're here, Tilly," Poe said quietly.
"What?"
"I said, we're here," louder this time.
"Shush, Poe,"
Bradshaw whispered.
"They'll hear you."
He told her what he could see. The street's houses would have looked bland and samey 20 years ago, but time had aged each property differently. Gardens were mature, and windows and doors were on their 2nd or 3rd refit. Some properties were covered with ivy, others had south-facing conservatories. The house in question, and the splash of blood on the path near the door left little room for doubt that this was the one, was as well maintained as the others on the street. The lawn was a bit brown maybe, and the paint on the fence separating the 2 gardens was peeling, but other than that, there were no obvious signs of neglect. If the person inside was having some sort of breakdown, it was quite recent. "It's too quiet," Poe muttered. And in the context of this street, on this day, it was. Now, Poe was as misanthropic as it was possible to be when it came to Halloween, and when he'd lived down south, he'd been well versed in avoiding a pestilence of beggar children knocking on his door, who threatened violence if he refused to divvy up his mini Mars bars. The unwritten but universally understood rule was that if you didn't want to be bothered on Halloween, you didn't put out any of the bullshit. No fake carved pumpkin, no stupid skeletons, no broomsticks leaning against the side of your house. And you left your lights off. Nothing to see here. Move along. And if the house Poe was now standing in front of had been like that, the unnatural stillness might not have caused a red light to start flashing. But this house wasn't like that. This house belonged to someone who wanted to join in. The owner had kids, liked kids, or had at the very least a dungeon full of them. The brown lawn had 3 tombstones staked into it, one with a grey hand, presumably belonging to a reanimated corpse clawing its way to freedom. A trick-or-treat sign hung from the door handle, and the obligatory pumpkin sat on the welcome mat. But the lights were off, and people had been scurrying away from the house. It was quiet now, but there had been a scream. A cut-off scream. Poe was sure someone had already called 999, but even in a silly outfit, he was the cop on the ground. Leaving it to someone else wasn't in his DNA. "Shall we knock on the door, Tilly?" he said. "See if the homeowner has any toffees."
"I can't eat toffee, Poe. I'm a vegan."
"Maybe an apple, then," he said, as they made their way up the unlit garden path, adjusting their step so they weren't tripping over each other. "We're getting good at this," he thought.
He also thought he never wanted to do it again. Next year, if he forgot to put leave in, he would do a Basil Fawlty and fake a heart attack. The front door was blue and sturdy, with a spy hole between two opaque windows. Poe knew it was an insurance requirement to have spy holes in all front doors, even those with windows, but as a security feature it was worse than useless. When you surreptitiously checked who was knocking, you were in full view. Poe removed his arm from the horse outfit and rapped his knuckles on the wood between the two panes of glass, low down, the way a child might. Nothing. He knocked again. This time there was muffled whispering, and two people appeared on the other side of the opaque panes in the door, one standing behind the other. The door opened a fraction, as much as the security chain would allow. A pale face peeped through. A young woman. Poe couldn't see who was standing behind her. The woman's face was painted white, like a clown, and her bleached hair was dyed red on one side and blue on the other. She wore small, tight blue and red shorts, fishnet stockings, and fingerless gloves. Her white t-shirt was ripped, and her upper thigh was tattooed with 4 red diamonds, like a playing card. It was vibrant and fake, and clearly something to do with whoever she was dressed as. She looked terrified. "Penny for the guy?" Poe said. The woman frowned. It's not bonfire night." "Oh, yeah, I forgot. Give me all your toffees, then." "Sorry, we don't have any treats left." She stared at Poe, wide-eyed, silently trying to communicate a message that Poe had received the second she'd opened the door. "What's your name, miss?" Poe asked. "It's Harley Quinn, sir." "And is everything okay, Miss—" Bradshaw prodded him in the back. She urgently whispered something. "One moment, Miss Quinn," he said. Then to Bradshaw, "I'm sorry, Tilly, I didn't quite catch that." Bradshaw repeated what she'd said, louder this time. Poe sighed. He turned back to the pale woman. "Can I have your real name, Miss Quinn? My hindquarters have just informed me that Harley Quinn is a Batman villain." "Oh, yes, of course. My name is Jackie Harper." "And do you live here, Jackie?" "I don't," she said, her mouth quivering. "I'm visiting a friend." "And who's that behind you?" "My friend." "And does your friend have a name?" She gave him a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head. A warning. Big enough for Poe to know his questions were putting her in a dangerous position, but small enough that whoever was behind her wouldn't notice. "Okay," Poe said, sensing now was the time to make a tactical withdrawal. "Maybe they'll have sugar lumps for us next door. Goodbye, Jackie." He lifted his horse head a fraction, enough to show his face for a second. He winked and mouthed, "It's going to be okay." Jackie shut the door, but not fully. The security chain was still on, but the door's latch hadn't caught. He wondered if she'd done that on purpose. They did an awkward about-turn, their real legs tangling with the extra 4, but were soon back on the pavement. Poe led them a few yards down the street, far enough for a large oak tree to shield them from view from the house's bay windows. "Did you hear all that, Tilly?" "I did, Poe," Bradshaw replied. "And even without seeing Jackie Harper, I could tell she was scared." "She was," Poe agreed. "Do you have your phone on you?" "Of course." "Can you call the boss?" "What am I to tell her, Poe?" "Tell her we've cantered our way into a hostage situation." "What did you do then, Sergeant Poe?" Marge asked. "I waited. For the blues and twos. For the boss. For anyone," Poe said. "I'm not a trained negotiator, so the most useful thing I could do was ensure that part of the street stayed empty." "What happened then?" "The oak tree we were hiding behind didn't afford us the protection I'd hoped for." "He saw you?" "From the window on the landing." "And this was when he asked for help?" "He did." "I assumed this was a surprise." "Big one," Poe agreed. "I'd assumed it was him holding the woman hostage." "You re-evaluated that it was the other way around, that it was the woman holding the man hostage?" "I did." "And?" "It turned out that was wrong too." "Oh?" "Yep," Poe said. "There was a third person in the house, in a manner of speaking. Someone who, up until then, hadn't shown himself." Has he just shouted for help? Poe said. They had climbed out of the horse costume, although Poe still wore the trousers, held up with a pair of oversized braces. He was so hot, he steamed. Bradshaw was uncricking her back and rolling her shoulders. He did, Poe. Have we just messed up? If I'd known Jackie Harper was the hostage taker, I could have grabbed her through the gap in the door, held on until the mystery man made his escape. But she was scared, Poe. You saw it and I heard it. And that wasn't nerves. That was terror, Poe agreed. He placed the horse's head carefully on the ground. So, what aren't we seeing? Jackie Harper's terrified, and a man's just yelled out for help. Is there a third person in there? A bad actor who hasn't yet played his hand? A bad actor, Bradshaw said. Do you mean someone like Hayden Christensen? That's not what that phrase means, Tilly. And who the hell is Hayden Flippity-Doodah? The man who ruined Darth Vader in the Star Wars prequels, Poe. Star Wars? Are they the films about the dinosaur theme park? Poe said, as he studied the house. It remained shrouded in darkness. No shadows flitting between rooms. If Jackie hadn't answered the door, he'd have assumed the house was empty. You did call the boss, he asked, ignoring Bradshaw's protests. He actually knew about Star Wars. He'd watched the first 3 films with his dad. He hadn't known prequels had been made, though. I did, Poe. Tell me what she said again. That she would be along soon, but she would call the local police team and get them to send everyone out. Where are they, then? Bradshaw shrugged. Apparently there's a boring football match on tonight, and they're stretched. Did she say anything else? Only that you weren't to do anything stupid. She said that 3 times, actually, and then texted it to me. As if I would... Another scream ripped through the frigid air. Doing nothing is now the stupid thing, Tilly, Poe said, climbing over the picket fence and running across the brown lawn, Bradshaw hot on his tail. As far as I'm concerned, he panted, there's a threat to life. We have blood on the path and we have a hostage, and that means... He gathered speed and crashed shoulder first into the front door. I don't need a warrant to enter. The door's security chain, the only thing keeping it closed, was no match for the momentum Poe had built up. It opened so suddenly that he tumbled into the hallway and sprawled onto the carpet. The door swung back and bounced off his head. Ow! He said. He clambered to his feet and took his bearings. The room to his immediate right was the lounge, and there were more rooms ahead. The stairs were on his left. 2 people stood on the landing. Jackie Harper and a man who was holding a knife to her neck. No sign of Hayden Christensen. Hello, Poe said. Sorry about your door. The man didn't respond. He was looking at Poe, his head tilted, his expression curious. You okay, Jackie? Poe asked. She's not called Jackie, the man snapped. Stop calling her that. My mistake. Who is she then? A killer. Oh, and who has she killed? I don't know. 10s, 100s of people. Poe reached into his jeans and removed his warrant card. It's your lucky day then, sir, he said, holding up his ID. As you can see, I'm a police officer. Why don't you hand her over to me? See if we can't get to the bottom of this. Do you have any tattoos? This threw Poe for a second. Actually, I do, he said after a beat. I got one when I was in the army. You're one of them. One of who, sir? You know, the man yelled, the knife scratching the terrified Jackie's neck. I know, Poe said, but my friend here doesn't. She doesn't have any tattoos, you see? Why don't you tell her? She'll believe you. She won't believe me. The man considered this before nodding. The bad people come through the tattoos, miss, he called out. They take control of your mind and make you do the bad things they no longer can. Which was the most eloquent description of psychosis Poe had ever heard. Bradshaw said nothing. I thought it would be a cool thing to do, the man whispered. I thought it might help me get some friends, but I didn't know this would happen. What did happen? Bradshaw asked. He's inside me now, the man said. Who? The ghost of Alaric Jackson. Something flickered in his eyes, like his mind had just switched channels. And if you don't leave me alone, I'll cut this bitch. He actually said Alaric Jackson, Marge asked, leaning forwards. Homer did too. Those were his exact words.
You can imagine my surprise, Poe said. But yes, he said the ghost of Alaric Jackson had possessed him. He was clearly in the midst of a psychotic episode, kept switching between the two personalities without warning. Marge and Homer looked at each other.
Did his face change at all? Marge asked.
Change how?
The colour of his eyes, that type of thing.
Of course not, Poe said. What type of stupid question is that?
And he definitely meant the serial killer, Marge asked, ignoring the insubordination.
Alaric Jackson was a spree killer, not a serial killer.
What's the difference?
Serial killers require a temporal separation between murders, an emotional cooling-off period. Spree killers tend to murder during the same event, with no distinctive time between murders. Usually, it involves a single location, where the victims are killed during an ongoing incident. And as you know, Alaric Jackson burst into a nursing home and stabbed 8 residents, killing 6 of them, before trying to kill himself.
And he believed Jackson had possessed him through his new tattoo.
As ridiculous as that sounds, yes.
How?
Because the world's a messed up place, ma'am, Poe said. And for the right money, anything is for sale, even the remains of a spree killer.
Poe didn't know when tattoos stopped being the preserve of criminals, hard cases, squaddies and sailors, but they had. Nowadays, hipsters, footballers, mums, even Fortune 500 executives were covered in them. And chefs. For some reason, men who spent their days tempering chocolate felt they deserved more tattoos than Popeye.
The man who thought he'd been possessed by the ghost of Alaric Jackson walked down the stairs like he had just had experimental arse surgery, a mixture of limp and swagger.
He looked like the type of man who made his own Easter eggs and watched BBC4 documentaries. Bradshaw had checked the council tax register on her phone, and he was called Norman Wilson. Poe thought the name fitted him well.
I think we all need to calm down, Norman, Poe said. Miss Harper here hasn't done anything wrong, and I think you might have scared her a little. I'm no detective. Wait, I am a detective, and if I'm reading the situation correctly, Miss Harper was probably out trick-or-treating with a friend, and when they knocked on your door, they caught you in the middle of an episode. How am I doing?
Norman nodded. Jackie Harper obviously wanted to as well, but the knife was still tight against her throat.
And because a trail of blood led us here, I think you accidentally nicked Miss Harper's friend. He or she screamed, and it frightened you, and while they made their escape, you panicked and grabbed hold of Miss Harper.
Norman Wilson stared at Poe, his eyes wide, his nostrils flared.
How do you? Because I'm a detective.
He pointed to the bandage on Norman's arm.
Now, would I be right in saying you've just had a tattoo?
I have. And he's inside me now.
Poe sighed.
A mental health specialist should be talking to Norman, not him. He wasn't trained for this. And even if he was, it was hard to have a sensible discussion with anyone while you were wearing horse trousers.
Why don't you tell me what happened? Poe said.
And he did, Marge asked.
Poe nodded.
And?
It seems old Norman had grown tired of being known as the neighbourhood crank. He told me that while no one was actively rude to him, he didn't get invited to the parties and the barbecues everyone else seemed to. He was never asked if he wanted to go to the pub to watch the football. Through no fault of his own, he was being excluded.
Because he was a crank?
That's just the thing, Poe said. I don't actually think he was.
Then why?
He was a single man, and he lived alone, Poe cut in. And in a street filled with young families, that meant he was viewed with suspicion. The yummy mummies, with their 4x4s and their book clubs and their affairs with their personal trainers, thought anyone who didn't have or want their life was someone their pampered brats needed to stay away from. I checked the system the day after the incident, and the police had received 8 Sarah's Law requests from residents on that street in the last 3 years, all about Norman. Sarah's Law was the police's child sex offender disclosure scheme. It allowed members of the public to register concerns about someone's behaviour towards a child.
or get their own back on someone they didn't like. Poe missed the days when neighbourhood disputes were settled with fisticuffs or wheelie bins being set alight. But he wasn't a sex offender, Marge asked. He worked in the council's planning department, bit of an apple polisher, never been in trouble in his life. But because he misunderstood how the street viewed him, he thought getting a tattoo might help him shed his stuffy, no-fun image. And as people like Norman occasionally do, he went from one extreme to the other. Because he didn't just get a tattoo, he got a tattoo made from the remains of a dead man. "Let me get this straight, Norman," Poe said, anxious to avoid another appearance from Alaric Jackson. "To help you fit in, you went to a tattoo artist whose services were advertised on the 6th page of a Google search instead of, going to a reputable one on the high street." "He said he could do me something a bit different," Norman said miserably. "Something cool I could use as an icebreaker." "And what was that?" "A tattoo made from the cremated remains of a serial killer." "Alaric Jackson?" Norman nodded. "Alaric Jackson was not a serial killer," Bradshaw said. "That's a common misperception. He was actually—" "Tilly," Poe said. "Yes, Poe?" "That's not important right now." He turned to Norman. "That's a thing now, is it? Using cremated remains as tattoo ink?" "It is, Poe," Bradshaw said, already on her phone. "Specialist tattoo artists will remove all the heavy metals and contaminants found in cremation ashes before putting them through a multi-layer sterilization process. They then molecular match the ashes and the pigment to make the tattoo ink. It is a safe and, of course, absurd way of keeping your loved one with you forever." "So, some shameless chancer told you he had ink made from the bones of a spree killer?" "His ashes being stolen was in the newspapers," Norman said. "I had no reason to doubt him." Poe looked at Bradshaw, who nodded. "Alaric Jackson was murdered in prison, Poe," she said, "and his ashes were stolen from the funeral home." "OK," Poe said. "Let's say that this moron somehow got hold of these ashes. How do you know he used them on you? How do you know he hadn't been offering this to every gullible fool?" "I'm not a fool," Norman said. "I watched him open Alaric Jackson's sealed urn. I watched him mix the ashes with the pigment I'd chosen for my tattoo, and I watched him make the ink. The ashes never left my sight, not for a second. It's why I paid him £4,000 for a Grim Reaper tattoo, one that would have cost a fraction of the price on the high street." "And this somehow transferred Alaric's mind into yours. You now share a body?" "Yes." "I hate it when that happens," Poe said. "I'm being serious." Norman's face went through that peculiar change again. "I own this bastard now, copper," he yelled. He lunged forward, more a warning parry, but the blade slipped and caught the taut skin covering Jackie Harper's windpipe. She cried out as she felt blood on her neck. "You're okay, Miss Harper," Poe said, more calmly than he felt. It looked like she wanted to struggle, which, considering how close to her jugular the blade was, would be a death sentence. "It's just a scratch. Alaric did that by accident. Do me a favour, though. Try not to move." "I was supposed to die in that nursing home," Norman Alaric said, as if nothing had happened. "The paramedics had no right saving my life. Do you know what they did to me in prison?" "It must have been tough." "You said the tattoo artist made up the ink in front of you, Mr. Wilson," Bradshaw said, cutting Poe's sentence in half. "My name is Alaric Jackson." "No, it isn't," Bradshaw said, "and I think I can prove it." And with that, she left the house. "She does that sometimes," Poe said, before adding, "and I'm sure we wouldn't have her any other way." "Where has she gone?" Norman Alaric asked. "Who the hell knows?" Poe said, unsure who it was he was talking to now. "She might have gone to check something on her laptop. She might have gone to compete in a Sonic the Hedgehog tournament. There's really no way to tell." Poe was waffling, and the reason he was waffling wasn't just to buy Bradshaw the time she obviously needed. It was because Jackie Harper was trying to tell him something. Keeping her neck as still as possible, she began to gesture with her eyes and her little finger to her left, Poe's right. "What's that?" Poe said, nodding towards the window on the landing. As Norman Alaric turned to look,
Poe risked a glance to where Jackie had pointed. Ah, he thought, that's interesting. He nodded to show he had seen it. There's nothing there, Norman Alaric said. I thought I saw a penguin, Poe replied. I don't want to live with the spirit of a killer inside me, Norman, it was very clearly just Norman again, said. I just wanted someone to go to the pub with. Now I'm hurting people. His arms fell limply to his sides. For a moment, Jackie Harper, like a startled rabbit, didn't know what to do. But Poe did. Run! He screamed. She didn't need to be yelled at twice. She leapt down the remaining stairs and sprinted out of the house. And keep running until you see a cop, Poe shouted after her. Norman held the knife to his own throat. Perhaps I'll be able to do what Alaric couldn't, he said. He pressed the blade into his skin. It sprang back like elastic. Blood flowed freely. Wait, Bradshaw cried, running into the house and retaking her place at Poe's side. Before you cut yourself any deeper, there's something you need to know, Mr. Wilson. Norman paused. He didn't lower the blade, but he didn't push it further into the wound on his neck. What's that, miss? He asked. My name's Tilly, Bradshaw replied, and I'm a scientist. Actually, I'm a profiler with the National Crime Agency's Serious Crime Analysis section. But because Poe is so dumb when it comes to technology, I have to do everything. Thanks, Tilly. You're welcome, Poe. Anyway, as a scientist, I considered what you said earlier about sharing your body with Alaric Jackson and decided it was the biggest load of baloney I've ever heard in my life. And last year I had to suffer through Poe trying to explain how Bitcoin worked. Although Poe rolled his eyes, while Norman's eyes were firmly on Bradshaw, he started to inch his way to the thing Jackie Harper had left behind. When you told me about the processes the tattoo artist went through to make up the ink, it got me thinking about the processes he didn't go through, Bradshaw continued. Can you confirm he opened a sealed urn, then immediately mixed Alaric's ashes with the ink pigment? He did, miss. He didn't do anything else? He didn't, Norman said. The ashes never left my sight. If they had, I wouldn't have paid him. Then you're a moron, Bradshaw said. Excuse me? Yeah, steady on, Tilly, Poe said. You heard me tell Poe that reputable tattoo artists remove the heavy metals and contaminants found in cremation ashes before putting them through a multi-layer sterilization process. I did, but my tattoo artist claimed they were unnecessary processes designed to inflate the price, Norman said. The cremation process destroys anything harmful. Bradshaw snorted. She was one of the leading scientists of her age, a once-in-a-generation mind. She had degrees, masters, PhDs, probably a load more things she hadn't bothered telling Poe about. She was also the kindest person he knew. But she was bobbins at talking to someone who wanted to die. Tilly, can you get to the point? Poe said. Did you know Alaric Jackson used to be a heroin addict, Mr. Wilson? She asked. How could I? And that one of the side effects of heroin addiction is dental cavities? Norman shook his head. I don't see what that has to do with... When Alaric Jackson was sent to prison, those cavities were filled. And as the taxpayer funds prison healthcare, only the most basic dental restorative materials are used. In Alaric's case, it was something called amalgam. Do you know what that is, Mr. Wilson? Norman said. I don't. Poe said. Me neither. Bradshaw said. Your lack of metallurgical expertise surprises me, Poe. She fiddled with her phone before turning it so Norman could see the screen. Amalgam is a mixture of elemental mercury, which is mercury that's liquid at room temperature, and a powdered alloy mix of copper, silver, and tin. Over 50% of dental amalgam is elemental mercury. I don't see... Let her finish, Poe said. He didn't dare ask how Bradshaw had managed to access the medical records of a dead man using just her mobile phone. Sometimes she scared him. Thank you, Poe, Bradshaw said. Because when the tattoo artist failed to remove the heavy metals from Alaric Jackson's ashes, everything that was in those ashes went into that tattoo ink. And that tattoo ink then went into your arm, Mr. Wilson. What are you saying, Tilly? Poe asked. Mr. Wilson has acute elemental mercury poisoning, Poe. Symptoms include insomnia, tremors, twitching, headaches, and, finally, the important one, cognitive dysfunction. In other words,
His auditory and visual processing, his problem-solving skills, his reasoning skills are all compromised. You're not possessed by the spirit of Alaric Jackson, Mr. Wilson. You've poisoned yourself."
"No!"
Norman, back using Alaric's voice, screamed. "Yes," Bradshaw said.
"How soon does he need a hospital, Tilly?" Poe said.
"Because he's hallucinating, I would suggest immediate medical attention is required, Poe. Mr. Wilson's kidneys will soon shut down."
Poe nodded once and reached for the item Jackie Harper had directed him towards. It was a baseball bat, one of Harley Quinn's weapons of choice, Bradshaw would tell him later. It was Jackie Harper's Halloween prop. In 2 quick steps, Poe was close enough to Norman to swing it at his legs. The bat hit him just below the knees. Norman toppled like a felled tree. He tumbled down the stairs, not stopping until he had reached the bottom. Poe knelt on Norman's back, took the knife off him, and pinned his arms to the floor. "This'll soon be over," he said kindly. "Tilly, I assume the boys in blue are outside?"
"At least 50, Poe, and D.I. Flynn."
"Tell them they can come in now. Let's get Norman to a hospital." And that was that, Poe said to Marge and Homer. "I know you have a job to do, but I'm calling it a positive result. No one was seriously hurt, and Mr. Wilson was able to get the medical attention he needed."
"You're aware he's just been sentenced?"
"I wasn't. What did he get?"
10 years for kidnapping."
Poe blew air through his teeth. "I'm no cheese-eating liberal," he said after a beat, "but that seems harsh. The man was full of that mercury stuff. His brain was basically fried. And yes, Jackie Harper's friend had been accidentally cut when he grabbed Jackie, but her wound was superficial and she got away. Jackie herself didn't want to press charges."
The CPS took a different view. They said he was culpable because his state of mind that night was self-inflicted, just like you can't use being drunk as a defense.
"So this poor guy makes one stupid mistake, and that's it. His life is over," Poe said. "When did we become so risk-averse in this country? How does Norman Wilson being in prison benefit anyone?"
"It is what it is, I guess," Marge said.
Poe leaned forward. "What is it you guys do again?"
"I've already told you," Marge replied.
"You really haven't."
"We've been asked to evaluate the events of that night, see if the legislation pertaining to the security of cremation ashes needs to be amended."
"Bullshit," Poe said. "Everything you needed to know is in the case file. I haven't told you anything new, and you've been studying my body language since the moment I sat down." Marge reddened. "Just as I've been studying yours," Poe continued. "Now, tell me what's so special about this case, and what's in those files you won't let go of." "Thank you, Sergeant Poe," Homer said. "You've been extremely helpful." "You aren't going to tell me, then?" Homer and Marge both stood. Poe remained in his seat. For a fraction of a second, Homer's file had no hands on it. It was just there, on the edge of the table, beside Poe's glass of water. Poe pretended to reach for his drink, accidentally knocking Homer's file to the floor. "Whoops-a-daisy! How clumsy of me," he said, bending to retrieve the spilled papers. "I'll just pick these up for you." Homer was down on his knees, scrabbling around on the interview room's carpet before Poe could even finish his sentence. "I'll take those," Homer said, grabbing them from Poe. "You've missed one," Poe said, offering the single document he'd managed to keep hold of. Marge snatched it out of his outstretched hand, but not before Poe had read the heading. "What's Project Hanks?" he asked. Marge paled. "Nothing," Homer snapped, checking the floor to make sure he hadn't missed anything else. "Really?" Poe said. "Yet there you are on your hands and knees, panicking." "I said it's nothing." Poe reached for his phone and scrolled down until he found Bradshaw's number.
"What are you doing?" Marge asked.
"I'm calling Tilly," he replied. "She'll know what Project Hanks is, and if she doesn't, there's not a firewall that can stop her finding out."
"Please don't do that."
"Then tell me what it is you two do."
"And then you'll let it go?"
"If I believe you." Marge checked with Homer. He was clearly in charge. He nodded.
"Did you know that before he was murdered by his cellmate, Alaric Jackson had had all his teeth kicked out?" she asked.
Poe winced. Knocking out an unpopular inmate's teeth,
and in prison, granny killers were right up there with sex offenders and bent cops, meant they couldn't bite down on whatever was being thrust into their mouths. "That doesn't surprise me," he replied. "Adult prisons aren't nice places." "But you understand the significance." "I don't think I—" But then he did. No teeth meant no fillings. No fillings meant no elemental mercury in his body when it was cremated. Which meant there couldn't have been elemental mercury in the tattoo ink used on Norman Wilson. "Funny, that," Poe said. "Indeed." "Do you know why Norman went a bit potty then?" Marge didn't respond. "You're trying to find out, aren't you? That's what this was all about. Which means it isn't the first time something like this has happened." "Goodbye, Sergeant Poe," Homer said. It was delivered with a finality Poe knew well. The interview was over. He wasn't getting anything else out of them. "Goodbye," he said, "and good luck with whatever it is you do." Poe closed the door behind him and immediately reached for his phone. Bradshaw's number was still on the screen. He pressed call. "How did it go, Poe?" she asked. "Fine. Pair of cube dwellers. Can you do me a favour, though?" "What is it, Poe?" "Find out everything you can on something called Project HANX, he said. "My guess is you won't find anything on the surface, but I want you to go a bit deeper. See if anything's there. Do it carefully. Don't leave any traces." "As if I ever do," she said. "Why do you want to know about Project Hanks?" "Because, unless I'm mistaken, I think I've just been interviewed by the idiot cousins of Mulder and Scully." A permanent solution. "What have you got on, Poe?" Detective Inspector Stephanie Flynn said. "That's a question that never ends well, boss," Detective Sergeant Washington Poe replied. "And I'm busy, as it happens." "You don't look busy." "The mind's work is mysterious." "Seriously, what you got on?" "Nothing," he sighed. "What are you after?" She slid a document across the table. It looked suspiciously like joining instructions. "I need you and Tilly to attend a seminar in Swansea." Poe read the title. Achieving Effective Supervision. His stomach sank. "I'll pass, thanks," he said, pushing the document back. "We've talked about this, Poe," Flynn said. "We have?" "We have." "And I was listening." "I don't give a shit if you were or not," she said. "You're a detective sergeant in the National Crime Agency, and that means sometimes you have to suck it up and occasionally do what you're told. Tilly needs to attend as she has her own little team now, and according to HR, you haven't completed a single day's management training since your sergeant's course. Not one day. Not in all these years." "I've been too busy catching serial killers," Poe said. "You know, like we're supposed to." That bit was true. The NCA's Serious Crime Analysis section, the unit he and Flynn worked for, was charged with identifying emerging serial killers and helping territorial police forces when they had apparently motiveless murders. Over the last couple of years, they'd solved some high-profile cases. Poe had assumed that would be enough to get HR off his back. Apparently, it wasn't. "They've sent me a list of excuses you've used to get out of the courses they've arranged for you, you know," Flynn said. "Shall I read a couple?" "I don't really think that's necessary." "When invited to attend Lean Organizations Level 2, you claimed to have a gangrenous leg." She peered over her reading glasses. "How is that, by the way?" "It cleared up on its own," Poe mumbled. "And when you failed to turn up to the Media and Public Relations course you'd been booked on, you told the course instructor, and I can't believe you didn't get fired for this, that you had a sucking chest wound." Poe said nothing. "Look," Flynn sighed. "Attend this course, and I promise you that you won't have to go on another one for a whole year." 3 years, Poe said. 18 months, and don't push it. Which was why, a day later, Poe was sulking in front of a registration desk packed with name tags, willing his name not to be on one of them. "Here you are, Poe," Tilly Bradshaw said excitedly, reaching across and handing him his badge. "Smashing," Poe said. "Oh, don't be such a cranky pants. It'll be fun."
You know how I feel about these things, Tilly.
I do, Poe.
I'm steadfastly against them, aren't I?
You are, but this will be different.
Why?
Because I'm here, silly.
He smiled. Tilly Bradshaw had a once-in-a-generation mind, but was the most naive person Poe had ever met. Leaving mainstream education for Oxford University to read pure mathematics aged just 13, she'd been shielded from much of the outside world. On completing an undergraduate degree, a postgraduate degree, and 3 separate D.Phils, Oxford's equivalent of a PhD, the Pro-Vice-Chancellor with the innovation portfolio had hoped she would stay, moving from one research grant to the next. She was his prize asset and brought in huge sums of money. They hadn't counted, however, on the willful streak that Bradshaw had inherited from her father. Instead of spending the rest of her life in academia proving impossible equations, she decided to apply her extraordinary mind to solving real-world problems, namely crime. But because of her sheltered upbringing, she had little to no social skill, told the truth regardless of the consequences, and seemed to have no embarrassment threshold. She also had a bird-like curiosity, which was why she found anything new, no matter how boring everyone else found it, endlessly fascinating. "Come on," Poe said. "Let's get this over with."
"That's the spirit, sir," the man behind the registration desk said.
"Well, that was bloody awful," Poe said, 8 hours later. They were at the conference hotel's bar, perusing the menu. Poe was nursing his second pint of Skull Attack, a copper-coloured hoppy beer brewed by the Cardiff brewery Brains. Bradshaw was sipping a sparkling water, no ice, no lemon. An untouched bowl of peanuts sat on one of the beer towels. During a previous case, after he'd eaten some, he was keen to point out, whenever it was raised, Bradshaw had told him that bar nuts had been known to contain as many as 100 unique specimens of urine, spoiling them for him forever.
"She wasn't a great instructor, was she, Poe?" Bradshaw said.
"Like an annoying sixth former, Tilly. Completely out of her depth."
"I agree, although, to be fair, I don't think you gave her a chance."
"I'm not following."
"Whenever she asked if anyone had any questions, you asked one that wasn't strictly relevant to achieving effective supervision techniques."
"I've been a manager longer than you, Tilly," Poe said. "Perhaps in time you'll come to realize that management is about more than just—"
"You asked her why yogurt was almost exclusively advertised to women."
"Okay, maybe that was a bit—"
"And then you asked her why people point at their wrist when asking for the time, but don't point at their bottom when asking where the toilet is."
"And we won't be telling the boss that, will we?" Poe said.
"Will she be cross?"
"I can live with cross. I'm more concerned about being put on another course as punishment. And anyway, what about you? You asked if she'd considered whether her weak academic performance was associated with a misdiagnosed adolescent psychological profile when she was younger."
"That was a good question, Poe."
"Nobody understood it, Tilly, and it made her cry."
"Oh,"
Bradshaw said.
"I didn't know that."
"It's okay. Nobody minded."
"They didn't?"
"No. We got to have our coffee break early."
"Obviously, I didn't mean to make her cry," Bradshaw said. "Perhaps I should go and apologize."
"She'll be long gone, Tilly," he said.
"I'll apologize tomorrow," she said.
"I don't know if I can handle another day of this," Poe said. Which was when a middle-aged man took the bar stool beside Bradshaw. He was thin, but had a nose that would have better fitted a broader face. His stringy hair was the colour of London snow, not greasy, but probably due a wash. His forehead was damp with sweat. "Hot and humid for this time of year," he said to Bradshaw, wiping his brow. Bradshaw frowned. "Here we bloody go," Poe murmured.
"The average temperature in September in Swansea is a daily high of 19 degrees Celsius and a daily low of 11, she said. "And the average rainfall is 94 millimetres. It is therefore most definitely not hot and humid for this time of year. It is entirely within expectations." She smiled at the man.
What?" he said. Poe explained what had just happened. "Tilly likes numbers," he said. He turned to Bradshaw. "And when someone comments on the weather, Tilly, they aren't initiating a meteorological discussion.
They are merely breaking the ice. It's a form of greeting. Gosh, she said. She faced the hapless man. My name's Matilda Bradshaw, and this is Washington Poe. I am very pleased to meet you. Would you like to join us for our evening meal? She held out her hand. Poe put his head in his hands and groaned. The man laughed and shook Bradshaw's hand. Sorry about that, Poe said. Nothing to apologize for, the man said. It takes all sorts to make a world. That it does, Poe said. And, as Tilly has just said, my name's Poe. He reached across a bemused Bradshaw and shook his hand as well. It was damp. Adrian Scratton. Pleased to meet you, Adrian. And of course you don't have to eat with us. Tilly's enthusiasm for life can be a bit much sometimes. Probably for the best, Scratton said. I'm not the best company right now. Why is that, Adrian Scratton? Bradshaw said. Is it because you're scared? Tilly, Poe said. Stop torturing the man. But Adrian Scratton is displaying all the physical signs of fear, Poe, she said. His hands are clammy and he is trembling. He's blinking faster than is usual and his breathing is rapid. I imagine if I took his pulse, it would be elevated. Poe was about to say that the physical signs of fear sounded remarkably similar to the physical signs of a hangover, but Scratton didn't smell like a booze-hound. And Bradshaw's once-in-a-generation mind didn't just stretch to maths, data and patterns. She was also the best profiler in the country. Poe had learned never to dismiss anything she said. Are you scared, Adrian? He said. You can tell me if you are. I'm a police officer. Scratton faced him. His eyes welled up. I think someone's trying to kill me, he said. What do you think, Poe? Bradshaw said. About what? About someone trying to kill Adrian Scratton. It was the next morning, and they were queuing at the breakfast buffet. Bradshaw was having brown toast, dry. Poe was having 3 Welsh sausages, bacon, black pudding, hash browns, and something called lava bread. Bradshaw said it was pure seaweed mixed with oats, and that it sounded disgusting. Poe agreed it did, but said it was okay, as it had been fried in bacon grease. You mean, do I think some shadowy organization has been sending him death threats? Poe asked. Yes. No, I don't. I think he's a kook. But he said he'd witnessed something he shouldn't have. And did you notice he couldn't tell us what that was? Bradshaw paused to fill a glass with apple juice. Poe grabbed himself a black coffee. I agree, she said. None of what Adrian Scratton said made sense. However, he was scared, and there were no obvious signs of mental ill health. Yep. There is that, Poe said. Tell you what, after I've had my breakfast, I'll dip out of this morning's session and drive over to Swansea Central Police Station. Have a word with someone in CID, see if they can shed some light on this. I'll make notes for you, Poe. Oh, goody. Someone tapped Poe on the shoulder. He turned to see a smartly dressed woman in her 30s. She had cropped hair and a warm face. Her eyes were the colour of honey. Are you Washington Poe? She said. I am. And are you Matilda Bradshaw? I am, Bradshaw said, but my friends call me Tilly. I'm not your friend. Then you can't call her Tilly, Poe said. And you are? I'm Detective Constable Rhiannon Carter Ellis, she said. Can I have a word? I'm with Swansea CID. You're taking the piss, Poe said. They were led into a room, one of the smaller breakout spaces they had used the day before. A round table surrounded by moulded plastic chairs centered the room. Offers to dine in the hotel restaurant at night hung from the wall. A water dispenser in the corner burped. Can I get you anything? Carter Ellis said. My breakfast, Poe said. Hopefully this won't take long. What hopefully won't take long? I have a seminar on achieving effective supervision that I'm desperate to get back to. Bradshaw giggled. Carter Ellis scowled. I'm afraid I can't say. I'm out of here then, Poe said, standing up. Sir, if you don't sit down, I will arrest you. Poe reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved his ID card. He flipped it open and said, Put a hand on either of us, and I'll arrest you for assault. You're NCA? I am, Poe said. Now, if you can't tell us what's going on, you'd better go and fetch someone who can. Otherwise, your chief constable will be explaining to my director why 2 of his officers have been unlawfully detained. Carter Ellis came to a decision. The right one, as far as Poe was concerned. There's been a murder, she said. And you want our help, Poe said. You'll have to make a referral, and I'm warning you, unless— No, you don't understand, Sarge, Carter Ellis cut in. We want to speak to you as witnesses, not police officers. Poe came over all cold. He glanced at Bradshaw. She had paled, even more than usual. This is about Adrian Scratton, isn't it? Poe said. Carter Ellis nodded. You and Miss Bradshaw were the last people to see him alive. Shit, he said. Poe gave his statement, told Carter Ellis what he knew. That Scratton had sat next to them in the bar and had started chatting. That Bradshaw had thought he looked scared, and eventually he told them he feared for his life. Poe said Scratton's story hadn't added up. That although Scratton had been scared of something, Poe thought it unlikely someone wanted to kill him. Yet here we are, Carter Ellis said. I might have messed up, Poe admitted. Maybe not. We have no record of Adrian Scratton making a statement saying his life was at risk. To the best of our knowledge, apart from a speeding ticket 9 years ago, he has never had contact with the police. He told us he'd seen something he wasn't supposed to see. What? Wouldn't say, Poe said. One of the reasons I took his story less seriously than perhaps I should have. Carter Ellis closed her notebook. I think that's enough for now, she said. Okay if we contact you for follow-ups? Of course, Poe said. Any chance I can look at the scene? Not unless you're a specialist in bizarre murders. What is it you actually do in the NCA, by the way? I hunt serial killers, Poe said. And you're sure it's murder, Poe said, when they were crammed in the service lift. The hotel didn't want a police investigation upsetting their guests. Poe wondered what their guests would think if they knew a killer was amongst them. He hasn't just slipped in the shower. His body hasn't been moved, so you can see for yourself, Sarge, Carter Ellis said. She frowned, bit her lip, then added, Who are you, by the way? The senior investigating officer was very keen to allow you up when he heard who his witnesses were. Poe didn't answer. He glanced at Bradshaw. She looked as worried as he did. How had they got this so badly wrong? A cop with a clipboard was waiting for them when the lift doors opened. Outer cordon, he said. Need you to sign in here, then step into the room over there to suit up. This floor guest-free, Poe said. It is now. They're all downstairs waiting to be interviewed. What did you tell them? Nothing yet. Poe nodded in approval. Scratton's room was on the 8th floor. His view was mainly the gravelled roof of the hotel's 4-story extension, all air-conditioning units, satellite dishes, and dead seagulls. His room was identical to Poe's, box-shaped, a bed with a thin mattress, and a bathroom so small you could wash your feet in the bath while sitting on the toilet. A couple of generic pictures were screwed to, not hung from, the wall, there to remind you that you were in a conference hotel and your life sucked. Poe had the same pictures in his room. Poe had asked Carter Ellis if she was sure Scratton had been murdered. Now he wished that he hadn't. Scratton's body was on the floor, wedged between the bed and the window, crumpled up, one hand underneath the small bedside table. He must have knocked the phone off on his way down, as it was on the floor beside him. He clearly died at the hands of someone else. A Hessian sack had been put over his head, and most of it was soaked in congealed blood. It had seeped out onto the carpet tiles. Poe reckoned the spread of blood was about 1 metre. He could see no other injuries. His hands, the only uncovered parts of Scratton, were pale but not swollen. He hadn't been dead long enough for bacteria to build up. Who found him? The maid, the SIO, a tall Welshman called Chief Inspector Powell, said. Scratton had ordered a wake-up call, but the telephone was off the hook. She was sent to check up on him. Did she touch anything? Says she didn't. Walked in, ran out. Called her supervisor, a man called Hopkins. He's waiting outside, shitting himself as he was on duty last night.
Anyone looked underneath the hood? Poe said. See what the cause of death is? I lifted it up, Powell said. And CSI have videoed it. A single gunshot to the temple. The gun's missing, but it's small caliber by the looks of it. Didn't see an exit wound, so the bullet's still in there. And it'll have rattled around the inside of his skull like a marble in a saucepan, Poe said. Turned his brain to mince. Chief Inspector Powell nodded. I don't see that many murders, Sergeant Poe, but to me it looks like an execution. Poe said nothing, just stared at the corpse on the floor. He still couldn't believe he'd assessed the situation so poorly last night. The man had asked for his help, and all he'd given was platitudes. A long-winded talk about how he was imagining things, and now he was dead, his blood leaching into the hotel's cheap carpet. He'd let him down. You been through the hotel's CCTV yet? A couple of my DCs are doing it now, but it's new and complex, and they need the system engineer to show them how it works. A noise made Poe look up. A rattle. The curtain moved. Was it smelly in here? I'm sorry? The window. It's unlocked. It was a small window, the top one, at head height, that guests could open to let some air into the room. The main window was fastened shut as a security measure. The hotel no doubt didn't want depressed guests flinging themselves out after they put their hand in the toilet getting out of the bath. The unlocked window was long and flat, about 6 by 36 inches, and pushed out rather than lifted up, held in place by an adjustable latch. When the window was closed, the latch acted as the lock. It was the moving latch that had caught Poe's attention. The window was closed, but not locked. I'm wondering if someone had put it on the latch because it was smelly in here, he said, and the wind knocked it off. No one's touched it, as far as I know, Chief Inspector Powell said, frowning. Maybe the maid did. Davy, he said into his radio, get hold of the maid and ask her if she touched the window. They waited less than a minute for the response. No, Gov. There's your answer, Sergeant Poe. Scratton must have fancied some fresh air last night. It was too windy last night, Poe said. I hate stuffy rooms with the best of them, but even I couldn't stand the billowing curtains. I had to keep mine closed. And speaking of curtains, why are these still open? There are at least 3 other buildings I can see that have a view of this room. If I've had enough time to tie a sack over his head, I've had enough time to shut the bloody curtains. Poe? He looked over towards the door. Bradshaw was there, beckoning him. Excuse me, he said to Chief Inspector Powell. What is it, Tilly? Look at this. She held up her tablet and pressed play. It was CCTV footage of the corridor they were standing in. The timestamp said it was 9:30 p.m. This from last night? He asked. It is, Poe. If I press play, you'll see Adrian Scratton step out of the lift and go into his room. Poe watched Scratton shuffle along the corridor, stopping to enter his keycard into the reader above the door handle. How did you get access to that? Powell said, looking over Poe's shoulder. My DC said their firewall is state-of-the-art. Yes, Bradshaw said. It looked expensive. Poe grinned. He'd seen Bradshaw get into laptops encrypted with Ministry of Defense security. Accessing a hotel's CCTV system wasn't something she would have needed more than a few seconds on. She certainly wouldn't need the assistance of a system engineer. Play it forwards, Tilly, he said. Let's have a look at his killer. I assumed they had covered themselves up. That's just the thing, Poe, she said. Between Adrian Scratton going to bed at 9:30 and the maid waking him at 7 this morning, no one entered the room. You sure? Quite sure, Poe. And there isn't an adjoining door in his room, he said. It's one way in and one way out. You're not suggesting the maid killed him, Carter Ellis said, because I've spoken to her, and she's in shock. It wasn't the maid, Poe said. Scratton's body is fresh, but not 7 in the morning fresh. Somebody was waiting in his room for him then. What, and they're still in there? It wasn't that, Poe, Bradshaw said. I've gone all the way back to the room's previous occupants, and every person who entered the room left the room. The CCTV system has been compromised then, Carter Ellis said. It hasn't, Bradshaw said. And Tilly's never wrong about these things, Poe said. You said the window wasn't locked,
Carter Ellis said. Maybe someone got in that way, killed Scratton, then climbed back out.
We're on the 8th floor, and the window's only 6 inches high. Not even a child could wriggle through.
If he had the window open, could he have been shot from outside?
And Scratton just happened to have a sack on his head.
Fair point, she said, reddening.
I'm sorry, Poe said, but that unlocked window is bugging me.
Why?
I don't know, Poe said. It's just jarring for some reason. It should be locked. The fact it isn't doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense, Sergeant Poe, Chief Inspector Powell said, coming up behind them. I think what we have here is a genuine locked room mystery.
The Chief Inspector asked if Poe could stay on a bit. Poe said that he'd need to make a referral to SCAS and get Flynn's approval, but it shouldn't be a problem.
CSI won't be done with the room for the rest of the day, Sergeant Poe, he said. Have you got anything you can be doing in the meantime?
Poe sighed.
I suppose I'd better go and finish this stupid course the boss put me and Tilly on. But I'll see if I can extend our room reservations for another day first. See if they can keep it open-ended.
Put it on our tab, Powell said.
Will do, Poe said. You okay with that, Tilly?
Yes, Poe. I think this case will take a long time to solve.
Or it'll never be solved. Both wrong, as it turned out.
When it came to seminars on achieving effective supervision, Poe was a master procrastinator. So instead of rejoining the group after their scheduled morning coffee break, like Bradshaw had wanted to, he decided to make sure they could stay at least one more night in the hotel. After that, the SCAS office manager could sort out their accommodation. The reception desk was staffed by a man wearing a headset. He was on a call and gave them the 2-minute signal. He appeared to be dealing with a complaint. Probably about the paintings in the rooms, Poe thought.
What do you think is going on here, Tilly? He said, while they waited.
I don't know, Poe. Unless someone hid in the room before the last guests checked in, and are still hiding there now, I really can't see how it was done.
There's nowhere to hide.
I know, Bradshaw said. That's why it's so perplexing. But I can't think of any other explanation. The CCTV footage has not been tampered with. No one other than Adrian Scratton entered that room.
And he wasn't shot through the window. He was wearing a hood. The caliber's too small, and the angle doesn't work anyway.
Something in Poe's peripheral vision caught his attention. A solitary silver balloon bobbing along the ceiling, a white ribbon trailing after it. He could make out the number, 25, but the words were too small.
Maybe CSI will offer us some help, he said. The murderer was in that room. Forensic transfer is inevitable.
Good morning, sir, the receptionist said. Thank you for waiting. How can I help you?
Miss Bradshaw and I need to extend our stay. We're helping with the investigation upstairs.
Dreadful business, sir. They're saying it's autoerotic asphyxiation. That he'd put a plastic bag over his head and had suffocated while pleasuring himself. So dangerous, it should be classed as suicide, really.
Don't be a Burke, Poe said. He had a Hessian sack over his head, not a plastic bag. It wasn't autoerotic anything.
The man was dead. The least Poe could do was give him some dignity. That doesn't mean, the receptionist started to say.
Look, mate, a sack is basically a net with small holes. You couldn't suffocate an asthmatic pit pony with a sack.
But what's with the balloon? Poe said, changing the subject. It was either that or ask him for his movements last night, scare him into silence. We have a silver anniversary party in the ballroom tonight. That one must have escaped. Well, I say ballroom, it's really just a conference room. But Poe had stopped listening. The idiot receptionist had rattled his mental filing cabinet. He stared at the balloon as he remembered a case that had stumped investigators in Florida a few years ago.
Sorry, he said. We won't be extending our stay after all.
Why ever not, Poe? Bradshaw said. We can't give up this early.
We're not giving up, Tilly. I think I know what happened.
You do? He nodded.
But I'll need you to check a few things first. Adrian Scratton wasn't murdered, Poe said to the assembled team. He committed suicide.
Suicide? Chief Inspector Powell said. He had a sack over his head. He'd been shot in the temple, and the gun wasn't in the room. Poe had asked to speak to the Chief Inspector. Told him he might be able to save him an expensive investigation. Powell had brought in his senior team, a uniformed inspector, 2 plainclothes sergeants, and a few seasoned detectives. About 200 years of experience, all told. Nevertheless, Poe said, "I think you'd better talk us through it, Sergeant Poe." If the receptionist hadn't suggested Scratton had committed suicide by wank while I was looking at a balloon, I doubt I'd have put all this together so quickly. A balloon? Yeah, there's a silver anniversary party this evening, and the staff must have been filling celebratory balloons with helium. A snide one escaped into the hotel lobby, was bobbing around the ceiling. Okay, Powell said. He checked his watch. He clearly wasn't convinced. Poe didn't blame him. Part of my job at ESCAS is to study murder, he said. Anything a bit different, anything with a sniff of weird. It's how we build up the knowledge that helps you guys when you get the odd ones. Anyway, the cops in Palm Beach Gardens in Florida had a similar case. A murder, or so they thought. An old guy had been found with a single gunshot wound to the chest. Weapon was nowhere to be found, and his watch and money were missing. Local cops understandably thought it was a mugging gone wrong. But it wasn't, Powell said. They have bright cops out there. Have to be, I suppose. Try Googling Florida man and see what happens. Absolute nutcases. Suppose it makes the cops good at lateral thinking. Anyway, one of them thought to check his internet search history. And? Turns out the dead man had just bought a weather balloon. A weather balloon, Poe nodded. Which is why the one in the hotel lobby jogged my memory, he said. I'm not seeing... He'd also bought a tank of helium and searched how many cubic feet he'd need to raise 1 pound. He tied the gun to the weather balloon, then shot himself, Carter Ellis said. Seems we have bright cops here too, Poe said. Yes, that's exactly what happened. He killed himself, and the balloon lifted the gun away from his staged crime scene. Blimey, Powell said. You saying that's what happened here? Tilly, Poe said. Can you do this bit? Yes, Poe. She stood and pushed a stray hair behind her ear. I've completed a preliminary profile of Adrian Scratton, and he was heavily in debt. He would have almost certainly lost his house this year. He took out a second mortgage to prop up his engineering business, but he really shouldn't have. Emerging technology coming in from South Korea had all but made his company's product redundant. We all have money problems, Powell said. I don't, Bradshaw said. I save 30% of my salary every month and have done since I was 18 years of age. You have? Of course. Blimey, you must be a millionaire by now. Bradshaw didn't answer. You are a millionaire, Poe said. My dad looks after my money, she said. Anyway, Poe also asked me to look at Adrian Scratton's internet search history. We wondered why you'd wanted to examine his iPad, Carter Ellis said. We couldn't open it. Where'd you get his passwords from? Powell said. After Poe had stopped laughing, he said, Tilly doesn't need passwords. I certainly don't, Poe, she said. And although Adrian Scratton had tried to delete and scrub his history, this is what I found. He'd bought life insurance after a minor health scare last year, more than enough to cover the debt he owed. If he died, his wife and children wouldn't be made homeless. That's nowhere near enough to rule suicide. Last month, he visited Manchester and withdrew £1,000 from his depleted bank account. This is the only thing we can't be certain of, Poe said. But we think this was him buying a gun. Going to the right pub in Manchester, you can get one for £1,000. Nods in the room said Manchester's gun problem wasn't a secret in Wales. Still not enough, Powell said. Tell the Chief Inspector about Mr. Scratton's most recent purchase, Tilly. He spent his last £2,000 on an HUX Z382 Max Pro. And what's that? It's a drone, Poe said. A good one, able to carry a small load like an HD camera. Or a small gun, Carter Ellis said thoughtfully. Exactly. And here's the kicker. This particular drone has an autopilot function. It can be programmed to fly to a specific destination.
Okay, Powell said. I assume you have a sequence of events for us.
Poe nodded. I think Adrian Scranton knew if he didn't get money soon, his family would be made homeless. He also realized that his life insurance had a 2-year suicide clause. Most of them do. Stops people from taking out huge policies, then killing themselves the next day. But if he were murdered...
They pay out, Carter Ellis said.
So, believing he's out of options, he chooses a permanent solution. He checks into a seaside hotel and seeks out a guest who will be there the following day to tell a story of him being scared for his life. And we know he did this, as the receptionist said Scranton had asked if anyone at the bar was attending the Achieving Effective Supervision seminar. He knew we'd still be in the hotel when his body was found in the morning. Once he's planted the story, he goes up to his room. He programs his drone to fly out to sea. He then holds it out of the open window and starts the propellers. Keeps hold of it while he ties on both the control pad and the gun, like the tail of a kite. Probably only needed a meter or so of string. Educated guess now, but I imagine he lets go of the control pad. Now it's just the gun he's holding that's stopping the drone from flying away. With his spare hand, he puts the sack over his head, and when he's ready, he shoots himself in the head. He drops the gun, and the drone, no longer tethered, drags everything incriminating out of the open window and flies away, as it's programmed to do. 30 minutes later, it loses power and falls into the Bristol Channel.
Where it will never be found, Chief Inspector Powell said. And as this happened at night, no one would have seen it. I don't know if that drone had lights, but if it did, I imagine he disabled them. Why bother with the Hessian sack, Sergeant Poe? Carter Ellis asked.
I think the sack served 2 purposes, Poe said. 1, it made it look like a murder. Everyone in this room's first impression would have been execution. I know mine was. But the second, more important reason was that the sack stopped blood getting onto the gun. If he'd pressed the barrel against his bare temple and pulled the trigger, there would have been blood transfer, and when the drone dragged it out of the window, it would have left a forensic trail, an easily readable story for us to follow. That's what Tilly and I think happened anyway. The room fell silent as each cop stress-tested Poe's theory.
How the hell are we going to prove this? Chief Inspector Powell said, eventually.
Check his hands for gunshot residue, Poe said. That, and not being able to shut the window after the drone had dragged the gun away, are the only things he couldn't control. We wouldn't usually check a victim's hands for GSR in a murder, but in this case, I think you'll find it's literally the smoking gun.
I'll request the test immediately, Carter Ellis said, removing her phone from her jacket pocket. Poe frowned.
What is it, Sergeant Poe? The Chief Inspector asked. I've told you how to prove this, sir. But my question is this. Do you want to? Prove it was insurance fraud and Adrian Scranton has killed himself in vain and his family is made homeless. On the other hand, if you continue to investigate this as a murder, you're hunting for someone you know doesn't exist. The very definition of a waste of time and resources. What would you suggest? Poe shrugged. You haven't made the referral to SCAS yet, have you, sir? Hasn't been time. If you don't make it, then we were never officially involved, sir. And if we were never involved, then you can't know what's on Adrian Scranton's iPad. I'm not kidding when I say that Tilly is one of only half a dozen people in the country who can recover the data he'd scrubbed. If you don't have that data, you can't make the logical leaps I did. There is no insurance fraud. Powell looked at his cops. If we decide to do as Sergeant Poe suggests, we all have to be in agreement on this, he said. We're going to come under pressure from the family to solve it, so each one of you has to be sure. One at a time, they nodded. Decision made. I'll need to tell the Chief Constable, but if he's okay with it, that's what we do. Thank you, Sergeant Poe, Chief Inspector Powell said. Thank you for what, sir? Poe said. I was never here. Good man, he said. And thank you, Tilly. I can see why the pair of you get into so many scrapes. If you ever need a friend in Wales, you've got one. Make that 2, sir, Carter Ellis said.
Should we check out, Tilly? Poe said, when they were back in the hotel lobby.
Why would we do that, Poe?
So we can go home.
But if we hurry, we'll be able to take the Achieving Effective Supervision exam.
You're kidding.
I want my certificate, Bradshaw said, her lips flat.
I don't.
D.I. Flynn will only make us come again.
But we've been on a case.
Aha! But you told Chief Inspector Powell that we were never here.
Damn. You're right. We can't tell the boss any of this. And if we don't take the exam, she'll think we've bunked off somewhere.
She will, Poe.
Come on, then. Let's get this over with.
I hope it isn't multiple choice. I hate multiple choice.
I hope it is multiple choice, Tilly, Poe said. That way I can employ my foolproof system.
You have a system? You, Mr. I don't understand science?
I do, he said. No matter what I think the answer is, I always choose B.
Bradshaw considered this for a moment before letting him know what she thought. You're an idiot, Poe.
Mondo Bizarro. Despite having visited Durham more times than he cared to remember, Detective Sergeant Washington Poe had never experienced Bill Bryson's perfect little city. Not really. He'd been on the obligatory school trip to Beamish, of course, and he might have visited with his dad once, but that was where his familiarity with Durham ended. The winding cobbled streets were unknown to him. The cathedral, perching on the peninsula, remained unexplored. He'd never seen the castle, and he hadn't ambled along the river or walked across any of the bridges. This was because the city, which he acknowledged was one of the jewels of the North, was also the home of HMP Durham, one of the oldest and grimmest prisons in the entire estate. His working knowledge of the men inside had soured him to Durham's undoubted charms. But he had always thought it might be nice to spend some non-prison time in the old university city. Take in the sights, eat in the restaurants, sample the local real ale. Do what everyone else did. Basically, see what all the fuss was about. Which goes to show you should be careful what you wish for.
Come on, Poe. We don't want to be late, Bradshaw said excitedly.
No, you don't want to be late, Tilly, Poe said. I'm ambivalent.
Hardy-ha-ha. Come on, hurry up.
Remind me why it's always me who goes to these things with you. Why can't the boss go occasionally?
I did ask D.I. Flynn first, Mr. Smarty Pants.
And she said no. What a surprise.
Not exactly, Bradshaw replied. What she actually said was that she would rather fall down a well than come to this. She then told me to flip off as she was busy, and then I said it looked like she was playing Candy Crush, and she said, yes, flip off, she was busy playing Candy Crush.
Poe laughed. And I bet she didn't say flip off.
It was much ruder than that, Poe. D.I. Flynn has quite the potty mouth sometimes. She also said that, as you're a friendless weirdo, you wouldn't have anything better to do.
Poe shrugged. Flynn made a fair point. They were in Bill's, a cafe that did great coffee and decent breakfasts. Poe had ordered the brunch and a stack of buttermilk pancakes, extra streaky bacon, extra maple syrup. Bradshaw had asked for a gold digger smoothie, a funky blend of sweet potato, carrot, and apple juice. They had spent their meal being grossed out by what the other was eating. Okay, he said, but I'm sitting at the back.
But what if you miss something?
I'm more worried about being asked something.
Why?
I won't know the answer. He paused a beat, then added, scratch that. What if some of that gobbledygook you were spouting on the drive over has sunk in, and I do know the answer? I'll look a right knob.
Don't be silly, Poe, Bradshaw said. No one is going to ask you a question.
They won't.
Of course not. He'll do a talk, maybe a reading, then we'll get to ask him questions. I want to ask why Jazzbox, she's Buckle's best friend, couldn't wear an ear implant. I know she's deaf, but surely MTech, that Cerberus's emerging technology division, would have a specialized cochlear implant.
Tilly.
Yes, Poe?
What are you wittering on about?
Jazzbox's ears.
And what the hell is a Jazzbox?
I've just told you, she's...
Look, is this or isn't this a book group? Poe said, cutting her off.
It is.
And Aldridge Fowler, the author we're about to meet, is very famous.
He is, Poe. He wrote the Buckle Jones series. My favourite is the first book, Buckle Jones and the Sarcastic Shrunken Head, as it sets up everything that follows. I also love the second book, Buckle Jones and the Germ-Free Adolescent.
Are these children's books, Tilly?
Actually, they're young adult.
Same thing, Poe said.
They most certainly are not the same.
My point, Tilly, is that I'm a detective in the National Crime Agency.
So?
So I don't want to sit next to a bunch of dorky kids in costumes listening to someone prattle on about zombies and talking ravens.
Ha! I knew you were listening earlier.
She laughed delightedly.
You pretended you weren't, but I knew you were.
Poe scowled.
And not everyone will be wearing costumes, Poe.
You are. I can see that stupid wing outfit under your coat.
It's my elf outfit, Poe, and I don't think you need to worry.
Why not?
Because he's not here to promote the Buckle Jones books. He's promoting his new adult fantasy series.
You do realise, when you say it like that, it sounds like he writes porn.
It does.
She frowned, and Poe knew she was trying to figure out what he meant. He smiled at his friend, and decided to stop teasing her. Bradshaw had been looking forward to today for weeks, and he didn't want to spoil it. Aldridge Fowler was a recluse, and his public appearances were rare. He'd written his adult series in a futile bid to be taken more seriously as an author, but even now, when he was promoting The Sands of Eosteroth, he rarely left London. According to Bradshaw, it was only the unbridled passion of a Waterstones bookseller that had persuaded him to make the trip north. If Bradshaw didn't meet him now, she probably never would. Poe swigged down the last of his coffee and got to his feet. They left the cafe, turned right, and headed down the sloping cobbled street towards Waterstones. He looked wistfully at the Shakespeare, a nice-looking pub they'd passed on the way to Bill's.
You can have a pint of beer after we've finished, Poe, Bradshaw said.
3 pints, Tilly, and you're driving. He stopped talking.
What is it, Poe?
He pointed at the entrance to the bookshop. A large crowd had gathered outside. What's going on there? He said.
I told you, Poe. Aldridge Fowler is famous.
Poe had seen enough civil disobedience to know this wasn't the mood of a crowd about to meet their hero. This was a crowd that had just been told something they didn't like. He didn't imagine a bunch of bookworms, some of whom were in costume, were about to storm the Capitol, but they definitely weren't happy. Something's not right, Tilly, he said. Poe pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Bradshaw followed him. A small woman stood behind the glass double doors. Bar a few worried-looking members of staff near the till area, the long, narrow, book-shaped bookshop was empty. Poe wondered why. The Aldridge Fowler event wasn't due to start until 10, but surely they should be open for those customers who weren't bothered about meeting a children's author. But the bookshop was closed, and the staff looked worried. Poe rapped his knuckles on the door. The woman behind it pretended not to notice. He knocked again, sharper this time.
"We're closed, sir,"
she mouthed through the glass. Poe leaned and read her name badge. "What's happening, Fiona?" he said.
"We're waiting for the police, sir."
Poe reached into his pocket and flipped open his NCA ID card. "I am the police," he said. "Let me in." Say something in a firm enough voice and flash an ID card that confers no bookshop entering powers, and it becomes a matter of who knows the law better. On this occasion, it seemed Poe did. Fiona turned a manual lock and opened one of the doors. "About time!" someone at the back shouted. Poe and Bradshaw slipped through. Fiona locked the door behind them. The same person booed. "Okay, Fiona," Poe said. "You have a bunch of irate dorks outside a bookshop that should have opened 30 minutes ago, and you're all looking terrified. Something has happened, yes?" Fiona nodded. "And it has something to do with Aldridge Fowler?" She nodded again. "What is it? Has he failed to turn up?" He flicked a thumb over his shoulder. "I wouldn't worry too much about that lot. I know a couple of them are carrying swords, but believe me, they're made of papier-mâché, and you're in no danger. I'll go and have a word with them if you want. Tell them to get back to their PlayStations."
You don't understand, sir, Fiona said. Aldrich Fowler arrived just after 8 o'clock.
What's the problem, then?
He's dead.
The first responding police officer was a straight-out-of-the-academy probationary constable called Amma Anwar. Poe met him at the door. "You have a body hanging from a girder on the first floor," Poe said. "The victim is famous, and there's going to be significant press. Do you know what you need to do?" PC Anwar gulped. Probably his first death, Poe thought. He imagined a large part of a cop's job in Durham would be dealing with drunken students. "I need to preserve life." "Aldrich Fowler is very dead, PC Anwar." "I need to preserve the scene and secure the evidence, then." "Very good. There's a video you should probably seize, although my colleague already has a copy on her tablet." Video?" "It seems Aldrich Fowler wanted time on his own to prepare. He then barricaded himself in on the shop's first floor, waited until he had an audience, and then, in full view of the stuff, he hanged himself." "And someone videoed this?" "Kat, the store manager. She'd been documenting Aldrich's visit for their website, and she caught it all. The panic as they realized he'd thrown a load of bookcases behind the first-floor doors to stop them being opened. 5 minutes of shouting as they tried to get inside, and the terror when they realized what he was actually planning to do. She even caught the moment he stepped off the chair, although by that time she was in hysterics." "Good grief," PC Anwar said. "The poor woman. Is she okay?" "She filmed the most famous author in the country killing himself. I'd say she's a bit shaken up." "I'll make sure I get her phone." "You should call for backup first," Poe said. "It's an unnatural death, so the coroner will need to be informed. Your inspector will want CID to take control of the scene, so you need to go upstairs and secure it. I'll stay down here and wait for the cavalry to arrive. I'll make sure the shop stays empty." "Thank you, Sergeant Poe." "Happy to help. Oh, and PC Anwar." "Yes?" "Taking a selfie with a corpse is a sackable offence." "I wouldn't do that." After he'd disappeared up the stairs, Poe turned to Bradshaw. "I miss the days when I didn't have to say that." The cavalry arrived in the form of Detective Inspector Jan Welchman and Detective Sergeant Graham Adamson. Neither of them looked happy at being called out to a suicide. As he had with PC Anwar, Poe met them at the door. He flashed his ID, which at least made them pay attention. No one wanted to look silly in front of the National Crime Agency. "What's the NCA's interest in a dead author, Sergeant Poe?" D.I. Welchman asked. "And how did you get here so quickly?" "Coincidence," Poe replied. "I was attending the event." Welchman took in the crowd of onlookers, most of whom were still in costume. She raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Yes, really." "But you're not wearing—" "We're not all basement dwellers, D.I. Welchman," Poe said. Bradshaw joined them. The shop was warm, and she had removed her coat. Her elf wings were clearly visible. "Although some of us are," he added. "I've analysed the video, Poe, and it's genuine," Bradshaw said. "The timestamp hasn't been altered, and the film wasn't downloaded. Neither has it been edited in any way." "Video? What video?" D.S. Adamson said. Kat, the store manager, had filmed Aldrich Fowler's arrival. A tall, slim man in his 50s, he was wearing a tweed trench coat, a flamboyant scarf, and a short-brimmed trilby. He looked like he was auditioning for Doctor Who. He smiled politely when he was being introduced to the staff, although he made no attempt to shake their hands. "He's notoriously rude," Bradshaw explained, "even to his fans." Aldrich was asked if he wanted a coffee, which he declined by saying, "I breakfasted at my hotel." Kat then walked him up a double flight of stairs to the first floor of the bookshop. "This is where the event will be held, Mr. Fowler," she said. "My staff will be up soon to set up the chairs and refreshments. The staff room is yours if you need some peace and quiet. Otherwise, please feel free to have a browse. We have some interesting titles in stock." "Thank you," he said. The video ended. "That was the first part," Bradshaw explained. "Kat then went back downstairs and helped get the shop ready to open."
They're busy on Saturdays anyway, but they were expecting a much bigger footfall than usual because of the event. She wanted to make sure Aldridge's books were prominently displayed, and those by authors he'd had run-ins with were tactfully hidden. "Are there a lot of these authors, Tilly?" D.I. Welchman asked. Bradshaw was, as ever, the acknowledged expert in the room. "Lots," she replied. "Aldridge Fowler never wanted to write YA books. He was far more interested in writing books aimed at a more adult audience, but they didn't do very well." "Why was that?" "He claims it's because his publisher only wanted Buckle Jones books, and they didn't market the adult books properly. The truth is that they were derivative and just a little dull. They were universally panned by critics, and respected fantasy authors refused to provide blurbs for the covers. It's mainly these authors he had his public disagreements with. He accused them of jealousy." "But the Buckle Jones books were well received?" D.S. Adamson asked. Bradshaw shook her head. Poe knew she was being careful not to come across as too fangirly. A man was dead, and the police had a job to do. "Not by his peers. They certainly didn't bring him the respect he thought he was owed, but the idea behind the series was kind of neat, and they sold millions of copies. They made him and his publisher a lot of money. The films made him even richer."
"Tilly says this made him extremely bitter," Poe chipped in. "Says he became obsessed with writing the adult series, refused to write any more kids."
"Young adults," Bradshaw corrected.
"He refused to write any more young adult books until his publisher took the adult books seriously." "And what did he mean by took seriously?"
"Tilly," Poe said, "he wanted to win a Hugo Award."
"And did he?"
"He never even made a long list."
"What's the Buckle Jones series about?"
"Like I said, it's quite a cool idea. The basic premise is that a young boy, Buckle Jones, is recruited to Cerberus, a secret and ancient organization based in subterranean London. Cerberus is charged with managing Site 13, which is a safe haven for creatures and races that can't live topsoil, as they call it. Races like nine-fingered dwarves and elves and magnetic snakes. There's a wonderfully inventive mixture of traditional fantasy and high-tech equipment. Buckle gets involved in a dastardly plot to open up a portal to another dimension."
"Sounds shit," Poe said after a while.
"You're wrong, Poe. It's magnificent world-building. It's actually—"
"You said there was a video of his suicide," D.I. Welchman said, checking her watch. "Show the detective inspector the second video, Tilly," Poe said. Kat's second video was a continuation of her attempt to diarise the Aldridge Fowler event. For 15 minutes, she asked staff members who their favourite characters were, what their favourite Aldridge Fowler book was, the questions they were hoping to ask him. Poe thought it interesting that none of them mentioned The Sands of Eosteroth, the book he was promoting. All they wanted to talk about was Buckle Jones. No wonder Aldridge Fowler had come to hate his own creation.
"Nicky, what are you planning to ask?" Kat said.
Nicky, a shy-looking bookseller in her late 30s, said,
"I plan to ask why in Buckle Jones and the Germ-Free Adolescent, Jazzbox was able to—"
It was at this point a male member of staff ran down the stairs and shouted, "He's barricaded himself in, Kat!"
"Who has?"
"Aldridge Fowler!"
"What on earth are you talking about, Dan?" Kat asked. "What do you mean, he's barricaded himself in?"
"He's pulled a load of bookcases in front of the doors," Dan replied. "We can't open them. Anne's still up there trying to reason with him, but he's ignoring us."
"Why's he done that?"
"No idea." Kat took charge. She didn't stop recording, although she was now holding her phone by her side.
"Jen, take the lift to the first floor," she said. "Dan, go with her, in case Mr. Fowler's having a funny episode." She performed a half-turn. "We need to force those doors open. Where's Neil?" "He's gone out for coffee," Nicky said. "I know Mr. Fowler said he didn't want any, but Neil thought he might change his mind if he was offered something freshly roasted. In other words, Neil wanted some alone time with him." "Well, yes," Nicky admitted. "That as well. OK, the rest of us up the stairs. What is it, Jen?" "The lift isn't responding, Kat," Jen said, panting. "He's wedged it open on the first floor." "Right, that does it. We'll have to break down the doors. Everyone upstairs now." Watching the video then became an exercise in managing your motion sickness, as Kat ran up the stairs, still holding her phone, still recording. The video steadied again as she reached the top and joined the melee of stuff. The glass doors at the entrance to the shop's first floor had a pile of books, bookcases, tables and chairs piled in front of them. Maybe it was because Poe had already seen what happened next, but it looked ominous, like one of those Nazi book burnings that ushered in the Second World War. "Oh my God!" Kat screamed. "What's he doing?" No one replied. It was obvious what Aldrich Fowler was doing. Poe paused the video. "At this point, I think Kat was on autopilot," he said. "It's the only explanation I have for her continuing to record what happened. I suppose you should be thankful. It'll make your job a lot easier." He pressed play. Aldrich Fowler was wearing a cape and a mask. He was standing on a brown, short-back armchair. He had fixed a rope around his neck, and that rope had been thrown over the metal girder he'd exposed by removing 2 of the ceiling tiles. The other end was secured to a wall-mounted fire extinguisher bracket. Poe pressed pause again. "Tilly tells me the costume is from a character in the Buckle-Jones books called Willard," he said. "I'm sure you'll want to investigate why he chose to wear stuff from a book series he had grown to hate, ma'am, but I doubt you'll have to look much further than it being a final fuck you to his publisher." D.I. Welchman didn't respond. To be fair, Poe had watched the video in silence the first time as well. He pressed play. "Mr. Fowler, this has gone far enough," Kat shouted. "This isn't funny, and you're scaring us." Aldrich Fowler ignored her. "Dan, break the windows," she continued. "Fiona, call the police." But as Dan picked up a hardback book and began bashing the door's safety glass, Aldrich Fowler stepped off the chair and hanged himself. A minute after he'd stopped kicking, Kat's video ended. Despite having a different layout, the first floor of Waterstone's Durham was, unsurprisingly, similar in shape and size to the ground floor. Maybe not as wide at the back. It seemed to be for the books with less commercial appeal. Manga, sci-fi, horror, and non-fiction subjects like art, politics, and gardening. "They do book signings downstairs," Poe said, "but the Saturday morning book group is always held up here." Poe was showing D.I. Welchman and D.S. Adamson the body. It was still hanging from the metal girder that supported the ceiling tiles. Welchman asked why he hadn't been cut down. "The door's windows were safety glass. By the time they managed to break in, he'd been hanging 15 minutes. The store manager wasn't sure what to do, so she made the decision to leave him in situ." Welchman nodded. It was accepted that lethal anoxia occurred in a very short time in suicide by hanging, usually under a minute. 15 minutes was not survivable. "It's definitely him under the mask?" she asked. "It is," Poe replied. "I climbed up and had a peek." She nodded. "Was there no other way in? I see there's a keypad-protected door." "Leads to the staff-only area," Poe replied. "Couple of storage rooms, staff room, a toilet. There's a fire exit at the back, but he'd blocked it. So, no. They couldn't have got in any other way than through the doors he'd blocked. For reasons unknown, Aldrich Fowler wanted an audience when he killed himself, and took robust measures to ensure no one could stop him." D.I. Welchman and D.S. Adamson spent 10 minutes doing exactly what Poe had done, checking the first floor for things that Kat and the rest of the staff group could have done differently. They wouldn't find anything. While he waited, Poe did what he always did when he was in a bookshop. He browsed. American crime novels were Poe's passion, but they were on the ground floor, and he needed to stay on the first in case the Durham cops wanted his input. It was their case, so technically he was relegated to bystander, but they hadn't asked him to leave, which meant they weren't stupid. Poe had watched as Welchman made a phone call, and he assumed that was her checking him and Tilly out. He gravitated towards the music section to see if they had Commando, the autobiography of Johnny Ramone. The guitarist and songwriter had begun writing the book after being diagnosed with prostate cancer, and it was released after his death by his widow, Linda Ramone. The Ramones were one of Poe's all-time favourite bands, and he'd been meaning to read the book for a while.
The music section was in a bookcase beside the lift, one of the few near the doors that hadn't been used as part of Aldrich's barricade. Poe quickly found what he was looking for. "Hey, Tilly, did you know that the Ramones' 12th studio album is called Mondo Bizarro?"
I didn't, Poe.
Yeah, it's a Z short of the Italian phrase Mondo Bizzarro.
I don't speak Italian, Poe. What does it mean?
Weird world, he replied. Kinda fitting for today, don't you think? She looked at the body hanging from the girder.
More sad, I think, Poe, she replied.
Yeah. He glanced across at the Durham detectives to see how long they might have to stay. They were examining the fire extinguisher bracket Aldrich had used to secure the end of the rope. Poe had already inspected it and had seen nothing suspicious. The rope had been tied off in a double figure of 8, as if Aldrich had been mooring a boat. If a knot was strong enough to withstand the tide, it was good enough to hang a body. As he dragged his eyes away from the fire extinguisher, something small, flat, and green grabbed his attention. It was on the floor, underneath a table piled high with puzzle books, a few feet from where the body was hanging. He had missed it earlier, as it was green, and the carpet was a hard-wearing khaki. Poe walked over and crouched down. It was a misshapen wax disc, about the size of a 2-pence piece. He doubted it meant anything, but he picked it up with his handkerchief anyway. There were no markings on it, no indication of what it was. He slipped it into the small evidence bag he always carried with him and put it into his coat pocket. The coroner investigated all suicides, so he would hand it to Welchman when she had finished. The wax disc's relevance was her problem, not his. He stood up and made his way back to the music section and his Johnny Ramone book. He stopped halfway and looked at where the lift was in relation to the door. Curious, he said to himself. Right, D.I. Welchman said, coming to a decision. I'm satisfied no crime has been committed. Are we okay signing it off as a suicide? If we are, I can ask P.C. Anwar to contact the private ambulance service we use. I'll ask CSI to attend and record the scene. Works for me, boss, D.S. Adamson added. It certainly wasn't accidental. He wanted to die. Tilly, Poe said, you agree with D.I. Welchman? She frowned and paused before answering. I do. Poe had known her long enough to realize something was bothering her. What is it? I just don't understand why he wore that mask. But Bradshaw held up her hand and stopped him. Yes, I agree he chose to kill himself wearing a mask from the series he'd come to hate, as some sort of statement. But why did he choose Willard? Who's Willard? Adamson asked. He's Buckle's squire, Detective Sergeant Graham Adamson. Squire? Willard was a knight's squire in the Battle of Hastings. He looked after his horse, armour and weapons. When he was killed, he returned as a zombie, and centuries later he was finally allowed to join Cerberus. He's a sort of comedy sidekick. He's dedicated to Buckle Jones, but he's really a bit of a hindrance. He's a minor character. Poe stared at the mask Aldrich Fowler was wearing, thought about the odd thing with the lift and the wax disc he hadn't yet handed to Welchman. Is that crowd of dorks still outside? He asked. They are, Poe. No one has told them the event's cancelled. They think either he hasn't arrived, or more likely, he's making them wait. Can you do me a favour, and go and take some photographs of them? Focus on the ones wearing costumes. I'll do it now, Poe. What's this about, Sergeant Poe? D.I. Welchman asked. Our job in the Serious Crime Analysis section is to investigate serial killers. So? You've heard the phrase JDLR. It's the acronym for Just Doesn't Look Right. I'm not sure it applies here, though. One of the things we expect SCAS staff to have is a good instinct, Poe continued. And if Tilly says Aldrich Fowler chose an illogical mask to die in, I want to know why. Fair enough. But why did you need a photograph of the crowd? Poe was spared explaining himself with the return of Bradshaw. She handed him her tablet, and he scrolled through the photographs. About a third of the crowd was in costume. Poe expanded these photographs and studied each one. Satisfied, he turned the tablet so D.I. Welchman and D.S. Adamson could see it. Of course, There is one reason to choose the Willard mask, he said. He waited for them to see what he had. It didn't take long. On its own, the Willard mask was just a mask, but put next to the other masks, it had a defining characteristic, one that the others did not. But what does this mean? D.I. Welchman asked. In isolation, Aldrich Fowler choosing to die in a Willard mask had meant nothing. The weird little wax disc was unimportant. The position of the lift was an easily explained coincidence. But altogether, Poe removed the bag containing the disc of green wax from his pocket. "What's that?" D.I. Welchman asked. He passed it across. She held it up to the light. "It's a wax disc," she said. "It was underneath the puzzle book table, the one near where Aldrich is hanging. At the time, I didn't think it meant anything. Now, I'm not so sure." "I'm not seeing the relevance, Sergeant Poe. What does the wax disc mean?" "Murder, D.I. Welchman," he said. "I think it means murder." Like the denouement scene in a Hercule Poirot novel, Poe had gathered the staff of Waterstone's Durham on the ground floor. They were in an area out of sight of the crowd on the street. He had seated them in a horseshoe shape around a low table stacked with Tintin comic books. D.I. Welchman and D.S. Adamson stood behind them. Constable Anwar was standing at the main entrance. "Thank you for bearing with us on what has undoubtedly been an upsetting morning," Poe said. "I have one or two questions, and then we'll let you get away." "I can't believe Aldrich Fowler committed suicide in our shop," Kat said, miserably. "This will ruin us. It's bad enough getting anyone to travel this far north at the best of times. Publicists won't take our calls. Authors won't visit. The Saturday morning group will fold." Poe didn't respond. Instead, he turned to one of the two male members of staff and said, "Neil, you were the only one not in the video that Kat shot. Apparently you'd nipped out to get Mr. Fowler some real coffee." "That's right. Although he'd refused a cup of the instant stuff we have in the staff room, I thought he might accept a real cup." "That was very thoughtful," Poe said. "Can I see it, please?" "See what?" "The coffee." "Well, obviously I don't have it anymore." "Why not?" "I threw it away. When I found out what had happened, I didn't think it was appropriate to drink it." "Show me," Poe said. "Show you what?" "The bin it's in. I assume it'll still be there." Neil squirmed under Poe's stare. "I used one of the street bins," he said eventually. "But it won't be there anymore." "Why not?" "A homeless guy took it." "So you didn't put it in the bin?" "No, I remember now. I was going to, but the homeless guy asked if he could have it." "That's not a crime, is it?" "I see," Poe said. "So, on getting back to the store with Aldrich's coffee, and on finding out he'd hanged himself, and all your colleagues were distressed, your first thought was to walk back out of the store so you could throw away the coffee. Do I have that right?" Neil reddened. "That's what happened." Poe turned to Jen. "Kat clearly told you and Dan to take the lift up to the first floor, Jen. She thought you might be able to circumnavigate the door barricades that Aldrich had set up. Can you remember what you told her when you came back?" "I think I might have said Mr. Fowler had wedged open the lift door on his floor, stopping it being summoned to the ground floor." Poe checked his notes. "Close enough," he said. "But here's my question. How did you know?" "I don't understand." "It was wedged open." "It was. However, from the stairs side of the barricaded doors, the lift can't be seen. Yet somehow you knew it had been wedged open." "I just assumed." "Really? I can think of 10 ways of disabling a lift, and only one involves the method Aldrich used." Jen didn't respond. Poe let the silence linger. "I'll tell you what. Why don't we come back to that?" Poe turned to Fiona. If Neil was the tallest member of the staff group, at an inch or two under 5 foot, she was definitely the shortest. "I want to ask you something now, Fiona." "Okay," she said cautiously. "On the video,
When you realized what Aldridge was planning to do, Cat screamed at you to call the police. And I did. We've listened to the call. You were very clear. You told the dispatcher you needed the police as someone in the store was suicidal. Fiona nodded in agreement. I'm wondering why there was a 13-minute delay in being asked to call the police and actually calling them, Poe said. I'm not sure I'll make it simple, Poe cut in. Tilly's verified the timestamp on the video, and we know when you made the 999 call. There's a delay of 13 minutes. I want to know why you waited so long. It was clearly an emergency. I'm not sure I like you speaking to my staff this way, Sergeant Poe, Cat said. They've been through a horrific ordeal, and I would very much like it if they were allowed to go home. I'm sure they will be delighted to answer your questions, but I really must insist it happens after they've had some time to process what happened this morning. That's a fair point, Poe agreed. Thank you. Logical, even. I think so. About as logical as you filming Aldridge Fowler's suicide. Cat stiffened. I told you. I was making a video diary. You did tell me that, yes, Poe said. And it's certainly a plausible explanation. And in the panic of what happened, it's understandable that you forgot to turn off your phone. She relaxed slightly. I wasn't really Only, forgetting to turn off your phone is one thing. Deliberately filming a man hanging himself is something else entirely. Do you agree? Cat didn't answer. As the drama unfolded and you were giving instructions, you held your phone at your side. Yet for some reason, you managed to film everyone as they ran up the stairs to the barricaded doors. And even when it became obvious what was about to happen, and you were screaming at Dan to smash in the windows, you held your camera steady and firmly aimed at Aldridge Fowler. Cat eyed him as he took a swig from the bottle of water Bradshaw had bought him. Now, I wouldn't, obviously, but a cynical man might think you wanted to capture the moment Aldridge Fowler hanged himself, he said. That's sick. Why on earth would I intentionally film a man's death? I asked myself that very same thing, not 30 minutes ago. And the only thing I could think of was that you needed irrefutable evidence he had committed suicide. He drained his bottle of water. Which, of course, he didn't. That's preposterous, Cat said. Of course he did. Poe opened a shopping bag and pulled out a brand-new Willard mask. He had asked Bradshaw to find one, and she'd bought it from a nearby toy shop. It was made of latex and slipped over the head like a balaclava. It was exactly the same as the one Aldridge Fowler was wearing upstairs. It was Tilly who started putting all this together, he said. Although she could accept that Aldridge might choose to kill himself wearing a mask from the series he had come to hate, she didn't understand why he'd chosen such a minor character. If he hated Buckle Jones so much, why not wear a Buckle Jones mask? There are plenty of them out there, I'm told. And even if he had an aversion to wearing his protagonist's likeness, Tilly says there are at least 12 other characters that would have made more sense. He was about to kill himself, Sergeant Poe, Cat said. I doubt he was thinking rationally. That must be it, Poe said. We'll come back to the Willard mask. He reached into his coat and produced the wax disc. And instead, we'll move on to this. He placed it on top of Tintin's The Secret of the Unicorn. There was confusion on every face, bar one. On that face, Poe saw dawning realization, followed by hastily hidden panic. Anne, Poe said, I see by your expression you know what this wax disc is. I have no idea, she replied. Really? Then do allow me to jog your memory. He reached into the bag again and pulled out a book he had grabbed from the golden age of detective fiction bookcase. It was Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None. He placed it on the table with the title facing the staff group. Who's read this? He asked. Some hands went up, some stayed down. You didn't raise your hand, Anne, Poe said. Why is that? I haven't read And Then There Were None, Sergeant Poe. I haven't read anything by Agatha Christie, I'm ashamed to say. I understand you do amateur dramatics in your spare time. How could you possibly know that? Poe gestured towards Bradshaw. When it comes to your online footprint,
You're an open book as far as my colleague is concerned. It wasn't difficult to find out.
OK. Yes, I am a member of the Easington Players. And I'll stop you right there, Sergeant Poe. We did perform And Then There Were None last year. You asked if I'd read the book. I haven't.
Remind me what the play is about.
10 strangers, all with dark secrets, are lured to an island off the coast of Devon. One by one, they begin to die.
Yes, they do, Poe agreed. And which role did you play?
Vera Claythorne, she mumbled.
Ah, yes, Poe said. Vera Claythorne, the governess who purposefully allowed her charge to drown. She was the last to die, wasn't she? Anne nodded. Remind me how it happened.
She hanged herself, she said softly.
Can you play the YouTube video now, please, Tilly? Poe said. Bradshaw wedged her tablet against the Tintin books and pressed play. This is Anne playing Vera in the Easington Players version of And Then There Were None, Poe said. As you can see, Tilly has skipped forward to the death scene. He pointed at the screen. That is you hanging from the ceiling hook, Anne.
I resent what you're implying.
You're going to hate this then, he said.
I'm going home, Anne said, getting to her feet.
Sit down. Anne did. I'm told performing a hanging on stage brings unique problems, Poe continued. The main one being getting insured for something so inherently dangerous. There are so many things that can go wrong, there is now an industry-accepted method for staging a hanging. Do you want to tell everyone what that is, Anne? Anne shook her head. No? OK, I'll do my best. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all to do with braces and harnesses and rigs. The actor, or stunt person, wears a jacket-like contraption that supports their body. The hanging rope is attached to said contraption at the back, at the top of the spine. The rope never actually touches the actor's neck. Poe smiled at the group. What about the noose? What about the realism, I hear you ask, he said. And you're quite right, of course. Suspending someone from a body harness wouldn't cut it. So those clever stunt people came up with an elegant solution. Do you know what that is? Silence. My, aren't you an uncurious bunch? Poe continued. I think I'll tell you anyway. To get the realism, they do put a noose around the actor's neck, but, and this is the clever bit, it's not part of the harness contraption, and it's not part of the rope. It's just a noose, and it's not attached to anything. I suppose it's like a rope necklace in that regard. And to make it seamless, the stunt coordinator gently joins the rope to the noose, so, to the audience, it now appears as though the rope and the noose are one continuous instrument of death. Can anyone guess what the stunt coordinator uses to join the rope to the noose? Bradshaw stuck her hand up. You didn't give anyone else a chance, Tilly. I think Anne was about to answer.
I don't think she was, Poe. She wasn't.
I suppose you'd better tell everyone then.
They joined the rope to the noose with melted wax, Poe. This is ludicrous, Cat said. Everyone can clearly be seen on the other side of the door when he stepped off that chair. You can check the video.
That you shot, Poe finished. Except that's not entirely true, is it? Because Neil isn't on the video. Neil says he was getting coffee. Coffee, he said, he took the time to give to a tramp in the midst of an emergency. Neil glared at Poe, but said nothing. How tall are you, Neil? 6 foot. Tilly, how tall was Aldrich Fowler?
6 feet, Poe.
And what makes the Willard mask different to all the others, Tilly?
It's the only character mask that fits over the whole head, Poe, Bradshaw replied. All the others are front only.
And I suppose, because the man stepping off the chair on the video was wearing this whole head mask, we can't really be sure who it was, can we? It could have been Aldrich Fowler. It could have been someone of similar height and build using an actor's rig with a breakaway noose connected to the rope with a blob of green wax.
It's certainly possible, Poe.
And let's imagine that after the video was taken, and during the 13 minutes it took Fiona to call the police, the real Aldrich Fowler The already hanged Aldrich Fowler, I might add, was hoisted up in this impostor's place. We would have no way of knowing, would we, Tilly?
We wouldn't, Poe.
OK. Let's play with this scenario for a bit longer. He ploughed on. Imagine this. Aldrich Fowler turns up for his scheduled event, and for reasons unknown, he is hanged by the neck until he's dead. He's then stored in the stuff area until his corpse is needed. Neil disguises himself with the Willard mask and proceeds to barricade himself in on the first floor. When he's ready, he puts the breakaway noose over his neck and waits for the staff group to arrive. When he's sure Cat is filming, he steps off the chair and pretends to die. Cat then stops filming, and it's time to rearrange the set, this time with the real Aldrich Fowler. Someone dresses him in the clothes Neil was wearing, and they pull the Willard mask over his head. He's then hoisted up in exactly the same position as Neil, using a real rope this time, so that when we compare the video with the scene of Aldrich's supposed suicide, we won't notice anything. Only then does Fiona call the police. But somehow, when Neil was climbing down and you were removing and hiding the fake rope, the noose came away, and the adhesive wax fell to the floor, unnoticed.
Now the police know what they're looking for, there will be a lot of forensic evidence to recover, Poe, Bradshaw said.
You mean like a fake rope, possibly somewhere in the stuff area where they stored Aldrich's corpse? That type of thing, Tilly?
Yes, things like that, Poe.
D.I. Welchman joined Poe at the front.
You're all under arrest for the suspected murder of Aldrich Fowler, she said. Detective Sergeant Adamson will now read you your rights and take you into custody. There are 7 police cars outside, 1 for each of you. Wait, Cat cried out. If I've understood this correctly, you believe everyone here was acting out their own little murder on the Orient Express? That we all conspired to murder Aldrich Fowler?
Delete believe. Replace it with no, and you're absolutely right, I do, Poe said.
But isn't there an obvious flaw with this incredible tale?
Just the one.
We're booksellers, she said. It was quite the coup getting Aldrich Fowler to our store. Why on earth would we want to kill him?
Poe smiled. Ah, yes. The epilogue to today's sorry story. Why indeed would 7 seemingly law-abiding booksellers conspire to murder one of the most famous children's authors?
Young adult, Poe, Bradshaw said.
Sorry, why would 7 seemingly law-abiding booksellers conspire to murder one of the most famous young adult authors in the world?
There is no reason, Cat said. And that means all you have is a rather fanciful story. Yes, Neil is the same size as Aldrich, but so what? Lots of men are 6 feet tall, and you found a blob of green wax on the floor. Again, so what? I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it got there. I imagine a customer dropped it, and the cleaner somehow missed it. It happens. There was apple core on the radiator for almost 3 weeks last year. I can't answer why I kept filming. I guess I wasn't thinking, and I can't explain the gap between asking Fiona to ring 999 and the dispatcher getting the call. Perhaps she couldn't get through.
Finished, Poe said. Cat nodded. Good. And you're absolutely right, of course. Without a motive, none of this makes sense. So I asked Tilly to correlate your names with Aldrich Fowler, see if any of you had a connection we were unaware of. And to my great surprise, none of you did. When Tilly ran your names, other than a few recent contacts about today's event, not a single one of you had had anything to do with Aldrich Fowler. Poe watched the staff group collectively relax. So I asked Tilly to go in deeper, to do the things only she can, to push her online privacy to the absolute limits of legality. Asked her to find what wanted to stay hidden. And guess what? This time, she found something. Because there is someone here with a strong motive for wanting Aldrich Fowler dead. Poe turned to his left and addressed the shortest member of the staff group. Isn't that right, Fiona? Fiona pushed her glasses up her nose and blew some hair from her eyes. She held Poe's gaze, but pressed her lips together. You see, although Fiona's surname is now Sharp, her maiden name was Askew, and Fiona Askew absolutely did have a run-in with Aldrich Fowler. Do you want to tell us what that was, Fiona? She didn't. You see, Tilly discovered Fiona Askew contacted Aldrich Fowler several times over the years, Poe continued. She believes it was her, not him, who had the idea for the Buckle Jones series.
It was, Fiona burst out. Buckle Jones was my idea, not his.
The bookshop had been silent anyway, but after Fiona's outburst, her tacit admission of guilt, Waterstone's Durham was now quieter than the inside of a ping-pong ball. Poe swore he could almost hear the grind of his bones. "And there's your motive, ladies and gentlemen," he said. "Fiona claims Aldrich stole her idea. In fact, she believes he stole the entire manuscript for Buckle Jones and the Sarcastic Shrunken Head, passed it off as his own. This was all about pandering to one woman's delusion," D.S. Adamson said. "A lunatic who claims to have written something she clearly didn't, and instead of telling her to shut up, her colleagues murder the focus of her obsession. Unbelievable." Poe offered him a sad smile. "It was no delusion, Sergeant Adamson," he said, "because I thought as you did. How did Fiona convince everyone to help her exact her revenge? Simply claiming to be the real creator of Buckle Jones wouldn't have been enough. She'd have needed concrete proof she was the author, and she'd have needed the derisory responses Aldrich sent in response to her missives. She'd have had to prove there'd been a terrible miscarriage of justice. So I asked Tilly to look into her outlandish claim of being the real author of Buckle Jones. And she was. She was indeed. Tilly found that Fiona had attended a residential writing course many years ago where Aldrich Fowler was one of the tutors. Nobody had really heard of him then, but he had a background in education, so he used to get these gigs teaching aspiring authors, despite pretty much being one himself. Fiona was in his tutorial group, and he mentored her. At the end, she asked if she could send him a children's book she had almost finished writing. I'm guessing here, but I imagine Aldrich said yes, as it would have been easier than saying no. I doubt he had any intention of reading it. In fact, for 2 years, Fiona didn't hear a thing.
"Until I saw it in a bookshop," she said miserably, abandoning all pretense at innocence. "He hadn't even bothered to change the title. It was my story, almost word for word."
Fiona had sent him a handwritten manuscript, Poe said, and when she approached Aldrich's publisher and told them he'd stolen her work, they asked what proof she had. Their legal team said anyone could claim they'd had the idea first. In fact, several chances already had, and if she didn't cease and desist with her letters, they would take her to court for libel.
"And I couldn't risk losing my house."
But Tilly goes where she likes on the internet, and she discovered that Aldrich's editor knew he hadn't written Buckle Jones and the Sarcastic Shrunken Head. There's an email chain that she deleted as soon as Fiona began making a noise. She also tried to delete the original scanned copy of the handwritten manuscript Aldrich submitted. He hadn't even bothered to rewrite it. Tilly compared the handwriting to Fiona's, and it's an exact match. There is no debate. Fiona did write the first Buckle Jones book. Fiona put her head in her hands and began to sob. Poe couldn't tell if they were tears of vindication or frustration. "So you got a job at a bookshop," he continued. "Worked hard and got a reputation for championing authors. Pretty soon you were the publishing industry's darling. Get Fiona on board and she'll sell 1,000 hardbacks on her own. Help get unknown authors onto the bestseller lists. But everything you did was aimed at achieving one single goal: getting Aldrich Fowler to your store and making him pay for what he'd done."
10 years that book took me to write, Fiona said. "I loved those characters like they were my own children. How dare he pass them off as his own?"
"You spent years cultivating the trust of your colleagues," Poe said. "By the time of Aldrich's visit, they were as incensed about the theft of your work as you were. I don't know who came up with the plan. I imagine you all chipped in, but it was almost flawless. If it hadn't been for Tilly wondering why Aldrich had chosen to wear a minor character's mask, you'd probably have got away with his murder."
"But Aldrich Fowler was wearing the Willard mask, so you didn't get away with it," D.I. Welchman said. "Just out of curiosity, how did you hang him? Was it a mock trial followed by an execution, or did you just string him up in an ambush?"
They all looked at the floor.
"It doesn't matter," she continued. It'll come out in the interviews. Someone will tittle-tattle for a reduced sentence. They always do in joint ventures.
Poe wasn't so sure. This was a tight group, and with the mitigating factors Bradshaw had proven, a sympathetic judge could well be lenient on them. They might be back selling books and plotting against rogue authors sooner than Welchman thought.
"On your feet, please," D.S. Adamson told them. "Time to go."
After the Waterstone staff were safely in the back of the 7 police cars, Poe picked up Commando, the Johnny Ramone book he'd meant to buy earlier. He read the back cover again, wondered where he could pay for it now the shop had no staff. Bradshaw linked her arm through his.
"Come on," she said. "Let's get a pie and some beer into you. My treat."
"Tilly," he replied, "why can't we ever go anywhere without things like this happening?"
Mondo Bizzarro, Poe. Mondo Bizzarro.
Once in a Red Moon. Detective Sergeant Washington Poe stared through the taxi window at the star-coated universe. The great vastness, stretching into infinity, even back in time, usually grounded him. Reminded him he was a speck of nothing, and more importantly, that anyone who annoyed him was also a speck of nothing. It put him in his place. But not tonight. Tonight it was just irritating. Everything was.
"Poe! Poe!"
Matilda Tilly Bradshaw said.
"Stop looking at the boring stars. We're nearly there."
"I wasn't looking at the stars, Tilly," he replied. "I was wondering why there's another full moon. We've already had one this month."
"That's because it's a blue moon, Poe."
"You need a new pair of glasses. That moon's white, not blue. It's not even blue-ish." She sighed. It was a sound he knew well.
"A blue moon isn't blue, Poe."
"It isn't?"
"No. It's just a placeholder name for the occasional extra full moon. There are 2 definitions of what a blue moon is, but I like the second one best, as it involves an astronomer called James Hugh Pruitt miscalculating the length of a lunar month in 1946, proving once and for all that all astronomers are dunces and they shouldn't even be allowed to call themselves scientists."
Bradshaw had straightforward views on who was and who wasn't a scientist. If you studied pure mathematics, you were. If you didn't, you weren't. "Remind me again why I'm here, Tilly," he said for at least the 5th time that day.
"Because you agreed, Poe."
"When?" He had asked this at least 5 times as well. He was hoping a loophole would present itself.
"It was after you'd shouted at your butcher for selling mince pies in September. I said we should do something when it is Christmas, and you said, 'Sounds like a plan, Tilly.' That's why I booked it."
"It's possible I was distracted."
"I was surprised when you agreed, Poe," Bradshaw said. "I didn't think this would be your cup of tea at all. My other suggestion was going to be a brewery tour."
He really wished she hadn't told him that. A brewery tour, or this. "You see," the driver said, interrupting Poe's loophole fantasies, "what I love about driving a taxi is the freedom it gives me. Don't want to work one day, I don't have to. The tune's playing at home and I have a ticket. I'm bloody well going. It might not be the most glamorous job in the world, but at least I don't have anyone telling me what to do." "Turn left here," Poe said. De Neville Hall, ancestral home of the De Neville family, landowners, farmers, country pursuit enthusiasts. They had made their money mining coal and copper, and until recently it was said you could walk the coast to coast without leaving their lands. That was then. This was now. Now they were reduced to this, humiliation. Poe wondered what had happened. The tree-lined road ended in a large circle in front of De Neville Hall itself. An ornate fountain in the middle was performing a roundabout function tonight. Cars lined up in a clockwise direction, waiting to deposit their guests. As one left the space at the front of the steps, the next in line took its place and spewed out another carload. When it was their turn, the taxi driver parked and popped the boot. By the time Poe and Bradshaw had got out, their bags were on the ground. Poe grabbed his and took in a deep breath. The air was crisp and cool, and he felt it in his lungs. He stared at De Neville Hall. Old Money stared back. It might have been the jewel in the once vast estate,
But to Poe, it looked more like a Hammer House of Horror film set than one of the most important stately homes in the country. He had read up on it on the way there. It was an impressive example of English Baroque architecture, whatever that meant. It had an east wing, a west wing, and more windows than he could count. Bats flitted around the roof's central dome, backlit by the blue moon. Poe liked bats. Not everyone did these days. Not after an undercooked one had changed the world. Poe had a family of common pipistrelles living in the eaves of his 200-year-old shepherd's croft on Shap Fell. He'd sit outside at dusk and watch them catch insects, their fast, jerky flights seemingly ignoring the laws of physics. An imposing portico covered de Neville Hall's main entrance. A tall man wearing a black suit greeted them. "Welcome," he said, handing them a name tag each to fill in. "My name is Jim Child, and I'm your host. Are you looking forward to tonight's murder mystery evening, sir?" "No, I'm bloody not," Poe said. The oak floor was bathed in flickering candlelight. Grand oil paintings and heraldic crests jostled for space on wood-panelled walls. Except Poe could see the occasional gap. Some had been recently removed. He wondered if they'd been sold to keep the house going. If the estate had money troubles, it might explain why they were running these humiliating events. Tonight's play was being performed by a troupe of improvised comedy actors from Newcastle. They would mingle with the guests during dinner and drip-feed clues and red herrings for later. Some of their dialogue was scripted, the rest would be improvised. According to the pamphlet Bradshaw had given him, it created a more immersive experience. At the end of the meal, one of the actors would be found dead, and the guests would be asked to solve the murder. Bradshaw had said it sounded like fun. Poe had said it sounded like something people from London did. At least there was alcohol, he thought. Jim Child, the official greeter, was circulating with a tray of drinks. Poe grabbed a fruit juice for Bradshaw and a bottle of IPA for himself. As he sipped his beer, he surveyed his fellow guests. Some were like him, reluctant fun-goers, dragged there by enthusiastic friends or partners, while others looked right up for it. The actors were easy enough to spot. They were out-and-out extroverts, moving from one group to the next, big grins on their faces. Poe made a note to avoid sitting next to anyone who looked happy at dinner. One of the actors, a short woman with pink lipstick and even pinker hair, made her way to where he and Bradshaw were standing. Poe winced. Improvised comedy was the Emperor's new clothes of entertainment. It was neither funny nor interesting. Absorbing to those involved, deadly boring to everyone else. He hoped he wasn't about to get dragged into art for art's sake. Maybe it was the look Poe gave her, or maybe it was simply a matter of good luck. But all she said was, "Dinner is served." She bent and read their name tags. Washington and Tilly. There was nothing like a plate of healthy food to clear the system. And this was nothing like a plate of healthy food. They had been led into a stateroom, groaning with silver, and served goose. Poe had assumed it would be turkey. He hated turkey. Suspected most people did. It was a second-rate bird, only eaten because it was big enough to feed a busload of idiots who didn't know any better. Yes, it looked all nice and tempting when it came out of the oven, but the moment you put that dry, stringy meat into your mouth, you knew you'd been taken in for the 40th year in a row. Goose was an entirely different matter. Dark, succulent meat, glistening with warm grease. A distinctive, rich flavour. Gamey, but not too gamey. Poe's plate was stacked high with meat, pigs in blankets, stuffing, and roast potatoes cooked in duck fat. Bradshaw had said he had to have some vegetables, too. He'd added some cauliflower cheese, and she'd scowled at him. Poe was wiping his plate with a piece of white bread when a woman ran into the room. "What is it, Helen?" Jim Child said in a stage whisper. "It's Rory Green," she gasped. "I think he's dead." As one, the actors seated among the dinner guests rose. "Oh, no!" one of them cried. "Where?" "In the drawing room." "Here we bloody go," Poe grumbled. "This is going to be excellent," Bradshaw said. Poe recognized Rory Green from the drinks reception. He'd been one of the actors carrying drinks trays. He was a tall, gangly man. If he said his hair was strawberry blonde, he'd have been lying. It was ginger. He was lying on his stomach, stretched out in the crucifix position. A knife was sticking out of his back. Even if he hadn't been at a murder mystery evening, Poe wouldn't have been taken in by it. The blood smelled like tomato ketchup, and the knife was obviously made of rubber. "What do you think happened, Poe?" Bradshaw said excitedly. "How the heck am I supposed to know?" "Have a look, then." Poe sighed, but kneeled by Rory Green's prostrate body. He jammed his finger into his carotid vein. Hard. His pulse was strong and steady. Poe looked at the knife. If it had been a real stabbing, the blade would have entered the body between the two floating ribs in his back, the ribs that protected the liver. Maybe not fatal if he got to surgery within the hour. "Okay," Poe said. "Here's what I think happened. Someone has squirted tomato ketchup all over this man." He stuck his finger in the blood and licked it. "Heinz, if I'm not mistaken." Bradshaw glared at him. "Did anyone bring fish fingers?" he added. "Take it seriously, Poe." "Okay," Jim Child said. "We have a body in the drawing room, and no one is leaving until we've found the murderer." "Shouldn't we call the police?" Poe said. "Assisting an offender is a serious offence. We could all get 10 years. I think we should call the police." Child ignored him. "Helen tells me the last people to see Rory were her, Peter, Derek, Margot, and Sharon. They're currently sequestered. The rest of you should have a chat and decide how you want to do this. I suggest you nominate someone to lead and take it from there." "I have a decent batting average with these things," a man with bulging eyes said the moment Child had left the room. His name badge had Giles written on it. "Here's what I want everyone to—" "Poe should be in charge," Bradshaw cut in. "Tilly, I don't think that's such a good idea." "Don't be such a Mr. Cranky-Pants, Poe." She turned to the rest of the guests and said, "Poe's a detective sergeant with the Serious Crime Analysis section, and he's caught loads of serial killers. He even solved the murder in the Michelin-starred restaurant, and people said that was almost the crime of the century. I bet he could easily solve this one." "He's a policeman?" Giles sneered. "My word, this place really has gone to the dogs." A horse-faced woman standing next to him tittered. The rest of the guests had the grace to look embarrassed. Poe turned to Bradshaw. "I thought you said there wouldn't be people like him here." "People like who, Poe?" "The result of cousins being allowed to marry." "I didn't think there would be," she said. "Cross my heart and hope to die." "I feel you're being rude, sir," Giles snapped. "I am being rude," Poe said. "That's why you can feel it. But please, feel free to teach me a lesson." Giles skulked off and began muttering to Horseface. "This is a bit of a busman's holiday for you, what?" a ruddy-faced man wearing a cummerbund said. "What do you say, Washington? The sooner we solve this, the sooner we get our dessert. I understand it's treacle tart tonight. Real custard." "Why wasn't this mentioned before?" Poe said. "Tilly, fetch me my interrogation truncheon." "You don't have an interrogation truncheon, Poe," she said. "And even if you did, using it would be an egregious breach of the 1967 Criminal Law Act, as it pertains to the use of reasonable and proportionate force." "Shame. Would have made this go so much quicker." "Are you not enjoying yourself, Poe?" He looked at Giles and Horseface. They were still muttering together. Poe recognized a pair of plotters when he saw them. "Not really, Tilly," he said. Her face fell. "But I'll give it a go," he added. He looked at the corpse. It shut its eyes. "Okay. If I were the senior investigating officer at a fresh crime scene, I'd usually ask for a forensic pathologist to attend. Make sure things like rectal swabs were taken." "Steady on," the corpse said. "But in the circumstances, I suppose we can jump ahead and get the witnesses in. See what they have to say for them." He looked off into the distance. "What's wrong, old chap?" Cummerbund said. Poe walked to the door and pointed at a small oval-shaped mark. It was about 3.5 feet off the floor and had clearly just been placed. He smiled. He returned to the group. "Tilly, can you lie down next to Mr. Green, please?" "I can, Poe." She did. "You're a bit too short," he said. He scanned the rest of the guests. He pointed at Giles.
You look the right size. Lie down next to him." "I'll do no such thing," he snarled. "Have you any idea how much this suit cost?" "You bought it," Poe said. "I assumed you'd borrowed it from a ventriloquist dummy." "Damn you, man," Poe sighed. "Okay, if you won't join in, just tell me how tall you are." Giles's cheeks quivered, and for a moment Poe thought he was going to refuse. "I'm 6 feet," he said eventually. "My arse you are. How tall are you really?" 5'10", Giles admitted. "This is a bit unconventional," Poe said. "But can I ask the deceased how tall he is?" The corpse said nothing. "It's either that or we're back to the rectal swabs," Poe added. "I'm 5'10", it said. "Excellent." Poe pointed at the door and told Giles to stand next to the mark. "Waste of time," Giles muttered. He did as he was asked, though. Probably wanted Poe to get it wrong so he could take charge. "Can you stand so we can see your back and the mark at the same time?" Poe said. Giles moved a foot to his left and turned sideways on. Poe pointed at the mark on the door. "See how it's the same height as Giles's liver? As they're both 5'10", it means the mark is the same height as the victim's liver." "What are you saying, old chap?" Cumbrian said. "Rory Green wasn't murdered. He committed suicide," Poe said. He pulled a pen out of his inside pocket, reached up behind him, and held it against his back at a right angle. He then backed up to the door, and when the pressure of his back was enough to stop the pen falling to the floor, he stood still. With the blade resting against his back, Rory Green held the hilt of the knife against the door, he explained. He then thrust himself back onto it. Once the blade was in, he staggered forwards and collapsed where we found him. If we had a full forensic team, we'd find blood spatter evidence that starts at the door and leads to where he is now. Case closed." "Couldn't he have been stabbed and staggered back onto it?" "No. If that were the case, the mark on the door would have been more of a scuff." Poe pointed at the door. "This is the exact shape of the knife's hilt. Means the knife went in at a right angle, and that doesn't happen in stabbings. Not at liver height. This wound was self-inflicted, I guarantee it." The silence that followed was broken by clapping. They turned. It was Rory Green. He was sitting up. "6 years I've been doing this, and not once has this play been solved," he said. "I told you," Bradshaw said. "Poe's a brilliant detective." Jim Child entered the drawing room. "Don't go patting yourselves on the back just yet," he said. "Rory was obviously trying to set someone up for murder. You still need to interview the witnesses and find out why." "Yay," Bradshaw said. "Can you take over, Tilly?" Poe said. "I need to write up my report." "Really?" "Of course not. I've had enough. I'm going to find this treacle tart I've been promised." As it happened, Poe didn't find his pudding. Not yet. But he did find the library. An old man was hunched in an armchair, sipping an amber drink. With his free hand, he thrust an ornate poker into the roaring log fire. His hair was grey-white and thinning, and his scalp was blotchy. Poe put him in his 70s. He noticed Poe in the doorway. "Not enjoying yourself?" he said. Poe shrugged. "My friend Tilly dragged me here," he said. "Not really my thing. Are you one of the guests? I didn't see you at dinner." He waved his arms. "I'm Sholto de Neville," he said. "I'm Poe." They shook hands. "You're the owner," Poe said. "I prefer custodian. But yes, you have a beautiful home." "It'll be a hotel soon." Poe nodded, unsurprised. The missing paintings, evenings like this, it all pointed to financial problems. De Neville was asset-stripping and diversifying, like any good business would, but sometimes you were beaten by circumstances. "You have money troubles?" De Neville raised his not inconsiderable eyebrows. "I'm a detective," Poe said. "Which is another name for a professional nosy bastard." De Neville laughed. "Will you take a whiskey?" "Thank you," Poe said, lowering himself into the armchair opposite. De Neville poured him a generous measure from a long-necked cut-glass decanter. What happened? Poe said. I doubt I'm the only one who dislikes evenings like this.
We have debts to service, de Neville said. But you're right, of course. I'm too old for strangers to have free run of the house. We did one of these things last Christmas, and some idiot unscrewed all the baubles on the tree.
That's peculiar vandalism, Poe said. They mess with anything else?
Just the baubles.
Expensive?
No. Cheap things Lady de Neville bought in bulk to decorate all the trees on the estate. They were hollow, so she could fill them with treats for the children. It's a family tradition to buy the staff their trees and decorations. Put some presents under them.
Strange enough to spook you, though.
Lady de Neville won't come downstairs now when these events are on.
Poe sipped his whiskey. It was good. Burnt his throat and warmed his stomach. There's no other way to find what you owe?
I'm afraid we've rather exceeded our line of credit.
Was it the economy? I've heard these big houses are expensive to run. De Neville swirled his whiskey before draining it.
Did you know tonight is a blue moon?
I did, as it happens, Poe said.
Well, the fall of the House of de Neville wasn't caused by a blue moon, he said. But it was caused by a red moon.
Poe put down his glass. Tell me what happened, he said.
Have you heard of the Red Moon of Cumbrian, Washington? De Neville said.
I haven't.
It's a 5-carat, brilliant-cut, unmounted red diamond. Incredibly rare, extremely valuable. It was found 200 years ago in a riverbed near Mount Cumbrian.
Which is where?
An aboriginal mountain in Queensland.
And your family owned the diamond?
Goodness, no, De Neville said. But we did lose it. The Red Moon of Cumbrian belonged to a private collector from Sydney, a man called Simon Cowdroy. He's a bit of a dilettante, and for years had been able to tour the world's great houses simply by bringing his diamond with him. He would claim it was to see their private art collections, but really he wanted to be wined and dined and fussed over.
And you hosted him?
Almost 2 years ago to the day, De Neville said. It was a bit of a coup, actually. He'd been touring Europe and London, but had wanted to shoot some grouse before the season ended, on the 10th of December. There's only us and the Doyles who keep grouse moors up here, and I got the nod. Put him up for the night, and let him carry a gun the following day. Seemed a small price to pay.
Seemed.
As Cowdroy's itinerary was not advertised, the security of the diamond was deliberately low-key. The house was expected to have insurance and to provide someone to watch over it the entire time it was there. But otherwise there was just a private security guard and a briefcase with a chain.
Let me guess, Poe said. As the house was full of supposedly honourable men and women, the diamond was kept on display most of the time.
It was.
De Neville nodded.
In this very room, as it happens. I'd asked my estate manager, a man called Lytolis, to watch over it. Lytolis had been with the family for 20 years, and I believed he was entirely trustworthy. And, as he was ex-Coldstream Guards, I thought if anything were to happen, Lytolis wouldn't be found wanting. Other than my guests, his wife was the only other person in the house that night. She was helping to serve supper.
De Neville refilled their drinks. He opened a carved wooden box on the table.
Cigar? They're Cuban.
Poe checked Bradshaw hadn't suddenly sneaked in. He could do without another PowerPoint presentation on tongue tumours before saying yes. De Neville selected one and cut it. He then warmed the end, lit it, and passed it over. He took one for himself and settled back into his story.
My oldest and dearest friend was with us that night. A great man called Charles Buxton. He was a Chichester fellow, but we'd known each other since Eton. He'd never missed one of my driven grouse shoots, and I'd never missed one of his.
Was a Chichester fellow.
He died that night, in this room. Massive heart attack.
The same room as the diamond?
Indeed.
Who else was there at the time?
Just Lytolis. No one else. De Neville shook his head. Lightolis left the room to raise the alarm, but the room was filled with concerned guests within seconds. Cowdroy and I had been having a drink on the terrace, but we were there within a minute too. And you noticed the diamond was missing, Poe said. I did. There was a police investigation, and one by the insurance company. Do you have a note of the sequence of events I could look at? Poe said. I do, De Neville said, but I know it word for word. Ask me your questions. Lightolis and Charles Buxton were alone with the diamond. Your friend suffers a heart attack and presumably collapses. Lightolis runs out to raise the alarm. De Neville nodded. Who was first in? Charles's son, Giles. Not that bug-eyed bastard who's been annoying me all evening. He is a bit of an acquired taste. He's a prat. De Neville tipped his head in agreement. It's true, he's no Charles. But he does what he can to help. Always attends these events, even though he doesn't like them any more than you do. How long was Giles alone in the room? No more than 20 seconds. He was searched by the police. We all were. And Giles never left his father's side. He certainly didn't leave the room. The house was searched. Thoroughly, De Neville said. It was as if it had vanished. Poe took a drink, swirled the whiskey around his mouth. I assumed the police think Lightolis stole it, he said. Used the distraction of Charles's heart attack. They believe he slipped the diamond into his pocket, and after raising the alarm, passed it to his wife. She spirited it out of the house before anyone noticed it was missing. He was interviewed? He was. Denied it, of course. And his wife? The same. Charged? De Neville shook his head. All the police had was what they called circumstantial evidence. We were told the Crown Prosecution Service couldn't prosecute. The insurance investigation? The same conclusion. But they denied your claim. Indeed. Said that, as Lightolis was my man, they couldn't rule out collusion. I threatened to take them to court, but they counter-threatened with insurance fraud. You had to compensate Cowdroy yourself. Which came to more than we had. Wiped out our reserves, and even after we'd sold some of our major assets, we were still short. Cowdroy was a good sport, though. Didn't blame me. His solicitors worked out a repayment package. I've been trying to stave off the inevitable with events like this. But in 2 months, I will run out of options, and have no choice but to sell the only asset we have left. De Neville Hall itself. A consortium has been pestering me for an answer on their bid to turn it into a hotel. They settled into an unhappy silence. Poe tried to imagine De Neville Hall as a country hotel. Decided he didn't like the idea. He'd known Sholto less than half an hour, but he knew he would never recover from this. Poe knew a bit about moving high-value items. The National Crime Agency had a unit dedicated to it, and he read their briefings when he had nothing better to do. He knew that, even with the right connections, moving a gem such as the Red Moon of Cunorin would be problematic. It was unique, easily identifiable, and people were looking for it. A crooked private collector might buy the diamond, but he would never be able to show it. Organised crime bosses occasionally bought things like this to use as collateral in case of an arrest, so it was possible the diamond was in a vault somewhere, waiting for the right time to be used. But Poe didn't think an ex-guardsman such as Lightolis would have had the first clue about moving a large diamond. He'd have been caught the moment he tried, and De Neville didn't seem daft. How had he judged Lightolis's character so badly? "Have you spoken to him recently?" Poe said. "Lightolis?" "Yes." "Not since I dismissed him." "You are sure it was him?" "I've spent a long time thinking about this," De Neville said. "I don't want to believe it, but logically, he was the only person it could have been. And as Sherlock Holmes once said, when you have eliminated all that is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." Which was when Poe's brain snapped to attention. The quote was taken from The Sign of Four, but it wasn't the tale of treasure and treachery in India. It was a different Sherlock Holmes story Poe was thinking of. He had a theory, and if he were right, Rory Green's suicide might not be the only thing he solved that night. He opened his phone and thumbed Bradshaw a text explaining what he needed her to do. "How familiar are you with Arthur Conan Doyle's canon, Sholto?" Poe said, after he'd sent it. "I read them in school. Why do you ask?" "Do you remember The Adventure of the Six Napoleons?" "Why don't you have a Christmas tree, Sholto?" Bradshaw asked across the crowded dinner table. Why Rory Green had killed himself, and who he had been hoping to frame, had been solved by the guests. Apparently, it was something to do with unrequited love. They were now back in the dining room, eating the promised treacle tart. Much to Bradshaw's disgust, Poe had already eaten 3 large slices. "We used to decorate all the trees in the estate houses, Tilly," de Neville replied, putting down his coffee cup. "Lady de Neville bought baubles and lights in bulk, as it was cheaper that way. We reused them year on year." "But not this year." "No, dear. Even appearing to spend money on frivolities wouldn't be fair. We have debts to service, and our creditors must come first. As it happens, Lady D has just packed up the estate Christmas tree decorations. She's donating them to charity. There's a box load of the stuff in the library if you want to take some home. I'm sure she wouldn't mind." "No, thank you, Sholto," Bradshaw said. "My mum always decorates our tree, and Poe says if he wanted to find pine needles in the crack of his bottom for a month, he'd go and live in a forest." De Neville exploded with laughter. Poe knew part of it was nervous energy. Bradshaw had played her part well. The trap had been baited. Now all they could do was wait. Someone was on the other side of the library door. Poe could hear them trying to control their breathing, working up the courage to step inside, wondering if their patience was finally about to pay off. Poe tapped de Neville on his shoulder and made sure the old man was ready. Doing this was arguably irresponsible. They were engineering an unnecessary and unpredictable situation. The puzzle was already solved. They should have called the police, allowed them to take the lead. Justice would be swift and certain. But this wasn't only about justice. This was also about reputations. Reputations restored, reputations lost. And that had to be done publicly. The door opened, and someone slipped into the library. The lights were off, and the room was pitch black. The person stood still, no doubt waiting for their eyes to adjust to the darkness. After a minute, Poe heard them walking, slowly, testing each step as they did. Floorboards built this solidly didn't creak, but this person was being careful. Poe didn't blame them. It was a high-stakes game they were playing. They made their way across the room, passing within feet of the seated, statue-like Poe. Poe sensed, rather than saw them, feel for what they had come for. They found it. They opened it. They began searching. "What the hell?" a familiar voice muttered. Poe flicked on the standard lamp by his chair. "Hello, Giles," de Neville said. "I bet you're wondering why the box is empty." Giles Buxton froze, but recovered quickly. "Ah, Sholto," he said. "I was just looking for my watch. I thought I might have dropped it here earlier." "In the dark?" de Neville said. "Yes, I wondered about that. Why are you sitting in the dark, Sholto?" "We were waiting for you." "You found my watch." "How could you, Giles?" de Neville said. "Your father was my best friend." Giles pointed at Poe. "Sholto," he said, "I don't know what this man has told you, but I can assure you I am as loyal as I ever have been." De Neville didn't respond. "Was it this you were looking for, Giles?" Poe said. He showed him an evidence bag that contained the red moon of Cunorin. Poe held it up to the light. "It's rather pretty, isn't it?" he said. "Good Lord," Giles said. "You found it! Sholto, you must be thrilled." "The missing red moon of Cunorin is missing no more," Poe said. "But you knew that, didn't you?" Giles faced de Neville. I have no idea what's going on here, Sholto. I hope you aren't trying to deflect the blame onto me, though. Because to people on the outside, it might appear that you were in on the theft from the beginning, but have only now realized you can't sell it. If you try to blacken my name with this, money troubles will be the least of your worries. Oh, shut up, Poe said. We both know that when the diamond is examined, it'll be your fingerprints and your DNA they find on it, not Sholto's. Science doesn't lie. Giles lunged for the bag, but Poe was too quick. He put it in his inside pocket. Nice try, Poe said. Sorry, Giles, but it's too late to try and get your prints on it now. The evidence bag is sealed, and I was videoed putting the diamond inside. Damn you to hell, man! Giles yelled. Drawn to the commotion, the rest of the dinner guests began to gather in the library. Only Bradshaw knew what was happening. What's going on, Washington? Cumbrian said. We heard raised voices. It seems it was Giles who stole the Red Moon of Cunorin, Poe said. Sholto and I have just caught him attempting to recover it. They did no such damn thing, Giles hissed. You'd be well served to ignore this odious little man. He's nothing more than a common thief-taker, and my solicitors will own everything he has soon. And anyone else who utters a word about this will wish they hadn't. Poe continued, unperturbed. You see, when his father suffered that massive heart attack 2 years ago, Giles was first in the room. But instead of tending to his dying father, he took advantage of the temporarily unguarded diamond and hid it. He didn't have long, and he knew if it were found he could say he'd been playing a prank. But where could he have hidden it? Cumbrian said. I've heard the story. We all have. Everyone was searched. The room was searched. The house was searched. It wasn't there. Poe reached into his jacket and removed a second evidence bag. It contained an unscrewed Christmas bauble. He hid it in this, of course, he said. You're quite right. The room was searched. But who would think of checking the inside of a Christmas tree decoration? The dinner guest turned to look at Giles. His face was beetroot red. Giles thought it would be a simple case of coming back the following year and collecting it at his leisure, Poe continued. It was why last year's baubles had been unscrewed. And because they'd all been unscrewed, it meant he probably hadn't found it. Because what Giles didn't know was that the baubles had been bought in bulk, and the ones on the tree last year weren't the same ones as the year he hid the diamond. So when Sholto told Tilly that the baubles were boxed up in the library, ready to go to charity, Giles had no choice but to recover the diamond tonight. Unfortunately for him, Sholto and I had already been up to the attic and found it. The box in the library was actually empty. The cheese in our little rat trap. Giles glared at Poe, wild-eyed and panting. Poe recognized a ruined man when he saw one. Knew he only had one play left. Giles had to touch the diamond and bauble somehow. Had to find a way to explain why his prints were on them. Poe readied himself. Giles grabbed the whiskey decanter. He held it by the neck and took a step towards Poe. Not so cocky now, are you, you damn insolent man, he snarled. If this were 50 years ago, I'd have had you horsewhipped and be done with it. Now, pass me that bloody diamond. He took another step. Poe didn't move. I'm warning you, man. Hand it over. He raised the heavy decanter. Whiskey sluiced down his sleeves, but he was past caring about his expensive suit now. Poe! De Neville shouted, throwing him the ornate poker. Poe caught it. Will you look at that, Tilly? He said. It seems I do have an interrogation truncheon. He bopped Giles on the arm. The decanter fell to the floor. Ow! Giles cried. Poe forced him to the ground and knelt on his back. He looked up at Bradshaw. Hey, Tilly. What is it, Poe? This has been fun, he said. Can we do it again next year? You've been listening to Cut Short by M.W. Craven, read by John Banks. If you enjoyed these short stories, make sure you listen to the Washington Post series of novels. The Puppet Show, Black Summer, The Curator, Dead Ground, The Botanist, The Cutting Season, a novella. Text copyright M.W. Craven, 2020. Production copyright
Little Brown Book Group Limited, 2023. Recorded at Ladbroke Audio. Produced by Neil Gardner. Executive Producer Sarah Schwab. The moral right of the author has been asserted. All rights reserved. No part of this audiobook may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the publisher. This has been a Little Brown Audio production.